Here we are. Let's go. It's time.
Hello.
It's time. The day is here. It's here, Roger.
Hey,
I can't
what's up?
believe it finally happened.
Yes, it's been months in the making. When did we start this? I don't know. I was looking through the chat earlier deciding, like, okay, when did we come up with the name Upbeat? When did we start designing it? It was a while back.
We have come so far just in this little bit
Yeah.
of time. Chat, all of you stream monsters out there, whether you are watching on Twitch at Ohio DDR, YouTube, Ajikin, we want to thank you so much for tuning in.
What's up? Audio is mono. Let me see this really quick.
And dealing with us, adjusting it on the fly.
Yeah. Just a moment. Let's go to properties here.
Yep. That's right, chat.
And there we go. We should be better now. Is that correct?
That should be better. It sounds a little bit bit more crisp. But chat, you know what it is. We are here. It's been so much in the making. It's been through so many ups and downs, and I'm just glad that I finally get to hop on the mic with you once again.
Well,
Roger.
it's going to be great. We got 3 days of tournament coming up, and pretty much the best players in the world. We got a few people who couldn't make it, but I feel like the showing has already been crazy. we had Pac Rob before the intro video, just MFC bounce trippy, like during warm up, and like I don't know, dude, that's just kind of
the entire arcade popped off.
Just like
I really wish y'all could have seen it.
Did you really just MFC this like 180 BPM 14?
And he said that he did that off of just 2 hours of sleep.
Yeah, that's nuts.
So
2 hours of nuts, and he has a big box of cereal, some Cocoa Krispies.
That
I think that's
he's just been like just new day popcorn.
I think I'm heading right to the store after this, and just that's going to be my diet.
That's
from
it.
now
I
on.
guess that's the secret tech,
You know.
is that you need to have sugary cereal
Exactly.
to get it going. Well, chat, we are about to get into pool plays today. We have a very spicy pool. I'd say actually all of the pools are spicy.
They're quite amazing.
We have, I would say, the top 50, 48, 50 players in the world. A lot of them, as you said, you couldn't make it, so we kind of adjusted a little bit. But the talent is still high.
It's as good as it could possibly be.
We have players from Australia, South America. I see the South American fans, the Fidel fans in chat.
Yeah, buenos dias.
With love from all of us here in America. We are here at round one in Littleton, Colorado, which is a suburb of Denver. Shout out to Round One for letting us do all of this very last minute.
We're being hosted by Round One in Southwest Plaza, and we are being sponsored by Red Note Gaming. And I should shout out Red Note, which is a Las Vegas institution, and they have an amazing arcade, and they're planning to open soon, and going to be hosting some really great Dance Gamer events coming up. And we'll hear more about them coming up soon. But it's just, we just got to give a shout out to them.
Without them, I don't know how much of this tournament would have been possible.
To Round One, and for Renatalis and pretty much everyone putting everything together. The design work for all this stuff was handled partially by Omneb and Dalton, Run. And a lot of the video editing was.
I mean, chat, you enjoyed that intro video, right?
Yeah, it was really
Made everyone look really good, awesome, and stayed up so late. We had to tell her to actually take a break at points just to get that out, and we absolutely appreciate it. I would say, Konami said, yeah, KAC, that's for us over here. You can have KAC at home. I'd say KAC at home with Upbeat is even better. We have players from all over the world, some of the best talent, and we're actually about to get ready to get started with pools.
Yeah, so again, welcome to Upbeat Denver 2023. Good morning, everyone. Buenos dias, konnichiwa, annyeonghaseyo. We are just starting the day here. This is the first match in this pool play, and I believe it's going to be Spencer and Chris for life.
Yeah, so for those of you who aren't following along, we're probably going to get one of the mods in the chat to start posting up the schedule, which has the list of all of the pools. But Pool A, the first pool that we have today, is going to be Chris for life, Blastoise from Australia, Fidel from Chile, Chaos from California, ZZ also from Fresno, from that area, Pac Rob, Dwayne, and Spencer. So a lot of America, a little bit of just reaching out. We're starting off real spicy for you all.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, these are the kinds of players who you would see in the top 8 of any given tournament. Right?
Absolutely.
And it's like that for every single pool, and it's going to be nuts. We watched Chris and Spencer warming up earlier and got the same exact score on the first song they played. So I think it's going to be intense.
Yeah, and shout out to Spencer, who from the East Coast, love the guy, who has been through his journey is a huge inspiration. He went through a knee surgery, had to take a year off. Then he broke both of his feet in a mountain climbing accident.
Unimaginable.
And was actually in a wheelchair for a little bit of time. And then, the pandemic, it hit us all, gained some weight off of that on top of it. And then today he rips 4 perfects.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just kind of goes to show you how much he loves DDR, because if you can experience all that and be like, nah, I'm still getting back up there.
Still ripping scores. Don't call it a comeback, Chad.
And
He's
it's
here.
it just means that these people are unstoppable.
All right, so as we get ready to pick the songs, we're just going to go ahead and pass over right here. Down at the bottom, chat, you know, the production quality, we go up here at at Upbeat. So we have all the songs that are going to be played in pools. We have Fascination, Fascination Max ESP, Chaos CSP, Come to Life CSP, Orca ESP, Triple Journey CSP, Possession ESP, Sanbo, or Tri Perfect as we call it, ESP, and NGO ESP to round it all out. So, yeah, right now.
And again, these are the kinds of songs you would see kind of at the end of any given tournament. And we're just starting. So they're playing pretty much all of it, yeah. A lot of gimmicks here. This is a warm-up song. They're just kind of getting used to.
No, they're starting.
Oh, they're starting? No, this is not one of the picks.
Okay, they're not. Okay, I was told that they're about to start. So warm-ups, and you can already see this is just.
Yeah.
So like we said, this is just a warm-up right now, but you can see just even in the warm-up, both of them focused. Spencer, as we talked about, coming off of that injury, and still managing to, you know, have a PFC.
Yeah, he's always been an incredible player. I just, whenever you see people's scores, I just remembered back in the 2016, 2017 era when DDR A's first came out, you would just see Spencer's records all over the place.
Everywhere, dude. And that's something to, no matter how COVID may have affected all of you, I hope, of course, I always like to say, I hope everyone's doing well out there, doing great out there. I hope you are winning, getting W's out there. But yeah, no, COVID, it definitely, if anything, I'd say it made a lot of us hungrier to kind of come back to this and really get back to the arcade, you know, taking some time off. I know me especially, I was so hungry to get back to the arcade that when it opened up, I played so hard that I gave myself a knee injury. But
I mean, it's all about going hard.
I mean, go hard or what? Go home? Shout out to the Get It combo.
All right. Honestly, a great warm-up song. It's not too fast, not too slow. It's got some great crossovers in there.
A little bit to loosen it up, a little bit of everything to kind of throw yourself in, just reacclimate. One of the things that also, as I said, this is here in Denver. Denver, as some of you know, the Mile High City, as it's called, it is over 6,000 feet above sea level. So one of the fun facts is that the air is really kind of sparse up here. It's thin.
Yeah.
So one thing that a lot of the contenders had to deal with this week is just kind of acclimating themselves to like the difference in air. If anything, like you get a little bit more tired, find it a little harder to breathe. One thing that I noticed is just that as soon as you come off of a set, instead of you recovering and bouncing back quickly, you kind of have a little bit of trouble. You have to like really hydrate and take a gas.
Yeah, I mean, some of these people just seem to not have a problem with it, though.
I'm blown away at the high level of athleticism from them. It's almost like some of them have just been here this entire time.
They play DDR constantly.
Some people just play in a hyperbolic time chamber and are built different, as the kids say. And I respect that.
I mean, it's entirely possible that everyone's going to come away from this, you know, with better stamina.
Oh, for sure. I feel like if they're going to go home and set some absolutely ridiculous scores and stamina, it's going to be immediately as soon as they leave Denver.
Yeah. So again, this is just their plan to warm up here. The white cap has kind of been off limits because we've been doing maintenance and cleaning it up for photos and things like that. So most people have been playing on the gold cap, and this is a lot of these people's first chance to warm up on the white machine.
Yeah, and one of the players that we have in this pool, Fidel, shout out to everyone, all the Fidel fans out there, said this is his first time in America, and on top of it, this is his first time playing on an official white cap.
Okay.
So he's been been just adjusting to that, and he said he loved it. He's having such a good time, and we absolutely love to see that. But this is, chat, this is the high level play that we're going to see this entire weekend. On a warm-up, on a 16, we're piffing 16s on just a warm-up.
So to recap what's going on here, for each pool, everyone plays every song and gets points based on the rank, like where they did with respect to everyone else on each individual song. And at the end of the pool, those are tabulated, and people move on.
Yes. Each pool, 2 people are going to move out of each pool to play for day 3. Day 3 is going to be pool semis, and the top 8 from those pools are going to move out to go to top 8, double elimination. You know what that is.
Right. So the timer is, for reference, just how long we're going here.
Yes. Plus, we all love timers. I'm part of the speedrun community. I like seeing a little speedrun timer. Shout out to Live Split, keeping it going.
Yes, they are still warming up, and they are warming up with Pluto Relinquished.
Chad, you need to understand, this is the top 50, the top 48 to 50 players on the planet. This is just going to be nothing but high level, so expect to see warm-ups on 18s and 17s of ridiculous magnitude like this. And I kind of dig it, because if you happen to look at what they're playing in pools, there's a lot of SoFlan, there's a lot of stoppage, so you might as well get your eyes acclimated. And one thing, as we were talking about with that Denver weather, that altitude, the air pressure difference, is that sometimes it kind of affects your perception a little bit. So there may be just some times where like you space out a little bit, or you may play it like a normal speed mod, but for some reason you're just like, whoa, why does this feel so fast? So if anything, these warm-ups are absolutely necessary. And you might see the people who are warming up play a nice variety of songs kind of all over the place like this. But both of them still ripping it, dude. I'm so glad to be here this week to come out to Denver. It's my first time in Denver. I'm adjusting, but chat, you get to enjoy the fun of it straight from home, wherever if you are at home, work, taking a lunch break, dinner, in bed. We like you, we love you, and we thank you so much for being here with us this week for some good-ass DDR.
Yeah, thanks for watching, and also, if you know anyone who loves DDR but doesn't know about the stream, please link them.
Share it out. Twitch.tv/OhioDDR. Today we are doing we're doing YouTube.com/Agekin on my channel, posting it on YouTube for those of you who are a little bit more YouTube privy. Rest of the weekend we're going to be on Ohio DDR on both streams, so you'll know just where to find it. All right, so warm-ups are out of the way. Chat, we are about to get it popping. We are about to get it started. I'm here. You're here. Your eyeballs are on stream. Get hyped for the start of some good-ass DDR with Upbeat.
All right. So, if any of you aren't familiar with Chris, Chris for Life, a.k.a. I am Chris for Life, Chris Chike.
A.k.a. Corn Boys.
Yeah, he's widely regarded as the GOAT, or the greatest of all time DDR player. I don't think he's been playing a whole lot recently, but he has,
I mean, his accolades are so strong.
It's impossible
One of the few people to MFC multiple folders. One of the few people to MFC to full fantastic every song in ITG 1 and 2. 2-time KAC world champion. The list goes on of this man.
He was the 2008 Guitar Hero champion. He's also a world record holder for Guitar Hero. And
also goes really crazy. One of the best sound Voltex players in the U.S. as well.
Exactly. Chris had a really cool commercial with Taco Bell and with his friend Stretch.
Yeah.
Was it last year or 2 years ago?
It was, yeah, I think it was last year. It may have been last year. Time flies, man.
So we all know Chris.
And then, like I said, we have Spencer. So for those of you who are familiar with the scene, Spencer is no stranger. But as we said, he's faced a lot of injuries. Shout out to the New York gang, by the way.
So
I see y'all in
Spencer is
chat.
a New York New York area player, and you know, if you go to New York, you're going to see his records in that area.
God, if you're on the East Coast, you're going to see it.
All right, now we're getting into Fascination Max Expert.
All right, chat. This starts. This is upbeat. Let's go. Eyes open. Let's do it. All right, both players starting off really well on the start. Spencer miffing it so far. Chris picking up one great. We're both now sitting even as we go to the first slowdown. All right, Chris ahead by about 2 points. Still within a few points of each other. Second slowdown. Both players still sitting on that perfect full combo.
Yeah. Fascination Max was obviously the Supernova era boss song, and Spencer's an old school player and is quite familiar with it.
And Chris right now just up by about 10 EX points right now as we go into the skip section. Shout out to Spencer, still keeping on Chris's toes right now, keeping it within 10 points, 10 to 12 about this point. All right, here we go into the stop.
Ooh. Very nice.
Beautiful from both of them. Both of them go stepping into that section. You can hear that assist tick from the pad mics. Here we go, the jump section. Chris ahead by about 20. Spencer still sitting on that perfect full combo. The slowdown, excellent.
Oh,
both
amazing, amazing.
All right, Spencer 1901, Chris 1925, both with a TFC. Chris with 7 on Fascination. Chat, you can't see it, but I just got goosebumps just from saying that alone. That's how we start off. Like I said, this is that good ass DDR. This is that high level play that you can expect from here on out for the rest of the weekend. So we are going with Chaos. It's Chaos, chat.
Chaos Challenge. Also Supernova era boss song, and of course both players are
very familiar
extremely,
with it.
they got this burned into their brains.
Yes. Shout out to all the boomers out there.
Chris's record on this is an MFC, and that's a little ridiculous. Probably more than a little.
All right, Spencer, actually not bad if I read correctly. Does it say eight perfects?
No, it looks like 830 is
okay, sorry, yeah, I'm reading that incorrect. 830. That's still 17. That's still really good on Chaos Challenge. A chart that I like to call charts like these get good charts. These are skill check charts where you can't just walk up and just play it and catch it off of the sight read. This is one that you totally need to kind of commit yourself to, learn the gimmicks, learn the memorization, and both of these players definitely have it in spades.
In the modern era, that means a lot of YouTube.
Oh, for sure. A lot of Step
Back in the day, it was a lot of Step Mania.
All right, here we go, chat. Song number 2. Chris with the MFC. Spencer with 17 perfects. All right, Spencer picking up an early perfect. And now Chris picking up his, only ahead by 1 point. Not much to go on. We're about tied. Here we go. We're starting to cook a little bit. Chris still ahead by about 1 EX point. Spencer still keeping on his heels.
This could be quite close.
This is going to be very close.
It's not as raw. Doesn't require as much raw power as facts.
No, it's like I said. It's very much a kind of a skill check. Both of them have it. I think if it keeps up like this, we're going to kind of see maybe a gap potentially. Oh, Spencer picks up a great right there. Chris, I'm very sure, is happy to see it and a good. Chris is now ahead by about 10. Chris still sitting on that PFC. But Spencer only down by about 13 points. Still very impressive, keeping up.
And we got to also remember that these.
Oh,
that's interesting.
Spencer, actually, Spencer caught up right there. He MFC'd that entire section minus that good.
Yeah, I just stopped talking.
So
it's very interesting result.
Oh, actually, Spencer won that. Spencer came back.
Yeah,
he came back.
There may be.
I read that wrong.
I'm curious about pad contention. I'm not sure exactly what happened at the end there, but it could have been a pad error.
Yeah, we're gonna talk it out.
Possible.
So I mean, but even then with a pad, because there was no miss, so it would have been a pad. What good? Then that just would have meant that there would have been a tie at that point.
Right.
If I do the math correctly.
I mean, it's also worth pointing out again the format of a tournament and that they're not.
It's not
they're not playing each other.
Yeah, it's not a head-to-head.
Like, so Spencer or Chris is not going to necessarily win this match. They're partners together in the pool, but you know, it's at the end of the pool, the rankings of each player on each song are going to be tabulated.
Correct.
And that's what's going to determine the people moving on.
Yeah, so I guess, a lot of people, if you want to give it a name, it's kind of like a round-robin format in each pool. Everyone kind of plays everyone's songs, and then everything's tabulated at the end. The top two scorers at the end move out of the pool.
Yeah, so it's, for commentary purposes, it makes sense for us to, look at both of them side by side and comment as if they're doing a match. But please keep in mind that, no one's going to be eliminated as the result of a particular song here.
No, definitely not at this point, not for sure. And once again, if you do want to check up on the rules, chat, you go to upbeatdenver.com/rules. I'm going to slap that in the Goober tube as well. Here we go. Ooh, love to see it. Chris only ahead by 2 points. Both of them looking mighty clean. MA in the slowdown looking beautiful from both of them.
We should see some really nice MA on this song. This is one of the 18s that people tend to get pretty crispy.
Oh my God, gorgeous. Chat, you see this? Looking beautiful from both of them. Chris ahead by about 13 points right now. And it's still early in the tournament, so songs like this are not necessarily too much of a stamina check like they would be in your typical head-to-head format deep in the bracket. Spencer only down by about 8 EX points right now. Both players still sitting on that PFC.
Yeah, both PFCing it. It's quite incredible.
Both of them handling the crossover free section very well.
These crossover runs here. Oh.
Spencer MFC that entire run.
So sick.
Only down by 10 points.
Great job by these guys.
All right, this is a chance where they get a little bit of a breather before we finish out the rest of the song. Let's get it.
And we've got the Scooby coming up. They both nail it. Amazing. Let's go.
Chat,
let's go.
Get hype. Chris, 23.92.
These guys are...
Spencer with 23.77. PFC for both. Chris with 8. Perfect. Spencer with 23.
This is ridiculous.
Absolutely.
Ridiculous. I miss watching these guys play so much.
Chat.
Damn.
They say nature is healing. And you can tell nature's healing when some good-ass DDR happens with some of the best players in the world.
Yeah.
All of you stream monsters out there, get hype. I hope you are enjoying this so far. There's so much more to come. There's so much more to come throughout this.
Are they gonna keep playing all of them? Are they gonna keep playing every song? guys.
Okay.
That's it. See you next time.
Damn. Right, okay, yeah.
I mean, that makes sense. I mean, some people say DDR is so easy. All you have to do is look at arrow, step arrow.
Just follow the instructions.
Just follow the instructions.
Do what they say, and then how hard can it be?
The game literally tells you how to play it. So, yeah, so we're going to be, both players are just going to play through the whole entire set, which means they are going to get about 2.5 sets apiece. 8 songs from everyone, 1 song for everyone in the pool.
Yeah.
To answer, I saw someone actually ask a question if they knew what songs they were going to be playing beforehand. No, they didn't. There are some people who kind of, I did notice that when they at the hotel, they kind of said, hey, you want to just get together, let's just talk about what songs we're going to play so we won't be surprised. Some people did that. A lot of times it's just going to be, you're going to find out the moment that you submit the songs.
Yeah. So the players submitted the songs, and then that became the set that they were going to play. So Spencer and Chris here are paired up, but they are not playing against each other necessarily. Again, this is a round-robin pool format where they the scores will be tabulated at the end of the round. So here we got Orca, Expert, 17, highly gimmicky, 17.
And you'll notice both players playing on a pretty fast speed just for the slowdown parts. And talking with them last night, especially, we just had a conversation organically about Orca. A lot of top players tend to play this song pretty fast and just memorize the layout of the speed up section coming up right here. And it's showing, it's paying off in spades. Both players, oh, Spencer picks up some misses right there. Chris still sitting on that PFC. Those of you who are unfamiliar with this song, Orca, it bounces BPMs, lots of stops, bounces BPMs from 300 to 150, just kind of repeatedly throughout the song. And it's a skill check song. It's very, very, very difficult to sight read this song, especially if you don't know all the stops. Once you play it a few times, listen to the song a little bit more, you tend to kind of expect to see where the stops and the slowdowns are going to be.
In order to get a top-level score on this song, you're going to have to watch it a lot, play it a lot.
You're going to have to grind it out, absolutely. And Chris still sitting on that PFC, about to get ready to break 1,400 EX points. Spencer picking up after his misses, picking up a couple of goods on there. So this one kind of threw him a little bit, but he's doing a good job of just standing firm, holding it, and pushing out to keep that score because, as we kind of mentioned, and we're going to say many times before, this isn't head-to-head. So you finishing out the song, getting a good score is going to be very important as your score is going to get put up with against everyone else in the pool.
Chris is -6 on his record.
All right, Chris, 23, 2034 PFC.
Stage clear.
Shout out to this song. Also, just recently,
That is that's
did he get 6 perfects? What a
That's 6.
monster! There's a reason why people call him the
Whoa.
GOAT out there, Chad. Just casually slinging
go.
6 perfects on Orca. Yeah, shout out to that song. Nice.
I expect that since that song came out, when did that come out? A20?
Yes.
Was it A20 Plus or A20?
That was an A20 song.
I see. Yeah, I'm not sure when Spencer kind of
Took some time off.
took
It was
some time away
about
from DDR.
that time.
It feels like it was probably around then, and it would make sense that he might not be as familiar with it as everything else.
Yeah. But yeah, no. Orca, one of those songs that just got a long version. Camellia just dropped a new album, Ash Swings. It's phenomenal. Check it out on all of your streaming platforms. He also he was bragging about this on Twitter. He made it a point to negotiate with Konami to let him actually post the entire song. Actually post the album in full on all the streaming platforms, which isn't something
great.
that happens.
That's great.
But now we got Triple Journey.
TJ.
Yep, shout out to
Challenge.
Tag. Got to meet him at Mistake on the Lake. Absolutely funny person, great person. Very excited to meet all of his fans. and we get to see this song. Chris with an MFC on it, Spencer with about 27 perfects. So it could kind of go either way on this one. Chris does happen to have the MFC on it.
Chris has an MFC on it, but Chris has lost to, in particular, he once lost a song to Chunka. I'm not sure exactly what song it was, but there was a match where this came up, and I as far as I can remember, I think Chunka won this song.
Yeah.
But I may have also been thinking of a different song. So.
Yeah, the point is the song familiarity.
London C, yeah.
Yeah, there it is. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Love you guys in the chat. The Stream Monsters keeping us on our toes. But it just shows that Spencer is very familiar with this song to have that score. So he's not going to be kind of mixed up like he got with Orca. So, you know, it's not head-to-head, but it should be relatively pretty close. Spencer's foot speed has been really good this entire stream as well. And, I mean, when you're playing next to Chris, you know, you kind of get that boost. I always like to say in tournaments, no matter what your skill level, whenever you happen to play against someone better than you, you kind of get your skill level goes up. You kind of get pushed up in terms of your performance. So, you know, who better a motivating factor than the GOAT himself, one of the favorites for the tournament. And Spencer's been, like I said, such an inspiration to come back from so many injuries, some time off, literally being immobile to being one of the top 50 players in the world right now.
Yeah, I mean, the qualifying period for this tournament, if you don't know about it, it essentially ran from around December, right, until quite recently.
Yes.
And go read it about on the website, upbeatdenver.com.
All right, both players, just with them MFC going to the freeze.
Look at all that blaze.
Chat, what can I say right now other than this is some good-ass DDR. Spencer with the white combo. Chris picking up his first perfect. And, ooh, Spencer, he traded that for a great right there. But, I mean, still compared to Chris, he's only 2 points right behind Chris right now. So he's making up for that perfect. And the lead is bouncing back and forth, chat. Chris picks up a miss.
Yes, I suspect Spencer, regardless, will still be one of the top performers on this song. That's what I would expect.
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't be surprised. His score shows it, and the fact that he's made up with pure MA just off of that early grade that he got.
Yeah, so Chris, is that Scooby back there?
His foot placement was a little bit off right there. I caught that. But, I mean, even with those misses, Chris is still 1 point ahead of Spencer. All right, here we go into the chat.
Oh,
just nothing but
so crispy.
We're in Denver, nothing but snow. Just snow combos right there. I'd love to see it. All right, here we go into the final burst.
Oh, damn. Damn.
Chris, 21-77. Spencer,
Great
21.
Great full combo on Spencer's side. 25 and a great. Beautiful.
Chris
and,
with 11 perfect,
11 piece.
And 2 misses. Still getting the
misses.
EX lead off of that. Just
kind of unbelievable on both sides here.
Woo, chat. This is the real KAC. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. This is the real championships. This is the real world championships right here. And shout out to round 1. Shout out to round 1 here in Denver. Shout out to Red Note Gaming, SF Evolve, and shout out to Konami for bringing us all together, for giving us the opportunity to bring DDR to America, giving us EMUs to where we can see such talent kind of come out the woodworks like this. I know you're all watching. This is great. I'm having such a good time. Thank you so much, everyone.
We wouldn't be doing this if we didn't love DDR and DDR community.
And one thing I've been saying is that just as you look at all of the pools, chat. You know, check the link that was posted a little bit earlier. None of these pools are free.
Yeah,
like there may be like one
no.
person that you're like, all right, you'll probably make it out, but every Every other pool is just going to be, it's going to be a surprise the entire time.
All right, so they're about to go for it here on Possession Expert. It's not Possession Challenge, so that's
a little bit of a relief.
In my opinion, it seems a little interesting because less EX. Is it possible to get the song choices per person? Yeah.
Actually, I might be able to tell you this. So, I can break this down because we happen to have this together, chat. So, Fascination Max was Chris. That was Chris's pick. Pack Rob picked NGO ESP. Chaos picked Trife Perfect. Two people didn't write their name, so we're going to figure that out. ZZZ picked Orca. Someone picked Come to Life, and Dwayne picked Chaos. And that checks out with Dwayne. Chaos is Dwayne's wheelhouse. So, tail of the tape, Spencer with 3 perfects, Chris with the MFC. This is a coin flip in terms of score, chat. Both players are going to get really high scores.
Ready, set,
All right, here we go, chat.
Let's get it.
this beat is jumping. Cycle.
Both players still sitting on that white combo.
Yeah,
That's to be expected. That's to be expected.
100 combos.
All right, here we go into the
very
speed up.
nice, guys. Very nice.
You got the step, you got the flow. Keep up the perfect combo.
They're not disappointing us here.
Spencer picked up his first perfect.
Yeah,
Over
first perfect
200
play.
steps in.
Halfway through the song.
Very impressive.
Make some noise.
Yeah, Come to Life being Blastoise's pick. He recently got an amazing PFC on that.
Chat, I'm speechless right now. Chris still sitting on that snow combo right now.
It's iced out. Let's see if he can ice out the whole song.
All right, Chris picked up his first perfect. 500 steps in. Beautiful. Chris just got one on possession. He got a one
Spencer
piece.
pull away with a 9-piece. Both SCPs on a 17 casual.
Chat.
Maybe not so casual. Maybe,
my God.
maybe it's a serious tournament, but you know.
Absolutely. I know, commentator curse. Commentator curse happens. I always
we gotta
take
be honest,
full credit.
You know? Like I want to see Chris MFC in possession.
I want. Have we seen an actual MFC in a tournament yet? I don't think
In
it's
this
happened
tournament?
yet.
In a tournament?
In
oh,
a
yeah.
tournament.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it, or out of my recent memory, I can't remember a tournament where someone has ripped an MFC. But we almost saw it, and what a chart to actually MFC. But speaking of some good ass DDR, we have so much this year going on. We have the return of DDR Storm. KAC also got announced that it's coming back in November.
Yeah. Bimani Pro League is happening soon. We don't know who's going to be on what team yet. They're doing their drafts, and that's going to be pretty interesting.
And shout out, you know what? Shout out to Bimani Pro League. A little fact. For a while, esports and like doing like competitive gaming is due to laws in Japan. It was considered gambling, so a lot of the tournaments and stuff would be, they couldn't do prize pools or anything else like that. But Bimani Pro League got created, so a lot of these players, a lot of these top-ranking players in various Bimani games now have a chance to play at a very high competitive level, take home a little bit of money in their pocket, and it's a beautiful thing. Because there's so much talent out there in Japan, of course, some of the top players in the planet. Wish we could have a little bit more there, but logistical issues kind of came up with some people. and we still love them, still wish them, and if you happen to be watching the stream, you're the best. And by the way, as we get ready to start Try Perfect, chat, I hope you noticed that a lot of the competitors are wearing these crisp upbeat jackets for qualifying.
You can see in the background.
Yes, the blue and the white. Shout out to all of that. And all of the people that did qualify but couldn't make it out, they will be getting their jackets. We're going to be sending them out to their
jackets
too.
are beautiful, and again, got to give credit to Red Note Gaming, a organization whose goal is to promote rhythm gaming in the U.S. and especially the Las Vegas area. They're doing some amazing work here, sponsoring a lot of the production here.
So Spencer does not have experience on this song, and you see him talking with Chris trying to kind of like tell him what the chart flow is like, and
it's a tough one.
Yeah, it's very tough. The drill section in itself is rough. The amount of slowdowns and the soft line that goes on in this song make it pretty tough to sight read at
anytime you see a DDR song with 440 BPM, you know it's gonna be an interesting time.
Yeah. So, you know, I'm looking forward to seeing what Spencer can go ahead and put out. Chris with 2 perfects on that. Absolutely crazy score when you see, if you're unfamiliar with this chart, when you see this chart, you might blow you away just about that he could actually post that score up on that. That says a lot that compared to every other difficulty he has, this is the only one that he doesn't have an MFC on. He's almost there though. He's going to get that for sure. Someone said they'd rather try to PFC 888. I kind of put that at the same level.
They feel like the same song to me.
Yeah.
But, you know,
both difficult and complex in their own absurd ways. All right, so both players kind of reminding themselves, looking at their notes on this. So actually, shout out to our TO, one of our main TOs, Fusion out there.
Hey, Oliver. Yo, Oliver. Yo, Oliver. Would you mind plugging this in?
Also, shout out to all of you stream monsters out there, whether you are in the U.S., whether you're here in the U.S., over in Europe and Australia, in the Asia region, South America, all 453 of you stream monsters out there. Just populating the chat.
That's a lot of people to be watching a DDR stream that just started an hour ago.
You love to see it. Thank you so much. Glad to be here. Glad to be bringing this to you all. Some of the best players from all over the planet. Like I said, it's still early in the year, so this is like the start of some good-ass DDR going on for this year. More tournaments going on. KAC returning. I'm so glad KAC is back. Because with KAC coming back, that means we get new charts for everything. And it's always nice just to see how you shape up with everyone else across the globe.
So they're about to play this track. I wonder if Spencer is the only one who hasn't seen this song.
That's a good question.
There may be other players who haven't seen it.
Show me what you got.
Yeah, Try Perfect starts right away. Doesn't give you a chance to settle into it. It goes. All right, the first.
You can do no wrong.
Spencer doing a great job of adjusting to the early grade. Handling the song so far.
These bursts, quite fast.
It's deceptive. And then we go into the slowdown section.
You got the step, you got the flow. Keep up the perfect combo.
Speed up. Like I said, Spencer, for sight reading the chart, is doing really well. He didn't pick up a good, but that's to be expected when you're sight reading a chart just this complex.
Can't wait to see it.
This is absolutely being destroyed by Chris.
Yeah,
This song is just being destroyed.
and Chris opted to play the song on mirror, so definitely works a little bit better with this play style. All right, Spencer breaking into the 1400s on his EX score with a sight read. Very impressive.
It looks like he had a 500K fail on it.
All right, here we go into the quite awkward stop, as I always like to call it on this song. All right, Chris getting the full combo. Spencer telling that song how he feels. Spencer with 1896, Chris with 2020. 2020, that was an interesting year.
So the 12-piece with one great.
Still impressive.
I mean, it's beyond impressive. I would say even that score in pretty much any tournament would be a winning score. You know, like pretty much no one else is going to be able to touch that.
Yeah, and also shout out to Spencer putting up a pretty good score for a sight read, actually. So it's good that he now has that on his card. And we are going to finish out this first one.
NGO Expert. People have different strategies with this one. Some people do shuffle, some people do mirror.
Some people do left. This is a special chart, let me tell you.
This was the extra stage song for Supernova, or Supernova 2, and I feel like it's got the reputation as one of the most frustrating 15s to PFC.
And if I'm correct, the challenge was a console exclusive as well. And for a while, if I'm correct, it was a 10 across difficult, expert, and challenge. And then they finally adjusted it because what are you, crazy? And they made the expert a 9. But at the same time, what are you, crazy? This is not an old DDR 9. So it's a song that it's quite contested. A lot of people have opinions on this song.
Yeah, I would say it's one of the 15s I've played the most. And I would say most players,
if you're trying to get that clear lamp,
are probably going to have that same thing.
Yeah, if you're trying to get that clear lamp, you definitely need to drill your song.
There's definitely, I don't know if Stockholm syndrome is the right word, but there's definitely a
little bit.
What's the word? You learn to love it in some ways. The chart is extremely unique. There are parts of this that kind of don't really happen in most DDR songs. There's just this really strange 16th note jump that happens. It's actually an 8th note in NGO, but it's double BPM, so you get the idea.
As well as during the slowdown part, some of the steps
they just don't really go to anything.
It's quantized because, due to how the engine works, it's quantized in such a way that it doesn't really make sense. So there's also a little bit of chart knowledge that you have to have if you do want a PA or like MA that specific section. But yeah, this song.
The difficult parts of this song are, of course, some strange jumps. We've got a couple crossover-y things in the beginning.
And then you have the lovely run at the end where.
And yes, at the end there's a
crossover Scooby section.
Essentially a very long run that has crossovers that are not. A lot of them aren't often seen in DDR. There's one where you just kind of have to turn backwards.
Yeah.
And of course you can double step or put it on some other turn mod and not do it at all if you don't want to. But that's the part that gets a lot of people.
All right, and Spencer and Chris going and refreshing themselves with the chart. I don't blame them. Like, even if you do know this, it's still, you still go up there and you go, oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Best to get the surprises out the way on actually, as I look at it, it's the only 15 of this entire set. And some people would say it's a 16, and I don't blame them. You definitely have a sound argument for this being a 16. But we are going to go ahead and play the last song of this set for the two.
So Chris and Spencer are playing NGO Expert last song, but this, again, is not a match between them. This is a round-robin pool setup where they're all playing every song. and the scores will be tabulated at the end
Yeah, and
based
as
on
you see,
individual rankings.
as you see, Spencer picked up a great, and as I said, it's just the sync right there at that section of the song is just a little odd, and you kind of have to know what you're doing onto it.
White combo and NGO is particularly impressive.
All right, Spencer, only down by about 20, which is still really good because there's still so much of the song that's just absurd to come. Chris, only negative 2
here.
from his PB.
Looks like both of them handled it with ease.
Into the slowdown. Spencer getting caught up on that. On the sinks. Chris, a little bit picking up a perfect. Couple perfects right there. All right, we're going to be sitting at this BPM for the rest of the song. And we're about to get ready to get into the runs. Here we go.
Both players playing it on. Oh, their execution there was...
And absolutely incredible. Chris picking up the PFC. Spencer with the good full combo. 7 greats, 1
So
good
I think
from
it
Spencer.
speaks to, you know, this song being a little maybe unpopular, that Chris ended up with 18 perfects on it. And
Yeah, and they both hug it out. Absolutely great set from the both of them. So as we go ahead and get ready to bring up the next two, as the crowd gives them their round of applause, chat, I hope you've enjoyed this so far. This is some good DDR.
so welcome to Upbeat Denver 2023. If you're just tuning into the stream, this is an international Dance Dance Revolution tournament hosted by Round 1 at Southwest Plaza in Littleton, aka Denver, Colorado.
That's right.
And this tournament was sponsored by Red Note. Red Note is a rhythm gaming organization designed to promote dance games, rhythm games, all across the U.S. and in particular in the Southwest area. So shout out to Red Note for sponsoring. We've also got some crew from SF Evolved here, including myself, doing some production work. And I think, as far as I can tell, the tournament's going pretty well. What do you say?
It's been pretty awesome. Like I said, it's awesome having some of the top 50 players on the planet all converge here in Denver in the Mile High City. It's been hype. I know the chat's been loving it. The production has been such a monumentous task to get this going, but I'm glad that everything looks smooth. All of you get to enjoy it. You get to enjoy the fruit of our labor.
It's always fun to show up in a new city and then show up to round 1 and say, what do we need? We need this part, we need that part, we need that part. So we have to run to Target, Guitar Center, Best Buy, Camera Store, all kinds of stuff, but it always comes together.
Yeah, and shout out to the staff here at Round 1 here in Denver for being super accommodating, going almost out of their way, like even to a certain point, just going like, hey, you know, you're doing a big thing here. We can tell it's for the community here, and just gave us a bunch of credits and just go have fun, you know, play it up, tell us how the pads are, and just been working with us to make sure that everything has just been going smoothly so far. Yeah. So shout out to them this entire time.
I said Guitar Center because there's a lot of audio stuff. If you show up in a random city in America and you need a particular part to put some audio thing together, you pretty much have to go there.
Yeah. Guitar Center is going to be your best bet for having everything.
So our next group here, let's switch over here.
Yep.
We got on the left ZZZ, and it's pronounced ZZZ, not ZZZ. He was very clear about that.
I feel like that's taking a shot at some particular verbiage out there.
Yeah, so this is Louis, and he started playing DDR in 2002 around the era of DDR Extreme. So he's an old school player. And they're about to start here with their warm-up.
All right, so we're getting into warm-ups right now.
Let's put the Might as well put head to head here just to see how they're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. And
And
Chaos.
of course, Chaos here on the right. John from the San Francisco Bay Area.
So you might recognize Chaos, probably one of the most storied dance rhythm game players. You probably see him. He's better known for a lot of his freestyle. Shout out to the Freestyle Takeover crew out there in the area, the crew that puts a lot of emphasis on freestyle and dance.
He started in 1999 with DDR First Mix.
Yeah.
And with First Mix, you know, people were still trying to figure out how the game was supposed to be played. And by default, back then, freestyle was the way to play.
Correct.
So John is also a dancer, and he's been dancing pretty much the entire time since DDR. He said DDR got him into dancing, which, you know, I feel like that happens to a lot of people.
Yeah.
Is they play this video game, they've never danced in their life, and they're like, wait a second, this is actually an incredible part of the human experience. Let's go. Okay.
All right. Production. Production things just happen, just to make sure things are going well. But yeah, I definitely see a lot of people can see themselves in Chaos. And shout out to Konami, the Bimani recently for putting out a lot of games that also cater to dancers. Dance Rush, which I know a lot of you are familiar with that. You've seen me about. Recently, Dance Around, which I absolutely love because it gets more of like the people who are new to rhythm games, a little bit more casual to come in there.
The results on this song, ZZZ coming out with 9 perfect, and
Chaos with 12.
Chaos with 12. Very clean scores. So this is their warm-up game. They're going to be playing a couple more songs to warm up here. And just to reiterate, this is they're both playing together, but the songs that they will be playing in this set, which you can see down here below in the Pool A section, they will be playing this entire song list, and they will be playing them. Everyone else in this pool will be playing them, and at the end of the round, the
top two.
The top two from that round will go on. And the top two will be determined by each song having a rank that each player receives based on their score, and these give them points which are then tabulated at the end.
Correct. So that being said, once we rotate through this entire pool, we're going to tabulate it up, we're going to get the results, and then we're going to move into Pool B, where you're going to see a different selection of songs. Each player that comes into these pools, they get to pick a song that's between a 15 and an 18. We're not getting into 19 yet. Between a 15 and the 18 of their choice, it gets added to that entire section, and that's basically the playlist. I like to kind of liken it as a playlist of songs that you're going to play, that everyone plays.
So
just as a reminder, because a lot of people did ask, the song list, we have Chaos, CSP. Dwayne picked that one. Blastoise picked Come to Life, CSP. We have Triple Journey CSP, Possession, ESP. ZZZ picked Orca. Chaos picked Try Perfect. Pac Rob picked NGO, ESP. And Chris picked Fascination Max, ESP.
this track that they're playing here, No Plan Days by Toriana.
It's a banger.
Straightforward 16.
It's a banger, that's what it is. Shout out to Toriana, who throughout all of the Bimani games that songs have been in, every single one of them have been fire, dude. I've been greatly enjoying Toriana's songs. And this song from one of the extra songs that was from the Over 200 folder. I like to say this song goes. Those bursts right there, you're doing it at about 200 BPM. So it's a little bit of like an entry to foot speed type of song. Not too stamina draining for if you just happen to be coming into that, but it's a good song to work on if you really want to start training your foot speed.
Yeah, so this song, the previous song, and the next song are going to be warm-ups for, or are they starting now?
Let's see. I think
They're asking them if they.
shout out to Oliver,
They should
aka
start.
Telepron, one of our co-TOs. Yeah, he was just asking like, hey, do you want one more, or you just want to?
All right.
Shakinetsu Part 2. I will say, for this song being as infamous as it is, and starting off in 2DX for being yet a song that held the record for the most scratch notes in the game, and then it coming to other games, it could use more jumps. I see, chat. I like to lean into the beautiful. I love the yo. Let me get some sun. If you are in Twitch chat, let me get some sunny boys. Let me see some sunshine. Let me get some yo out there. But I like to lean into the gimmicks. I like some ridiculousness in charts. I want to see an 18 where you get step jumps all over the place to take over prey. I want that. Love it. Chat painting us with the yo's. There it is. Sunshine.
I crown you king, the combo king.
Also another relatively straightforward 16.
Yes.
100 combos.
And both of them still sitting on a PFC. They're within 1 point of each other, showing their absolute just great knowledge of this chart. I don't know about you, Chad. I'm over here. I'm bopping in my seat. This song is a heater. This gets you going. This makes you want to get out your seat and just, if you're at home, you have some things to do around the house. This gets you up and makes you start washing some dishes, cleaning. If you're at work, maybe you bob your head and work a little bit harder. And if you're out in the sun, you just
Whatever
get funky.
you're doing, just it's going to help you MA.
You're going to MA them dishes. That's right. But both of them still on a beautiful PFC right now. Chaos with a little bit better MA on this song.
Yes. Yo, you're going combo. Keep up the perfect combo.
I would say the only thing about this song that seems a little challenging is that it feels kind of long, just like Shakinetsu Part 1, Beach Side Bunny.
Yeah, this song is long. And it's not. I think it's the same cut from 2DX. So you're not getting a DDR cut. You're getting that full, like over 2 minutes, close to like 2:22.
Yeah. So the real challenge here is about keeping your concentration during the entire thing. It's really easy to start zoning out.
Right. Beautiful.
Nice.
So they finished their warm up right there. ZZZ with that PFC. Yeah, we don't talk about money score. Money score is for
I
your
love
own
Money
reference.
Score personally, because Money Score makes you do it perfectly. If you didn't have Money Score, what would you do? You would just get some really good EX score, I guess. It's like, oh, I got 2018 EX on this. And you're like, okay, like what is that? I guess that's.
I like
what's
money
the
score.
max?
I like money score on the casual side because it's if you play at a high enough level or if you're close enough on the chart, you can easily tell just like, all right, this is how close I am.
Yeah.
This is this, and this is where like I need to shoot for.
Yeah.
But in terms of, I will never condone money score in any official
it's
head-to-head format. You can get scammed on money score, and that's not just in DDR. That's just across all rhythm games in general.
I see what you're saying. I
Yeah.
mean, I get the arguments. I just feel like with the completionist nature of DDR, it kind of makes sense.
Yeah, I can see that.
DDR, like most songs, aren't hard enough to where you're likely to get lots of misses,
Mm-hmm.
and the point is to do all of it perfectly. And so having a score system that punishes you not doing it perfectly makes sense.
Okay.
But for a tournament, of course, you really don't want that. and you don't want it primarily because of hardware failure.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you get a pad miss or something, then it's not great.
I'd say it definitely punishes you way harder for like pad misses. And
so you would never want to use money score for a tournament, but I do think that playing by yourself, it's a good indicator.
All right, so we are about to go over as these two are about to start pulls. We've seen it already. We are going straight to Fascination Max ESP.
Yeah. So
All right.
Expert chart for Fascination Max, aka Fax, by players ZZZ and Chaos.
All right, Chaos doing what he does best, hyping him up. Here we go, chat.
Show me what you got.
All right, let's go. You gotta love a song that starts with a jump scare.
It tells you to get good immediately. Here we go into the first slowdown. Chaos still sitting on, or ZZZ still sitting on that. Oh, I'm sorry, I said it, chat. But both players are on the pip now. But then 1 to 0 points on each other into the slowdown. Both of them handling it beautifully.
Very nice.
Chaos picked up a great right at that drill section before the next speed up.
The timing of this part here, the rhythms are deliberately awkward. The steps also deliberately awkward.
All right, here we go as we get to the section right before the stop.
All right, ZZZ's clinching that PFC. Let's see if he can keep it.
All right, Chaos still doing a really good job. Oh, he picks up a miss right there. And just from what I can kind of tell, it looks like the miss, it looks like his foot probably wasn't on the up arrow kind of close enough, like he thought he was bracketing it, he just kind of whiffed it.
All right.
Oh, and Z picks up a miss right at the end, but good score from both.
Crazy stuff.
1879 to 1830 from Chaos.
You really just kind of gotta give it up to people who are pretty much full comboing Fascination Max.
I mean, let's keep it real here.
If you just take it all out of context and if you just watch that without knowing what's going on here, even just that is
It's wild.
extremely
Wild.
crazy.
We are always wilding. But that's what I'm talking about. I describe this whole weekend as like, you know, you see people warming up and just getting these cracked scores and you go, yep, that's right, you're supposed to be here. Yep.
Yeah.
Top players on the planet, man, all here. Love to see it. This is high level play. The
qualifying round was pretty rough. And we can talk about that here in a moment, but so this next track, Chaos Challenge, and we have
tail of the tape.
What scores we
Chaos
got here?
with 55 perfects on it.
It's relatively even though. We got 999-430 versus 450. Or wait, was that 998?
Yeah, 998 from
okay,
Z.
never mind. Yeah. Misread. Apologies.
All right, and Z been playing for both of these players. Both old school players do have the chart knowledge on this. So it's just going to kind of come down to a matter of just like they're maybe not being a little too anxious, which I do kind of see out of Z. We're going to get that. We're going to get this free section right there. We're going to go ahead and reset. Let's get it. Chaos doing a good job. I see him ghost stepping on a lot of these sections, embodying the name. But Z, before that good, just actually completely MFC'd that entire section. Yeah, I think so. From what I can tell, it may have been a while since ZZZ has played this chart, because you can kind of see a little bit of the anxiety on some of the stops. He's a little bit unsure. And if you played, back in the Supernova days, if you did play the expert chart a lot more, the skips and the gallops and the patterning is a lot different. So it's just like relearning the entire song all over again on the CSP.
Woo! All right.
You do gotta love the spicy turns that were coming out of Z at the end. Doing a good job crushing. 11-14, 11-78. Chaos with just one miss.
It's definitely a song that you pick specifically to like just wash people out who haven't played it in a while.
Oh yeah, it's a pool killer.
Some of these songs in this list are kind of DDR mainstays like Facts or Come to Life, Possession, TJ. Like those songs, you can kind of expect pretty much every top level player to do well on them. But Chaos, a lot of times what happens, people will play it a lot to PFC it and then just kind of forget.
Yeah, exactly. And Chaos is, I'll say, out of all the tournaments I've seen over the past maybe like 5 years or so, Chaos CSP is usually a chart that's picked explicitly to counter for people.
Yeah. All right, Come to Life challenge. And
we saw this earlier.
Yeah, when this song came out, when this chart came out, everyone was saying it was the easiest 18. And there are new 18s now that are a lot of them actually, that are easier than this. But really, it's not that easy. It's still a challenge 18. It's got hella steps. It's 180 BPM.
And you're doing some of those runs at full 180 BPM, going right into
and you're gonna have to move even faster than that for those crossovers.
Exactly.
Relatively clean to getting both of them there.
All right, as we get ready to cross into the 300 EX points at the end of this run. Both players still sitting on that pip right after that freeze. As we speed back up in a moment. We look at the tape. About a 5-point differential between the two. And we go into these runs right here.
Ooh, nice.
Ooh, Chaos picking up a couple misses right there.
Yeah, so Captain Carbon in the chat noticed that both of these players are playing slower than some of the previous players. I think that's common for extremely old school players. They tend to read a little bit slower.
Yeah, you kind of dial it in after a certain point. You kind of figure out what's a little bit comfortable. Plus, there's a little bit of stuff to kind of play with if you're playing a song with like a lot of BPM changes, kind of like this, where you don't want to have it too fast that the chart gets away from you at the high speed. And can we talk about how both of them just kind of nailed that section?
Yeah, they did.
But they both picked up a great right out the end of it.
Nice combo on TZZ's side. Oh, very good. Let's go.
All right, here we go to the last speed up of the song. And Z picking up his first miss right there towards the end.
All right, nice job by both of these guys here.
All right, shout out to both players. Good set for both of them. 23-34 to 22-73. All right, both of the players, like I said.
The MA on ZZZ's side was quite impressive.
All right, so hopefully now at this point both of them kind of get to take a chance to like take a breather, drink some water. That is a thing with the Denver air up here. It's drier, so like you can just feel the moisture being.
There's less O2 molecules floating around.
Like
so if you need to metabolize some ATP, you're going to have a harder time.
Yeah, you're sponge bobbing it a little bit, just out of the water. You're drying up, and you can see it a little bit from both of them that they're a little bit gassed. So I absolutely hope they get to take as much time as they can to kind of like recover, get as much of that blood flowing, that oxygen back into the system. and let's get at it because that set is still going. We got Orca and Triple Journey coming up next.
Yeah, what is the altitude here in Denver? I mean, they say Mile High City. I don't know.
We're the
what
Mile
it is,
High
but-
City. I think that it's around 6,000 stream monsters out there. Someone's going to beat me to it, quote me on it, as to what the actual precise altitude in Denver is.
Elevation right here in Littleton is 5,351
So we
feet,
are just shy of a mile.
or
up here.
1,631 meters for people who live outside the United States. That's a lot.
Yeah.
That's pretty tall.
So yeah, if you're not familiar, if you live anywhere else in the world that is not this high, you're going to have a little bit trouble acclimating.
Yeah.
You're going to find that you're a little bit out of breath. You don't recover as quickly, maybe. And as I said, the air is real dry up here. So
Yeah, it's in Star Trek terms. This is similar to the environment of a Class L planet.
ooh,
So,
talk
yeah,
nerdy
it's
to
not
me.
quite Class M.
Love it. And this is your reminder, chat. Wherever you are, I hope you're doing well. I hope you're getting W's and winning out there. Stay hydrated.
Yeah.
This is your chance. Drink water. Drink whatever fluids that you have nearby.
Yeah.
No one likes it when you're thirsty. I hope we're all doing well out there.
So
All
on
right.
commentary, we got Jamario Ajikin here.
You know it.
And I'm Roger Clark from SF Evolved, and we're just really excited to be at this tournament here. We have a couple more days of this, so we got the rest of today, and
We have-
tomorrow and Saturday.
Yep, second set of pools are going to be tomorrow. We're going to have pool C. We're going to have pools D, E, and F tomorrow. So make sure you check out the site to see who's going to be in those pools and cheer for your faves, or just cheer for everyone having a
Everyone
great
here is
time.
my favorite.
I'm just so happy to see everyone. But both players they're now ready. They're getting
All
into
right.
Orca. Let's go, Chad.
Let's go with Orca.
All right, beautiful from both of them. Both of them showing that they have the chart knowledge on this. I love watching Z putting a little bit of extra oomph in all of those. Here we go into the speed up.
Very nice PFC from both so far.
Both of them, as we talked about, Chaos picking up a miss. Both of them playing at a lower speed. Chaos playing at 2.5, Z playing at, it looks like, if I'm correct, is that 2.75? A little bit faster than that. Yes, and shout out to the Cyber Note skin. This is the tech from a lot of people. If I'm correct, correct me if I'm wrong. The tech is that it's a little bit more transparent and it's not as kind of obnoxious to have if the notes are up in front or if the combo counter's up in front. 375. Okay. So Z.
I'm kind of shook by ZZZ's performance on this. What's going on here? He's just ripping.
He is going
What is this?
crazy.
Let's go.
But Chaos looking also pretty crisp with that MA at those points too. MA that entire run. Wild. Love it, love it, love it.
Jesus.
And Z gets the PFC 2010.
That's so sick. Oh my God.
My guy just rips
So
out
30 piece?
a 30 piece on Orca.
Is that 30?
30.
Oh damn. Jesus. Look at
ZZZ,
that.
as you'll notice, one of the few kind of upper foot toe players out there.
Gabidas, man.
You'd love to see it. Chaos a little bit more of a minimal player, so that kind of helped him out on a lot of those runs. But we're going to go to Triple Journey. Because both players, like I said, just take all the time. You know, there is a time limit, but I would recommend taking all of that time to get a lot of that stamina and that energy back.
Let's copy this timer. Where's the this. TJ challenge, triple
right.
journey.
You saw it before.
This is some straight up stamina MA.
Saw it before with Chris and Spencer, so we get to see how these two handle it.
So Chris and Spencer are, you know, when I think of those guys, I have very strong like ITG vibes. When I think of these guys are old school DDR players. So I feel like the results on some of these songs are going to be pretty different compared to like, you know, what they've been concentrating on throughout their dance game career.
Z with a 99.5, Chaos with a 98.3. So we're going to see, you know.
Yeah, I feel like that's not what I would imagine Chaos's ceiling to be on that.
Correct.
So
and it's a tournament, so I'm expecting to see some up scores.
It's entirely possible for him to AAA it in this tournament.
I'm looking forward to it. Triple Journey Toes Edition. That's right. Root for your faves. Here we go, chat. Here we go.
Here comes the beat.
All right, both players still sitting on that pip as we go into this. Within about 2 points of each other. Doing great. And Chaos picked up a miss right there.
100 combos. Yo, check the crowd.
But, you know, coming out of the miss, Chaos still with a PFC, so miss not doing too much. Just only has him down by about 15 points from Z. And Z picks up his first miss right there.
So it's worth noting here, people in the chat are going crazy about it, but ZZZ he's playing on his toes for the most part. You can see he's doing some flat-footed stuff, but a lot of the footwork he's playing on his toes, which is the way that that Scooby didn't really work out for either of them. But playing on your toes is the way that people first started playing DDR before they moved flat-footed. And there's a lot of players who still do that deliberately, as they just never wanted to change.
We get the freeze, and we're about to go into the first just drills. Oh, here we go. Both of them handling it beautifully. Good job on both players. Z just breaking into the 1900s. Chaos not too far behind by about 30. Here we go into the last run.
Nice, let's go.
All right. Beautiful, beautiful from both of them. You can definitely see ZZZ just kind of like, oh God, I can't believe I did that. All right, so
About a 40 point spread on that.
yeah, 80, looks like 80 and three greats. All right, so next up we have Possession, ESP. Both players definitely feeling the stamina drain on this.
ZZZ was well known for kind of ripping way back in the day at the MIT arcade.
Ooh, yeah, I remember hearing that he was that monster out in those parts. So still playing, still keeping up, being very consistent. Both players, very storied players, a lot of history with the game.
Yeah.
Chaos with, it looks like he does have a PSC at 99.74, so he's looking at about 26. And ZZZ with 4 perfects.
Yeah, so people are asking who's playing. ZZZ, aka Louis. He's old school player who started around 2002, right when DDR Extreme came out, and he's playing on his toes, and he just ripped Orca really hard. On the right, we've got Chaos, aka John, and John is a very well-known player from the San Francisco Bay Area. He's a dancer, and right now he's having a discussion with Oliver, one of the tournament organizers.
I think they're
both
both
of these guys are like
yeah.
really, really tired.
Yeah, they're both, taking advantage of that break that they got. Chatting it out. And that's the thing I do love about these events is that no matter how you feel about you know, whatever the rhythm game scene or how you may feel about like specific charts. It's all love. A lot of us, we haven't seen each other in years. Some of us, you know, may have only known each other from online. So it's really awesome that we get to bring around this international scene and finally get to put faces to names, I like to call it. It's been an absolutely great week so far, and there's so much more to come. As we all converge here at the Mile High City. All right, so they're about to go ahead and get into possession, ESP. I definitely say out of this whole entire set that they played, this is the easier one.
All right, let's go. Possession, probably one of the easier tracks in this set.
Yes.
We can expect good scores from both players on this. ZZZ, keeping the white combo.
All right, as we get to the free slowdown. Chaos with only,
I'll just some flub there and slowdown for ZZZ, but he's making it up for a new white combo.
All right, into the jump section. We clap in our hearts for this section. But can we talk about how they both, even after the kind of like the foibles right there, they're both still sitting on the white combo coming out of it.
They just get a miss or whatever, then bring it right back to white.
All right, get ZZZ getting tripped up a little bit on that.
Got ZZZ on the great there.
They're still sitting on a full combo just from the time that they broke it, so shout out to both of them. As we get to this the little section right here, right before we get to the last jump section. Both of them looking clean, definitely making up for their misses. Actually, they're within 10 points of each other, actually. So this is an actual competitive head-to-head if we were within this situation.
Nice.
All right.
That's
ZZZ, 1846.
Difference is kind of minimal on that one. To reiterate for people who just joined the chat, this is not necessarily a match. What's going on right now is a round-robin pool. So each player in this pool, and you can look on the website to see what the pool is.
We saw, if you're on Twitch, Tiza just posted it in the chat. If you are watching on YouTube,
and
here you go.
Essentially, every player in the pool gets matched up with someone, plays a warm-up set, and then these songs. So everyone is being really drained here. They're being tested. And at the end of the pool, the rankings on each song will be converted into points, and the points will be tabulated, and the top two players from the pool move on to the next bracket.
Yeah, so, and with it, and the pool, and all of the songs are going to be 15 through 18. Because we're all top, you know, this is top level. This is top level DDR.
These are the top 48 players who participated in the qualifying period. And the qualifying, there were, I would say, 200 people, maybe
So,
over
Roger,
that.
let's tell chat, let's tell the audience, what were those qualifying songs?
So the qualifying songs were insanely difficult, and I don't know if I agreed with them personally, but they were
we start
Typhon, Chaos, Terratechnics, Possession 20th, Tokyo Shinwa, Elemental Creation, and Max Period. And all those are just kind of impossible. That was a Renatalis choice.
It was very much a Renatalis choice. Renatalis had great joy at picking those.
All right, so back to the match, or not necessarily the match. Let's just say the pool. What is this?
So we're continuing the pools. We're actually in the last two. So this next one, Try Perfect, as a lot of people like to call it, Saisho Sanbai Kanzansu. So
Yeah.
I thank God for
Saisho Sanbai Kanzensu. Okay. Yeah.
And that is something that I did notice a lot of the players. It's really kind of cool also when you get all these players here. You get to see the little bit of the tech that all these people have kind of adopted.
Yeah.
Some people choosing to use your standard Sudden Plus for the songs that have these wild BPM changes, and then some people just playing with Sudden Plus kind of constantly on.
Yeah, I think Chris just played it on a high-speed mod.
Yeah.
And had most of it memorized.
Correct.
And that's always a strategy if you want to do that.
So it's always very fascinating to see how people adapt to different songs and see and how they process it and kind of strategize going into it. As we look at the scores, we have ZZZ with 99.6, Chaos with 99.3. So both of them pretty close to each other. The only difference is that ZZZ does have a great full combo on this song. As he's showing the camera love right there. So, but once again, I hope all of you are having a good time, enjoying some of this love, some of this good-ass DDR that we have going on today. As all of the best players in the world converge here on the Mile High City. You could have been anywhere else, but you chose to be here. All 480 of you in chat. You love to see it. Thank you so much, every single one of you, for being here. All right, so set that we have the penultimate song between these two for this set. Try Perfect starting right away, not giving you much of a chance. ZZZ playing Sudden Plus right there. Chaos playing with Sudden Plus with a little bit more real estate for him to kind of work with. Both players handling the slow down beautifully, only within a couple of points of each other. Still sitting within a few points of each other, handling the drill as well.
Very, very nice. I'm honestly surprised at both of their performance here.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised by Chaos just absolutely ripping it with a perfect combo. This was his pick, actually.
Oh, that makes sense. That would explain why he's doing so well.
And
Yeah, ZZZ's no slouch on this either, This track is kind of controversial, super gimmicky, a lot of fast runs, a lot of stuff you got to memorize.
And both of them kind of had a little bit of trouble on that drill section right before this slowdown.
I'm also surprised by the fact that the ZZZ playing on his toes doesn't really seem to be impacting his ability to execute those drills.
All right, both of them still within about 10 points of each other. Chaos did pick up a good right there. ZZZ as well. And the awkward pause as they both go up to slap the pad. And within 1 point of each other. Here we go. Let's go. 1903 to 1904. As they laugh it out, just like, are you really?
That's crazy.
Yeah, both of them definitely suffering the equal amount of stamina drain. you can see it. And to our last song, the only 15 of this set. The only 15 of this set. NGO.
Yeah. So NGO, also another controversial song. We're kind of repeating ourselves a little bit, but hey, who knows who has joined the chat and who hasn't in the past little while. NGO is, I would say, one of the trickier 15s, and it's a song that if you're going for the PFC, the perfect full combo on the 15 folder, you're very likely to play this song a lot. So what's going to happen is you're going to have to memorize all the kind of ridiculous little points in this track, and it kind of leads you to, some people end up liking it because they play it so much. I kind of like it.
On top of it, the sync is wild, and it's especially wild on a lot of the slowdowns.
I love broken sync songs. There's just, if the song is on sync, it's free. But
I'm not going to say you're alone on that.
If you mess it up, you got to put your mind into it, you know?
You're not alone on that hill, but the hill is not very populated with that.
I mean, what are we going to do? Just play Awake and, like, you know, just all songs like that, everything's straightforward. No, there's no busted sync, you know, like everything's good.
But yeah, this song is quite something, but it grows on you. As you kind of said before, if you're definitely trying to get that 15 folder clear, you're going to play this song a lot. You're going to play this song
looks like ZZZ has no score on it at all on the 15. So That's kind of interesting.
But he does have the 18. So he's not going in completely blind to it because a lot of like the gimmicks are the same. If anything, it's just the charting is a little technical in a different way.
Yeah.
So to speak. And yeah, Z picking up a couple of those greats in that slowdown. Like I said, it's something happens in those slowdowns because of how this chart is quantized. But Chaos still sitting on that PFC.
You can see ZZZ doing the true old school Toes player thing where he's executing all the crossovers, even if he doesn't have to.
And this song was actually a Pac Rob pick.
Yeah, I can't wait to see Pac Rob play that.
Into the slowdowns.
I'd say Chaos is ripping.
And Z, you know, for what is a sight read of a chart, is still doing pretty well.
I suspect he has seen it because he has a score on the 18. So.
Yes, exactly. You know, familiar with you know the nuances of the chart, but just kind of getting a little bit off on the timing during those really weird sync
Let's watch
sections.
ZZZ's feet like starting right now.
All right, if you're a fan of turns, here we go. Yo, look at those Scoobies are crisp.
Very nice. Very nice. So,
Amazing set. Absolutely amazing set.
Got a
between the two.
70-point difference between these two. Hey. And again, to reiterate, this is not a match. They're playing in a round-robin pool. So no one is winning against each other when they're playing next to each other. So just wanted to make that clear.
Yeah, absolutely. So we just got done with the second pairs, so we still have 4 more competitors to go.
Yeah, it's gonna keep being intense for the entire thing.
All right, but chat, we're going to go ahead and right as we set up for the next set, we're going to go ahead and take a tiny little break, just a few minutes as we just kind of get some logistical stuff settled
For sure.
up. You know, don't go anywhere. If you do, don't go far. Go ahead and stay hydrated. Go ahead and top off your beverage, whatever it may be. Get yourself a little snack. Don't go too far. But we will be right back.
Yeah. See you soon.
Let me show you who I can be when I'm in power. And I'll see what you will believe. I've got the power to cut through all your negativity. I'll sing it louder, cause I'm in power. I'll sing it louder. Let me show you who I can be when I'm in power. And I'll see what you will believe. I've got the power to cut through all your negativity. I'll sing it louder, cause I'm in power. I'll sing it louder now. I'll sing it louder, cause I'm in power. I'll sing it louder now. I'll sing it louder now.
Break down my walls. You know you got me standing so tall. With your love, ain't gonna fall. Because you see me right through it all. With your love, break down my walls. You know you got me standing so tall. With your love, ain't gonna fall. Because you see me right through it all. With your love, with your love, with your love, with your love. Got me down with your love. With your love. With your love, ain't got enough. Got me down with your love. With your love, with your love, with your love. Got me down with your love. With your love, with your love,
And we are back, chat.
Hi. I'm muted. Am I muted?
Are you muted? I hear. Oh, what? Roger, what happened?
It's the wrong.
Not like this, Roger. But we are back as we get ready to sort ourselves right back out. So next up, we have Dwayne and
Yeah, it was the wrong
Pac-Man.
headset.
There it is. Ah, beautiful.
There was a third headset, so.
shout out. And by the way, I want to say also, thank you all of you in chat who not only have been watching, but also have been very vocal about everything with the stream, be it that you're immediate, you're quick to tell us when the audio is, is not on point.
Extremely useful.
You've been very useful, and even like blowing me up if I said something absolutely ridiculous. I absolutely love you. This is what it's all about, keeping all the good feedback going, because we're just trying to, stuff like this high production didn't happen by accident. All of you out there helped shape us, helped push us from all the various tournaments that we've had over the years to getting it to this point.
And the production is also partially thanks to our sponsors, Red Note. Red Note Gaming is an organization designed to promote rhythm games, and they've got a sick arcade in Las Vegas, and they're thinking about maybe doing an East Coast location if there's interest. So if there is interest, go to Red Note Gaming and tell them what you think. You can find them on Twitter.
Yeah, find them on Twitter. Tell them thank you because without them, I'm pretty sure a lot of this wouldn't have been possible for this whole entire weekend, getting all these players out from across the globe here.
And of course, round one deserves an immense amount of credit for hosting the tournament here at the Southwest Plaza Mall in Littleton, Colorado.
A suburb of Denver.
Yeah.
Been very, very accommodating
It's
to all
Denver.
of us, helping us out every step of the way. And actually just kind of almost like they understood immediately how big this event was, and just all hands on deck, getting some of the techs out here, letting us come in early. So
It's really
shout
great.
out to round one for
It's
doing
always
the
a good
thing.
day when you show up to round one before they open.
And they just go hi and just
Yeah.
let you wander in.
You have
and
to
everything.
pry the door open here manually.
Yes, and also shout out to all of the people who have also been involved a little bit behind the scene. The SF Evolve crew, Roger being a part of it, Ohio DDR crew, myself involved. Shout out to Cygnus for doing a lot of the videography and that beautiful intro video. If you happen to miss it, it was awesome. It really just like hits you in your heart, got your soul pumping, just to show how
So
much
good.
the love that goes into DDR and the rhythm games is absolutely great. So shout out to the whole crew. Our TOs, we have Fusion over there, we have Telepron, aka Oliver, Renatalis, and just thank all of you stream monsters out there. All of 426 of you eyeballs out there.
That's a lot of people.
That's a lot of people. That's quite a bit of people all over the world. Just thank you so much for being here. So, we are about to get ready to start. Pac Rob and Dwayne just got done warming up.
Yeah, so Dwayne and Pac Rob.
So
These
Pac
guys-
Rob, talked to him earlier, New York players. So both these players are actually from the same area. Dwayne from the Boston area, the New England area, Pac Rob from New York. So they've come in contact, they play with each other every now and then. Some fun facts about Pac Rob. He's one of the many musicians, actual musicians here in this tournament. He's a drummer for a band that does music, an actual drum instructor, and also one of the kind of quote-unquote old school players, been playing since the Max 2 days on PlayStation.
Yeah, I think he started in DDR Max PlayStation 2. Classic game.
And
Dark Black Forest, really good song.
oh, so good. We'll never see it again. But we have Dwayne, one of the newer players, and I didn't know that he started in 2016. I thought he was playing a lot.
That's relatively
before that.
recent. It's pretty surprising, and he's extremely good.
Very, very good. He goes crazy. Probably arguably like one of the top players in the New England area. Definitely on a lot of people's lists, for sure.
Yeah, I'm not 100% positive that's when Dwayne started, but that's when he said he started.
So we just have to take him at his word, and that's okay. So Pac
Well,
Rob,
take him at what he typed into the thing. It could have been a typo.
yes, they had to fill this out for us. So Pac Rob, 36 perfects. Dwayne, not quite a PFC, but does have a full combo on this.
Yeah, facts. Fascination Max. Everyone loves to shorten it to facts. And
Facts.
You know what's
Big
facts? It's hard.
It's tough.
Pretty much every high-level player ends up being familiar with this song, which is the boss song in the Supernova era. And it's got lots of slowdowns, and it's pretty much the first foot speed Max song.
All right, here we go. And both players go stepping. It sounded real good. Dwayne playing this on mirror, So that tends to play a little bit more to his strengths. Hack Rob sitting on a myth. Already has one myth in the bag today during warm-ups. And they're just, and it looked like Dwayne picked up a miss along the way. Some of those sections like just kind of slipped away from him.
Yeah, I mean the foot articulation you got to have for this. You know, you have to be able to do the really fast foot speed parts. You have to do these tricky gallops with double stepping, and you got to kind of manage a bunch of different techniques in order to get this done.
Yeah, and what kind of makes it a little bit tough on some of those foot speed sections is that you have that burst, that foot speed burst, and then it immediately just like brake checks you. You have to go into like maybe a gallop or something slower. So if you're ever coming against this song for, you know, one of your initial times, it's something that you just kind of have to be aware of. It'll trip you up really good.
Back Rob still ripping with the grateful combo.
All right, Dwayne having a little bit of trouble on some of those burst patterns right there.
It's a tough track to execute without warming up for a while.
That is true. Dwayne actually one of the last competitors to get here today. Like actually just kind of just arrived, so to speak.
So yeah, we got about 100 points EX spread on this one.
So hopefully, you know, that was a little bit of an adjustment for Dwayne. You know, they had their warm-ups earlier on off camera. So hopefully Dwayne does dial it in. I do notice that Dwayne does, he's definitely a person who definitely needs to kind of like dial it in. He warms up and then he starts just popping off. So, you know, we still have 7 more songs to go, Chaos being the next one. And, you know, if you've been watching the stream this entire time, we've had some things to say about Chaos. Chaos being a song it is a skill check. It is a knowledge check of a song.
And you're right, this is Dwayne's pick, right? Or who?
This is Dwayne's pick.
Oh, interesting. All right, let's see how this goes.
I mean, if you look at it, Dwayne has 80. He has 3 more perfects of a high score over Pac Rob.
Yeah.
And Dwayne is known for ripping Chaos. So
we'll see. I mean, both of those are under 20 perfects, which is ridiculous. I feel like that spread on that high score is just negligible.
It's very negligible. It's about even, I would say. So I'm hoping. Oh, Dwayne's rubbing his shin. I heard him say it a little bit tender, playing on a little bit of a soft injury. All right, as both players taking advantage of that break time that they have. And once again, shout out to all of you beautiful folks for coming out here and watching some good ass DDR. We're going to go into the next song, Chaos CSP. This is Dwayne's
challenge.
pick. So we're going to see how it serves him. All right, and both of them now picked up a perfect.
Yeah, so both of these guys know what they're doing on this one.
Yeah, so much so that their ghost steps are actually identical. Oh, Pac Rob kind of rushed his step a little bit right there, and you can kind of see it. He kind of hunched forward a little bit. So that gave him his first grade. Still, in terms of head-to-head, still 1 point ahead of Dwayne right now. Dwayne picking up a series of perfects, still sitting on that PFC right now. Oh, beautiful, beautiful stepping from the both of them.
So they're pretty close. I would say that it makes sense that this was Dwayne's pick. He still got the perfect full combo, and his timing is really good.
Yeah, he actually just picked up a perfect after about 120 steps. here we go into the last run.
Oh, let's go.
All right, beautiful.
Let's go.
Dwayne picking up the PFC
Damn.
24.
Damn, look at this 13.
Oh, 34. 13 and 2.
13 piece? What? What is that? What is that?
Yo, I want to take that I want to take all of that PA, that MA, and the Ghost Step, and you just put it in a bowl and just harvest it. It was
Slop it
beautiful.
up.
Oh, it's so good. This is what I'm talking
Slap
about.
it up
Shaq.
like that, like those Cocoa Krispies that
That
are
Pac
powering
Rob.
Pac Rob right now.
Yeah, Pac Rob said he only got 2 hours of sleep last night, and the only reason he's able to play is that I kid you not, an entire box of Cocoa Krispies that was right there on the pad that he is just scooping handfuls into his mouth.
It's getting directly converted.
Hey man, energy, you know,
converting the Krispies
directly
into Marvelous.
into ATP, just mitochondrial food right there.
It's the crispy to ATP to MA conversion.
You'll hear it say, some of these competitors are just built different, Chad. And that is a great thing because of it, we get to see some good ass DDR this entire week. This is what happens when you get the best of the best on the planet together
ridiculous.
in one space. We get treated. We all get to. I hope you are entertained, Chad. I hope you are enjoying all of this because there's so much more to come.
Yeah. And what's about to come is life. We're about to come to life. This track, I feel like for these guys, both of these guys have really good accuracy, and this song is not that complicated. The crossover runs and the Scooby at the end are the hardest parts about it, but the rest of it is just, you pretty much got a haul. And
Yeah.
I think both of these guys can do that.
Dwayne does have a PFC on this where Pac Rob doesn't. However, Pac Rob is
sure?
kind of going crazy on this. Pac Rob with a 98.6, I do believe, was his PB. Oh, and Dwayne picked up a miss right there.
Oh, it's still early.
All right, Pac Rob still sitting on that PFC. All right, here we go into this first section, and Dwayne picking up a little bit of a miss. I think his foot placement was a little bit off right there.
Yeah, it looks like both of them had trouble with the crossovers there.
Yeah.
The turns. A strategy for this song is you basically have to memorize which direction the crossovers go for each of those runs.
Yeah, and the song moves at 180, so if you're placing it wrong, you don't have much of a chance to kind of auto-correct it. You're going to pick up like a miss.
And they're both reading at 3.5,
Yeah.
which is quite fast.
Shout out to over 600 boys out there. Yeah, Dwayne picking up a little bit of a miss.
It's flying, as they say in DDR. Airplane mode.
Yeah, I think Dwayne is a little bit gassed. He did say his shin was kind of bothering him, so he's just going to take it on this one. So Pac Rob going to go ahead and just drill the rest of this song out. It is important to kind of put out there though, chat, with this not being a head-to-head, taking a fail on the song isn't ideal because it ends up kind of affecting your overall score. The thing that determines who moves out of pools is going to be your overall score, as well as like your score on
your rankings.
Your rankings on those songs
relative to the other players on each song.
Yeah, so
are converted into points, and then those points are added at the end.
Yeah, so in some cases, even if your score is not going to be great, it might just be better to just go ahead and just take whatever the score is, as opposed to like a fail, which kind of just cements where you're going to be. But
yeah, it's possible that, so Dwayne got here today, right?
Correct.
Did Pac Rob get here today?
Pac Rob, no, he got here last night.
I see. So, I mean, I'm not an expert or a doctor or anything, even though I say lots of stuff that I don't know. I feel like
We are not giving medical advice.
No medical advice.
Disclaimer.
Maybe you don't want to only eat Cocoa Krispies or drink
Okay, he
Monster
got here.
or whatever.
You said that he got here Tuesday.
Okay, so he may have been acclimated to the altitude better than Dwayne.
Yeah.
Just by virtue of sleeping in Denver a couple nights. You know?
Yeah, there's definitely a little bit something to that. Like, granted, you're not going to be just kind of like fully acclimated off of just, everyone here probably got here on Monday, so maybe like 2 or 3 days. You're not going to be fully adjusted to Denver as if you've lived here for a long time. But it does help if you kind of have like that extra day to kind of do life, so to speak, and also sleep in it. You're kind of you already went through kind of like that early, like, ooh, the woo factor. That's right there.
Yeah.
And yes, a lot of people were on the True Blue Cruise. Shout out to the Life 4 crew for organizing the True Blue Cruise. I heard good times were had by all as they went through the Bahamas, went and visited Coco Cay. A well-needed vacation for a lot of people. So, as we go up next song we are going to be here getting Orca again, getting a top-tier sea mammal and a top-tier song with the top-tier chart. Orca ESP, as we said before, BPM changes, a lot of stops and gimmicks. This song is a skill check. It's also a little bit challenging because during some of those parts with the slowdowns, there's a lot of kind of like crossover patterns, a lot of speed patterns, and a lot of the tech that we see out of a lot of the high players is that you do play this at a higher speed than you normally would, just because those slowdown sections are very vital.
Yeah.
And you just kind of softly memorize the speed up sections. There's only a couple of them in this song.
The high score from Dwayne here is 999,620, and from Pac Rob is 991 and some change. This probably indicates that Dwayne has played this drastically more than Pac Rob has.
I would say so. The only kind of equalizer now is that with Dwayne just recently getting here, and also, he was talking about he hurt his shin. So it's kind of affecting him a little bit. His stamina is a little bit taxed. He might not have the foot speed that he needs to. But so far, both players started off super strong as we go into the first stop. All right, as we get ready to go into the first slowdown. Both players choosing to play this at 2.25, so they're both choosing to read this at a speed that's a little bit more comfortable for the speed up sections. And it's paying off as Dwayne just picked up his first grade. Pac Rob picked his up a little bit before. And Dwayne broke combo right there. His MA is pretty good. He's pretty good kind of coming out of it, but like I said, I think some of that, the shin pain that he's having and a little bit of the Denver altitude is kind of getting to him. Pac Rob picking up a miss right there too. All right, here we go into this first section.
Yeah, I'm surprised by Pac Rob's execution on this, considering his record it looked like the record of someone who had played it when it first came out and then forgotten about it.
Mind you, 99.6 isn't bad. That means that you could full combo it clean and easily in
I think it was 991.
991. Okay, so that means you can full combo it, and that just means that like the PFC is pretty close to reach if you kind of drill the song a little bit more. All right, and Pac Rob 1956, Dwayne 1828. Dwayne looking a little kind of strained on that one. And yes, shout out to Camellia. As I said before, just recently put out a long version of this song on his new album, Ashed Wings. We have a couple of long versions on that. And as I also said before, Camellia went ahead and negotiated to have all of the Konami original songs, the long versions, included on all streaming platforms. So definitely go ahead and give that album a listen. It's hype. It gets you going. It gets the blood moving. It's on all your streaming platforms. So speaking of getting you moving, we're going to Triple Journey.
Let's go. I mean, with the altitude and Dwayne Shin, this song is going to be.
It's gonna really
rough.
tax him. I do believe we're gonna see how he's gonna do. I'm glad to see him taking advantage of every break that they're given right now.
He's got a tight schedule, so I assume that based on his profession, he's a high school math teacher.
Yes.
So it's not quite as easy to get several days off.
Not
to
at
fly
all.
to Denver when you're doing a job like that. So it makes sense that he got here as kind of when he did. I would say that's a pretty selfless career. So shout outs to all the teachers.
Yes.
Especially Dwayne, who's both ripping at DDR and kind of inspiring the minds of the future with the important,
the
details
knowledge,
of mathematics.
the knowledge to go out there in the world and do math good. Because you know what a lot of
putting
people.
up numbers on DDR, and he's getting the numbers in people's minds.
As I said, still one of the top players in the New England area, like without question. He's up there in the conversation when you talk about the players out from that region. So both players still kind of finishing up that little bit of the break that they get. Absolutely take all that time. This, as the kids say, this Denver air hit different.
Yeah, it hits way different. Sucks all the moisture out of your body. It doesn't get enough oxygen in there, but people who become acclimated, they it's like a training mechanism.
It is. This is. I was about to say we are in the hyperbolic time chamber right now. All right, so they're talking out with the TO. I'm ready to see some more good ass DDR.
Triple Journey.
Triple Journey.
Triple Journey challenge.
Do you like doing 16th runs at 192 BPM?
I think we all love it.
Well, good, because there's a song for you, and it's called Triple Journey. Here we go, chat. All right, here we go. Take off. Both players still sitting on a full combo. Dwayne picked up a grade on the second step, but is doing a good job of holding on to it, especially talking about what we were talking about earlier. Pac Rob still sitting on that PFC. Knock on wood that it continues. We like to see it. All right, Dwayne picking up a couple misses right there. Pac Rob doing beautifully right there. Here we go into the what I like to call a little bit of a break before you start actually sending it off, and you don't really get much else in terms of breathing room after that.
It's just some eighth notes for a very short period.
Yeah, Dwayne also playing this song on Mirror.
And break time is over. With the Scooby. It just nails it.
Very impressive MA up until that miss from Dwayne. Absolutely gorgeous handling it.
Yeah, people pointing out that Pac Rob is bracketing a lot of this song. Looks like they're both getting pretty tired.
All right, here goes the first drill. Beautiful, beautiful. Considering that they're both exhausted. Dwayne handling as best as he can. All right, last run.
Damn.
Woo! Clap it up. Show him some love, chat. Dwayne, 1921. Pac Rob, 2020 or 2013.
They're both kind of gassed, it seems like. And they still have 3 songs left.
Yeah, we have Possession, Try Perfect, and NGO.
Possession is not a huge stamina drain, and NGO is not a huge stamina drain, but Try Perfect.
Try Perfect's going to get you at that one.
You gotta try.
Get you.
It's both mentally and physically draining.
All right, love. Send some love. Send some of your spirit energy to both of these competitors.
Yeah, they need the key.
Yes, not only
beam it over here.
Not only are
Beam it
they
up here.
are they putting it all out there, but doing their best in in these absolutely crazy conditions.
It's also important to note that this performance that they're having right now, we've got plenty of other pools left.
Yes.
In the tournament, and so after all of the players play these pools, essentially what's going to happen is their rankings on each song will be added up, and the top 2 players from each pool will be moving on.
Correct.
But it's possible that future players in this pool, which we have Fideline and Blastoise coming up after this.
Yeah, so they're going to go ahead and round out the pool, and then after that we're going to get some result. So
my point was kind of along the lines of we don't actually know what's going to happen.
Correct.
With the pool until it's all over. So, like it's in both of these guys' best interest to try as hard as they can on every song, even if they are gassed, because you never know what the next guys are going to feel like.
Exactly.
They might be even more gassed. They might be, worse at memorizing some of this stuff. We just got to see.
Yeah, so I mean that just goes to show even more the high level of play, that they're still able to put up all of these scores.
Yeah, I mean
with
the performance on Chaos by Pac Rob, both of these guys playing Fax and Come to Life. That's a lot of work.
That's a lot. That's
a lot of work.
That'll wreck a lot of people to begin with. I mean, to kind of put it in perspective, chat, what they're doing now, it kind of feels like if we were to do head-to-head, and maybe this is like grand finals, this is like going through a bracket reset.
Yeah.
So you're playing 2 full sets and then 2 more on top of it. And that'll win just about everybody. But both of them going crazy right now on possession.
He's got that ice combo.
The Denver Snow combo. Here we go, that Rocky Mountain combo.
So we can tell you who picked the song. Putting it on screen, probably not practical right now, but we can tell you.
I'm not sure who picked possession. Ooh, this is one of the mystery picks. So each player was supposed to write their name and submit it on a note card, and a couple people just didn't write their names. But we at least got that for you. It looked like Pac Rob did pick up a miss somewhere along the way, and I think Dwayne might have too. But both of them still within 1 point of each other. Ooh, that MA was looking godlike.
These guys are ripping pretty hard on possession.
And once again, Pac Rob, you can tell he's bracketing this entire section and doing really good at it. Dwayne a little bit more active. It's absolutely lovely seeing the difference in play between the two. And Dwayne.
All right. Nice job, guys. PFC by Dwayne.
Dwayne only got one miss.
We got
Yeah.
a 36
and one miss.
Oh, that wasn't a PFC. Did he get a miss early on?
Yeah.
I
And
see.
Pac Rob
I see.
41 and 3 misses.
Yeah, Pac Rob's bracketing on that was pretty good.
It was very impressive. Bracketing in DDR is not something you see very often outside of very specific songs.
Yeah.
But Pac Rob making it look great, still keeping up an incredible combo run all the way until the end with just simple bracketing. Bracketing is a tough skill to learn.
Yeah, it's a completely valid strategy, especially for some particularly difficult tech.
Yes.
Mastering bracketing will allow you to do things like, there's some Scoobies, which, for instance, the one in Come to Life, which we'll see again. If you can learn to bracket that, it might be more reliable than trying to rip the Scooby.
It's also useful for a stamina conservation sense too. So
Yeah.
if you happen to be at some patterns that you know really well, and they just kind of flow really nicely, you can just go ahead and bracket them and kind of conserve some of your energy a little bit to save for maybe like the next song, or if it happens to get way crazier at the end of the song in the case of some things. So they're about to go ahead and get into their last songs. Their last two songs. We're going to have Try Perfect and then NGO. NGO being Pac Rob's thing. So it's going to be. It's going to be.
That should be nice.
We're going to see how that is. NGO being the only 15 in this entire set. Every other song is a 16 and up.
Yeah. So, Saisho Sambai Kanzensu. Least tri-perfect number, I think, is
Yes.
what it is.
Yep.
Something like that.
Least triple perfect, yeah. This is your reminder, chat. Drink some water. Stay hydrated.
Yeah.
You may not be in Denver where the air is a little bit arid and literally Pokemon absorbs the moisture out of you like an Oddish. But you should still stay hydrated. It's very important.
All right, so next track is this Tri-Perfect number song. And let's see what their scores are. Dwayne with a 974 and Pac Rob with a 990. That says a lot about how much these guys play this song. I would say, based on my own personal taste, and what I'm seeing from a lot of these people is that people might not like it that much.
It's a song that is, I mean, it's an acquired taste of a song.
It could be that it's just so gimmicky.
Yeah.
That, you know, it's a natural 17 to avoid, especially if you're not whether you're going for the folder or not. You know, a lot of people leave it for one of the last songs.
I will say over the past couple of years that the Since song is released, this has been popping up in a lot more card draws. So
yeah.
I think a lot of players are starting to kind of see the value of maybe doing a little bit better than a sight read or just kind of getting that one and done in. So yeah, I think it's starting to kind of get onto that list. You know, it's not quite up there as say Triple Journey and stuff like that, where it's you better have a good score, or even some of the Evolved songs. But it's starting to rear its head and kind of, you know, G-check, if you will, kind of status check a couple of people on that. And we're kind of seeing that this week. I mean, earlier on we had ZZZ sight read it, complete sight read. And it was ZZZ or was it Spencer? Complete.
Yeah, Spencer.
Spencer. Spencer.
He had he had a fail score on it, but it was pretty clear that it was probably as close to sight read as you can be without, with having played it before.
Yeah, and did really good. I think he got a 97 on it. Which is not bad for a complete sight read of this song. This song is brutal, and as you said before, it's deceptively brutal. It's deceptively brutal, and it's really mentally taxing, especially if you're not very familiar with everything that this song is going to do. But chat, all you stream monsters out there, all 485 of you lovely, beautiful human beings out there. Y'all are great. I'm glad that you're all having a good time for this lovely Invitational International Tournament that we call Upbeat Denver 2023. You could have been anywhere, but you chose to be here, just cheering on all your favorite players from around the world. Looking forward to it. Let's try to get this to 500. I know we can do it. Here we go, chat. Eyes open. Dwayne, Pac Rob. Penultimate song, both of them starting off beautifully. Dwayne picking up a couple of greats right there. Dwayne playing this at 2.75. So playing it a little bit faster than average for most people. And just as a reminder, this does go up to, I do believe, 400 BPM towards the end. 440. So it's going to be, it might be an advantage to maybe kind of peek on the side of Pac Rob, just, kind of get that equal. He's not playing it on the mirror like he's been playing in some of these other songs throughout the tournament. And Dwayne picking up his first grade right there, about 185. Both players handling the slowdown perfectly.
Yeah, it's honestly, again, I'm somewhat surprised by how well they're doing based on the scores that they had and their EM Amusement records.
Yeah, and Dwayne picking up his first mix on that little burst right into the speed up. That's usually a part that gets a lot of people right there. All right, Pac Rob finally picking up his first miss, but continuing to PFC right outside of it. Going into about 1300 EX right now. All right, both players take their chance to get their breather. A little less intense section right here. right, here we go. We're going to kick into this last part right before we get to the lengthy pause.
Whoa.
Beautiful. Both players combo all the way up into the pause. Here we go into the speed up, 440 right here. And we both did, and both of them. Shout out to both players. Chat, show some love to Pac Rob and Dwayne.
Yeah, these
Finishing
guys,
this entire set.
amazing players, both from the, the East Coast, Northeast area.
Northeast area. Both players definitely showing that stamina drain. Both players gas. Show some love to them, chat.
They're mad sweat. Pac Rob is dripping right now, dripping with sweat and raw skill.
Raw skill. You love to see it. Well, as we said before, during warm-ups earlier on, pulling an MFC off. So absolutely great showing from both players. So we are about to get ready to wrap up this pool with our last two players. Both of the players that I would say not only have probably taken the furthest journey here to be here, but also have some of the biggest fans in the chat. We have Fideline and Blastoise from Australia, Fideline from Chile.
Yeah, so we'll talk more about them here in a moment. NGO, final song for Dwayne and Pac Rob. And you said this was Pac Rob's pick?
This was Pac Rob's pick.
What's his score on it?
Pac Rob has a score of 99.852. Great full combo. Dwayne has, I'm sorry, I'm reading that wrong. I read the wrong one. Pac Rob has 11 perfects on this one. Dwayne with 57.
Damn.
So yes, this is very much Pac Rob's pick.
That 11, that's
pretty spicy. That's pretty spicy.
I got to give it up for a 11 piece on NGO.
Roger, that's pretty spicy. I'm just saying. Yeah. All right, Dwayne locks it in.
But who knows? Anything can happen.
All right, here we go. Final song of this set
go,
between
boys.
these two. Here we go, chat. Ooh, Dwayne picking up a miss. I think he was trying to double step and just kind of was a little bit off. All right, and Pac Rob picking up his first perfect at 93, so still sitting on that PFC. Dwayne with this one miss, but PFC still the same. About 20 points between the two of them.
The tricky part coming up here with this jump looks like they weren't tricked at all.
Pac Rob doing a good job of ghost stepping, only picking up one perfect. Definitely showing he has a song knowledge of that. Ghost stepping off beat, which is perfect for that section. Dwayne picked up a great during that awkward step section. Pac Rob just downgraded to a perfect, but still sitting on a full combo. All right, here we go into the run.
They're both using different turn mods. Dwayne is using a regular, right?
Yeah, Dwayne regular. And it looked like Pac Rob did left and worked out for him.
Whoa! Whoa! Oh my God!
With 9.
Look at that!
9 and 2.
Look at that 9 perfects on NGO.
Jeez! Woo. Woo. As Cloud craps it up, chat, once again, give it up to Pac Rob and Dwayne.
Yeah.
Playing out of their mind, playing while gas.
Just
One with
amazing.
lack of sleep and Cocoa Krispies in his stomach, and the other one thinking
got
about
here.
lesson plans and just showed up.
Just got here. So, we're going to take a short break.
Just a quick one. Just a little baby break.
Yeah.
Nothing too major.
And how about I use this opportunity to adjust this camera here?
Oh boy. We're doing it live, chat. We're doing it live. That's right. We're live.
Okay, that's too low. Tell me when it's good.
Keep on going up. Keep on going up.
No way.
You're gonna keep on going up. You're just, it's cool. We're just gonna go a little too far up. Perfect. Stop. Leave it there.
People said that I was too low in the frame, but maybe I'm just hunching.
Maybe you are.
I don't know.
But yes, chat, we're going to go ahead and take a little bit of a break. We're going to have Blastoise and Fidoline up next to round out the end of this set.
And it'll be a very short break because I want to talk about both of these players since they
came
from
far.
a long way away.
First time in America for both of them, too.
Let's go.
Love to see it.
All right.
All right, chat. Don't go far. We'll be right back. Now, chat. So this person right next to me, some of you may recognize him. Some of you may recognize him. Oh my God. As I do it live. But because of the special circumstances of these two people coming up, we decided to get someone on the mic. Pollux, say hi to all of your fans and the people out there.
Hi people, how's everyone?
And some of you also might not know, habla español.
Yeah, español. Para todos los amigos de Chile, para todos los de Colombia, todos los que estamos viendo, apoyando de Latinoamérica, hispanoparlantes, hacer fuerza.
So because of this, we decided that we wanted to get a Spanish speaker on the commentary as well to just kind of see what's going on, say, talk about what he thinks, what's going on with that. And for the most part, I'm going to let you rock. I'm going to chime in with, I understand a little bit. I grew up speaking Spanish as a kid, but we're just going to let this rock. We have Blastoise versus the big fan, Fideline. Here we go. First time in America for both of them. Let's get it, chat.
Ok, listo. Entonces, en este momento van a estar Fideline con Joshua, Blastoise. Blastoise de Australia, Fideline de Chile. La primera canción que nos está saliendo de todo el set que está jugando el grupo es Fascination Max. Pues obviamente la conocemos un poco más. Obviamente es una canción algo dura para empezar, pero hay que darla con toda. Bueno, la parte lenta, Fideline saca sus primeros sets. George Steele aún tiene el gold combo, que un par de miss para
Fideline picked up a miss. Both players
sí,
picked up a
ambos
miss.
tuvieron un miss. Pero Josh, Blastoise mantiene los Marvelous y Fideline también está teniendo buenos Marvelous. Ambos la están manteniendo muy bien. Bueno, esperemos esta parte porque aquí es donde viene la parada y recuerden que puede pasar cualquier cosa. En la primera.
Right. Blastoise was just about
Sí,
20 lead,
un
20
Bull
over.
iniciando. Okay. Ya, Blastoise se está agarrando un poco más. Aún le falta acostumbrarse, si me ha dicho que le falta un poco y pues es las primeras veces que está jugando con la cabina blanca. Pero va bien, va muy bien. Okay, unos pequeños errores también de ambos. Oh,
Alright.
al final.
Alright, so Fideline with 1748 and Blastoise 50 points over with 1790.
Va primero, quedó 1798. Yeah. 1798.
Alright. And if I'm correct, Fideline is from Santiago?
Yeah.
Santiago, Chile.
Santiago.
Yeah, fun facts, chat. Chile, the average elevation is over 1,000 feet just across the entire country. So a little, Fideline might not have as much trouble adjusting to the weather, to the altitude compared to say Blastoise, in which sea level, very sea level on an island in the middle of the ocean. But love that they both are here. First time in America for both of them. Fidel, it's actually his first time this week playing on official cab.
Yeah, it's first time.
Playing on not only the white cab but also the gold cab. He said he's loving it. He's having such a good time. And
He's so happy, like he's enjoying everything. He's just like everything is new. He's just like meeting everyone, like I was telling some people yesterday too. It's like the first time that you see everyone for the first time, every person that you see on YouTube for years. It's amazing.
All right, here we go. Next song, Chaos, CSP.
Recuerden, esta viene con muchísimas paradas. Hay que tenerla bien estudiada. Ok, Fidel empieza con un grave. Otro pequeño error. Ok, viene Blastoise. Sigue con el full perfect. Sí, Fidel me comentó que si no había jugado mucho esta canción, entonces. Bueno, un par de como trades. Fidel la mantiene. sigue sacando buen score, no ha sacado mal grades. Ok, sí, Fidel lo mantiene, intenta sacar la mayor cantidad de Marvel posible. Bien, muy bien ahí, ambos. Ok, un par de paradas más. Bien para ambos. Oh, vamos Fidel. El final. Ok, viene el cruce. Recuerden que este cruce fue donde Chris tuvo un par de problemas también. Bastante agresivo. Sí.
All right, good finish from both of them. All right, so Blastoise 1182 and Fidelin with 1052.
182. Blastoise 1052 para Fidel. La siguiente canción.
So next up we have Come to Light, a CSP.
Come to Life Challenge.
All right, so Blastoise has a PFC on this one with a very impressive 35 perfects, actually.
35 perfects, full perfect para Blastoise. Obviamente Fidel, sé que esta canción también la tiene muy bien. Las canciones así ha jugado bastante en los 18. Entonces esperemos pues que no se vea muy afectado por la altura. Pero ya verán, ambos son muy buenos jugadores. Vamos a ver cómo se sienten en este momento con las dos canciones.
All right, and once again, all of you, thank you so much. Whether you are tuning in from here in the U.S., overseas in Asia, or for all of my amigos y amigas down in South America, we like you, we love you. Thank you so much for being here. You are wonderful.
Sí, muchas gracias por apoyar, por estarnos viendo a todos, por apoyar a Chile, Colombia. Ya saben, todos somos uno solo. Entonces, vamos por la nueva. A ver, Come to Life. Empieza. Ok, pues este empieza con buenos perfects. Y él también empieza con su full perfect. Primera descarga. Muy bien para ambos. Ok.
Well done for both of them. Tito picking up his first great right in that slowdown. Blastoise still sitting on the PSC. Both players are ripping it right now. Let's go.
Muy bien, entonces un poco de descanso. Una descarga. El pequeño cruce. Eso, van bien. Blastoise mantiene el full perfect, vamos muy bien. Y él también mantiene el combo. Él solamente tiene un par de grades. Pero vamos, está llevándolo bastante bien. Y está llevando muy buenos mármoles. Eso, muy bien. Vamos muchachos. Ya, vamos, que ya falta poco. Ese pedazo un poco de concentración. Muy bien para ambos. Oh, vamos Fidel. Vamos, esto es la llave todavía.
Muy bien.
Vamos Fidel, un poco más. Se ve cansado. Ven que la altura ya le empieza a afectar un poco en la respiración, pero va muy bien. Oh, al final casi tenemos un full perfect.
Absolutely. Good song. Good set from those two.
Blastoise 42 perfects, 5 grades al final. Y Fidel también agarró la AAA con 2301, 2348.
All right. Blastoise 2348. Fidel with 2308. All right. So first set out the way. Both of them going to go ahead and now take their break as we go ahead and queue up the next one. So giving the thumbs up. Yo, shout out to everyone in the chat from both sides of the globe, showing love to their faves. Everyone, all the Aussie fans in chat, all of the Fidel fans in chat. I absolutely appreciate you once again coming on and providing some love to all of our friends down in South America and all the Spanish speaking.
Yeah, we're just one family. We're just.
I love it. I love the family. We're growing the family even more with rhythm games. Familia, you are wonderful. We like having you here. Looking forward to hopefully getting you all out there more, getting out to more tournaments, seeing more from you guys down there. Because as you see, there's some good ass DDR down there. There's some good ass DDR.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, there's one of my friends, Kyo. He was going to come.
Yeah, shout out to Kyo. We really tried to get him to come. He's from Colombia. Just a lot of bureaucracy, a lot of the stuff going on with getting him a visa to come here. The waiting period was just so long, and we just couldn't make it happen. I know he was bummed that he couldn't go, but shout out to Kyo. We're still sending him a jacket. You're still getting a jacket on your way.
He will be here. He will be here soon, and I know that he's going to just like crush it.
God, I really wanted him to kind of. He's one of the people that, out of all the people that are coming from across the globe that I haven't met, that I know from person, he was one of the people I was really excited about meeting. His people would have been like, yo, Kyo would have popped off, been just shouting, just throwing "Vamos!" just everywhere. That's what I love. I play fighting games too, so there's a lot of fighting games from the South American crew, and you guys are so much fun. I love you guys. But here we go. We are doing Orca next up. Let's see how both players handle the speed downs and the slow downs they give it to you, Shark.
Es buena canción para ambos. Ambos los tienen muy bien entrenada. Entonces, vamos a ver cómo les va. Listo. Están bien con las paradas al principio. Ambos van muy bien. Mantienen el full perfect. Muy bien ambos. Eso, muy bien. Primeros gritos para Fidel. Leslie mantiene el full perfect. Ambos están haciéndolo muy bien. Fidel está manteniendo muy buenos marbles. Me alegro mucho porque para los de Chile, yo estaba hablando muchísimo con él. Entonces él me ha comentado muchas cosas. Una de las cosas que se sentía extraño era con el timing, pues jugando en ambas máquinas, entonces sentía una diferencia. Pero en este momento está sintiendo mucho mejor el marble y lo está pisando mucho mejor y se ve. Tiene el combo muy bien. Oh, me
First miss.
Bien, vamos bien ambos. Un poco más, un par de paradas y ya está. Pequeños cruces. Un switch ahí. Listo. Listo. Blaze mantuvo un full combo con un par de grades. Fidelín también tuvo un buen score.
All right. Oops. Apologies. Wrong button.
Okay, listo.
We're doing it live, chat. That was my bad. That was all me. All me. But man, you gotta appreciate, like you said, that Fidel, he's never played on official cast, and he's still putting up really, really good scores.
Yeah, he's
Getting a full combo to Orca all the way to about 500 is nuts. It is incredible. Absolutely love it. So we have Triple Journey coming up. Blastoise has actually, if I'm reading that correctly, he has a very high Grateful combo. So probably about one great. 99-10 is no slouch of a score.
Este es un dato. Blastoise, él hace poco por fin tuvo este full perfect. Hay una parte que hace un cruce que espero que lo puedan ver. Es como la técnica que cada uno tiene, hay que buscar como la mejor manera de hacerlo. Hay diferentes formas de hacer cada canción y él entendió una técnica nueva para uno de los cruces que es fuerte aquí. Y él también es muy bueno con esa canción, es muy bueno con las 18. Se ven cansados, se ven afectados un poco por la altura, pero son muy buenos jugadores.
All right, both players gave the thumbs up. We are about to rock. We are on our 5th song, chat. Triple Journey. Let's go.
Listo. Triple Journey Challenge, nivel 18. Primer grade para Fidel. Viene la primera descarga. Muy bien, empiezan bastante bien ambos. Un combo. Blaze mantiene su full perfect y él solo veo un great. Muy bien para ambos. Aquí adelante viene un pequeño cruce. Solamente, si quieren solamente en este momento vean a Blastoise como da el giro al revés. Oh, se le fue. Y él va muy bien, y él mantiene el full grade. Mantiene el full combo. Vamos, muchachos. Y él está muy bien, está dándole bastante bien. Un par de cruces ahí, pero mantiene el combo.
Vamos. Oh.
Vamos Chile, ¿dónde están las banderas? Vamos, fuerza Fidel.
Oh, muy bien.
Eso. Full combo, viene el full combo para Fidel. Bien. Muy bien.
Yo, and Fidel with a full combo. Blastoise 2154, Fidel 2084, full
Solo
combo.
tuvo un grade, y Fidel full combo. Muy bien.
Muy bien. Pop off for your boy. Absolutely. All right, so we are about to go into our next song. We're going to go to...
Esta la
We're
conoces mucho más.
Was that-
Yeah, everyone knows the song.
Everyone knows this song. You want to talk about the original inventors of the clap. We're here. I want to see some love in chat from everyone. Blastoise, it looks like he has he has 4 perfects. 4
Yeah.
perfects as his record on this song.
Fidel doesn't show the record, but he told me like he gives this song single digits.
Regularly.
Yeah, so
Fantastic.
this one is going to be a real good match.
Good. Love to see it. If you've never heard me do commentary, I always like to refer to stuff like this as some good ass DDRs. Mwah.
Yeah,
Mwah. Muy bueno.
Yeah.
Good DDR.
banger. So, this is just like for the party. This is amazing song.
So possession. Is this? Do you know if this was Fidel's pick? If you did pick this
Yeah,
song?
he picked
So
this
this was
one.
Fidel's pick. Oh, it's about to get spicy, chat. So just in case you were wondering, Fidel just made an EMU's account because there's no official hardware of DDR in South America at all. So this was his first time playing on these caps. So we actually had to get him an EMU's account and get some of these scores on there. So anytime he does travel back to the US or if he does travel to another region, he'll just be able to hop on and continue his path.
Listo. Ya están un
Yes,
poco listos
Chad.
los muchachos, están descansando un poco. Bueno, muchachos de Chile, muchachos de Colombia, vamos a hacerle fuerza a los dos.
Oh, y Brasil as well.
Brasil, saludos a todos los de Brasil. Esta es muy buena canción, vamos a ver muy buenos récords. Oh, el primer perfect para Josh. perfect. Fidel también saca su primer perfect. Listo, empiezan. Fidel tiene una pequeña ventaja. Primer pedazo un poco lento. Se vienen los saltos. Ambos van muy bien para ambos. Eso, vamos, ambos van muy bien. Vamos Chile. Bien, muchachos. Qué bien. Oh, un error para Blastoise. Y él va muy bien, va perfecto. Perfecto. 3 perfectos. Vamos. Vamos Chile. Vamos Fidel. Perfect. Vienen los otros saltos. Después de estos saltos ya vienen un poco. Acá llegan un poco cansados, pero vamos. Fidel mantiene muy buenos perfects. Este también la mantiene. Ha cometido más errores. Vamos Fidel. Bien, muy bien. Vamos Fidel, muy buen score.
All right.
12 perfects.
Fidel, 15 perfects. Blastoise, 16,
15.
1 good
15
and
perfects.
2 misses.
Y Blastoise 16 con 2 miss.
Good job. Awesome play from both of them. You could tell that was definitely Fidel's pick.
Yeah.
Yo, I see all the vamos and the eso popping off in chat. Let's go.
That's it.
All of the love from all of our Spanish-speaking friends down in South America and all over the world. And we just finally crossed 500 eyeballs on this stream. Let's go. Thank you so much, all of you out there.
500 viewers para todos.
So,
Estamos todos juntos.
all right. So we are about to get to the end of this set. Next up, we have Try Perfect and NGO. Yeah,
Really
I
hot
would say
trunks.
compared to both of them are actually handling the set pretty well. Blastoise a little bit kind of, a little bit exhausted. Fidel, at worst, I can say, he's hugging the fan right now and cooling off, a little bit sweaty, a little bit hot, but both of them doing really well, putting a really good show up there for both the players who traveled probably the furthest of anyone at this tournament. And they earned it. Super glad to have them out here.
It's amazing that it's just like seeing just the players that every match is going to be crazy.
I love it. That's the thing about what I love about this tournament is that no one is free. No one is terrible. It's always going to be high level. You're always going to see ridiculous scores from everyone. And they're going to play their hardest. And nothing could be better. So as we go over to this next one, scores show that Blastoise has a PFC of, it looks like he has 68 or no, 58, which on this song is really good.
Just the PFC
is incredible.
Y él está un poco agotado. Creo que sí puso muchísima energía en esa possession, pero valió la pena.
All right, so both players taking a little bit of their break, hydrating.
Un
Fidel,
saludo para Dave.
Fidel's over there mashing out his thighs, his quads, loosening himself up, stretching a little bit.
Aprovecho el pequeño descanso para, ya saben, un saludo a mi familia, a todos colombianos. Espero verlos pronto, espero que todos estén ahí, que estén disfrutando. Todos los chilenos. Sé que vienen también nuevos torneos, espero verlos allá. Que vayan también otra vez a Colombia, que todos estén disfrutando. Darkalis. Muchos amigos aquí. Me alegra que todos estén viendo, que vean cómo es la escena aquí, cómo son los torneos. Esta comunidad es muy buena y saber que esto es global Ver cómo ha crecido el juego y que no se dejó morir a pesar de las dificultades entre Chile y Colombia y entre todos los otros, es lo mejor. Por ejemplo, no dejamos morir el juego y él pudo estar acá. Entonces, bueno.
What is the name of this song? The name of this song, a lot of people call it Try Perfect for short. The name of this song is Saisho Sanbai Kanzansu, which basically means the 3 impossible numbers or something like that. I'm paraphrasing. Smallest try perfect number, thank you. So here we go.
Empezamos muy bien. Un pequeño great para Fidel. Lestus la mantiene full perfect, un par de perfects ahí. Y él va bien. Se viene la primera parada, baja la velocidad. Y aquí, vamos. Un pedazo puede ser un poco complicado, incluso a veces no te cruzas o haces los cruces y te puedes perder. Y otra vez, vamos. Listo. Vamos con un par de errores, pero vamos muy bien. Y él, honestamente, él me dijo que esta es la primera vez que juega esta canción, his first time, like, he just was watching on YouTube.
Oh, he's
Yeah.
sight reading this.
Yeah.
Oi! Very impressive that this is score off of a sight read.
Bueno, viene un poco el final, acá hay un par de pequeñas descargas y viene la parte que se puede decir que es la más complicada de la canción. Aquí hay una parada que no se entiende cuándo va a arrancar. Vamos a ver cómo acaban ambos. Muy bien, muy bien.
I mapped it wrong. All right.
Esto es con una triple A. Bien, y Fidel para hacer su primera vez, muy bien.
Very impressive that it's basically a sight read. You said that he just went on YouTube, looked
Yeah.
at the chart, and said, "Okay,
Yeah.
this is really
You
good."
just like- Listo, esta es la última canción para ellos, entonces vamos a mandarle mucha fuerza a Fidel. A ver, quiero ver las banderitas de Chile. Vamos a ver, vamos a darle energía.
All right, and Blastoise with a 27 perfect on this song. Really good score.
Mandenle mucha energía también a mi amigo Josh Blastoise. Ambos muy buenos jugadores, están dando lo mejor. La altura, la verdad, ha afectado bastante a muchos jugadores. Sobre todo Fidel se sintió el cambio. La altura, hay algo extraño porque además de la altura no es solo que te canses, sino que el aire es un poco seco. Tú acabas una sola canción y ya sientes la boca seca. Entonces muchos han tenido que pelear con eso, pero todos lo están haciendo muy bien, todos muy buenos jugadores.
So it was asked who picked this as their pick. Pac-Rob, this was Pac-Rob's pick. Pac-Rob has 11 perfects on this song.
That's crazy because this song is like the offset. I don't know, timing is just like hard.
It is. The sync is really strange, and then what happens is during the slowdowns,
Yeah,
due to how DDR does BPMs and measures, it's off. It's very off. So
I think
if you try to sight read it, you're going to get like a great or a good. So you have to know, you have to be able to tell yourself, it's not that rhythm, I have to
yeah,
step
it's just
with.
like look there. I think this one was my last PFC for the folder.
This
So it
is
was
everyone's
horrible.
last
Yeah.
PFC for the 15s.
Listo, vamos con el último NGO en Expert.
All right, final song for the set between the two. Last song of the pools, chat. Get hyped, let's go.
Ok, un pequeño grade. Listo, Blastoise se está empezando muy bien. Full verde. Y él va con un par de errores, pero vamos se puede mantener. Vamos a ver cómo agarran esta parte que se va el ritmo totalmente. Solo por si acaso, si me llego a confundir un poco, es mi primera vez comentando y también me pongo un poco nervioso. Listo, viene. Ahora sí viene la parada. Vamos, Miguel. Esta parte, estas flechas son muy duras. Bien, ambos siguen con el combo. Un poco de Graves. Listo, vienen los cruces. Esta parte también es un poco complicada. Les mantiene el combo, Fidel también. Oh, un error. Oh. Muy bien para ambos.
All right. 10:29 and 10:27.
10:29, 10:77. Listo. Tenemos que ver, todavía queda un cupo más aquí, un map. They're the last couple. Yeah, they're the last one of this group, of the school.
All right, and just like that, we have reached the end of the pool. So I want to thank you so much for I want to tell you, we grabbed them last minute. It was just something Roger and I came up with. Asked Spencer. Spencer's like, my Spanish is not. Stepped up, and you have brought so much joy to this screen. The numbers went crazy the instant you came on. Thank you so much for coming on.
No, it's perfect. It's just like everyone is part of this. I'm trying to just like give something.
Mhm.
I hope everyone is still like looking. Espero que todos sigan viendo, pues no solo Fidel, que vean todos, porque hay muchos nombres que puede que no conozcan, pero hay muchísimos jugadores que vale la pena ver. Todos acá están por una razón y créanme que de aquí pueden verlo mejor, conocer, y vamos a poner esos números, vamos a animar a toda la gente. Va a ser muy bueno, va a estar muy bueno.
Oh, so by the way, we're going to see you tomorrow in pools. So all of you folks down there, it's not over. You get to cheer for your boy tomorrow on stream as you get to your pools later on, and we're looking forward to seeing how you do.
I will try to do my best. Like,
that's about all we can do. So that being said, we're going to go ahead and take a break as we go ahead and organize the next set of pools. Chat, this is your time. Go ahead and grab something to eat, get something to drink, do what you got to do, but don't go too far. We will be right back, and we're just going to go straight into the next set of pools. Once again, thank you so much for coming on.
Thanks to you.
Love you guys all out there. Peace. We'll be right back.
Amor a todos.
Special treat for y'all. Special treat for you stream monsters out there. Special treat for you stream monsters out there. For being so patient, for being so awesome. Fantastic. All right, I had to pop over and let you see some of that, chat. Oh, and look at the spoilers. Uh-oh, spoilers. You weren't supposed to see that yet. Uh-oh. Get excited, get hyped, y'all, get hyped. We're gonna be back. Let's get hyped, y'all. Let's go. Don't go anywhere. All right, welcome back, chat. All you stream monsters out there, all 400 of you lovely individuals. So, we have a few things to talk about, right? So let's go in order of operations, right? So, that pool A went crazy, right? So we have our results. Chat, are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready to hear who made it out? So, in first place out of pool A, Chris. Second place, Spencer. Third place, was Blastoise. Fourth place, Pac-Rob. Blastoise narrowly beat Pac-Rob. In fifth place, we had ZZZ. Sixth place, we had Chaos. Seventh place, Fideline. And in eighth place, we had Dwayne. So that's what we're at. So Spencer and Chris are going to move on to the pool semis for on Saturday, which means they get an extra break. They get a day to kind of chill, recover a little bit. Love to see it. Now this pool, the next thing. We have Chunka and Sasu up right here. I'm going to need for you to direct your eyes to the bottom of the screen right now. And let me go ahead and, while they do their warm-ups, I'm going to go ahead and tell you what these songs are, if you can't read those. New Century CSP. That was a Paul pick. Starting off with an 18. Sesu picked Ace for Ace's ESP. That's a 15, but come on. Are we really going to call that a 15? We have Bogo picking Endymion ESP. You heard me, Endymion. Tolkien picking Ishtar CSP. But it keeps on going. Grady picked Pluto CSP. J-Boy picked Max Period CSP. And I'm not going to tell you who picked Degris, but the person who picked Degris wrote on the card that is pronounced Degris, not Degurs. We can all wonder who did that. Lastly, Paranoia Boy, who we just saw putting out a spicy freestyle with J-Boy, picked Go for the Top CSP. Chat, I'm just gonna let that marinate for you all for a second. That this is actually happening. This is what happens when you get 48 of the world's best DDR players in one spot competing for the ultimate prize, the 10,000. You get some pretty crazy picks. This is top level. This is some good ass DDR that we're about to experience out here, if you know what I'm saying. If you get it. So right now we have Roger who is updating the site. So if you do, the next time that you check the Upbeat site in just a little bit, it will go ahead and update with the standings of the players from their respective pools after. So yeah, keep that link handy. Refresh. That being said, some random questions that I have been catching. So they're competing. It is a $10,000 prize pool that will be split among some of the top players. And today, the plan for today is we've already finished pool A, we're going to be doing pool B and C, and then we will call it a stream, and we will be back tomorrow, same time, 1 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, 3 p.m. Eastern Time, noon Pacific, if you're on that part of the world. And you can extrapolate from there with some more of this DDR. We're going to be doing pools D, E, and F tomorrow. And then Saturday will be pool semis and top 8. And it's going to be a really, really good time, I'm just saying. So both of these players, awesome players, lots of fans out there. Paul Chunka, I would say I want to say maybe the last KAC results was top 3 in the U.S. Arguably one of the best players out there in the world. One of the best players out there in the world at DDR. Always puts up good results. One of the people who can take Chris, who is in a tournament, has taken songs off of Chris that Chris normally has an advantage off of.
Yeah, I just mentioned a song earlier and was corrected by Josh Vester. Apparently, so it was London C that Paul took off Chris last time.
So, and shout out to the chat. Sesu out in New York. So we have New York boys. All you Northeast boys, stand up. All the crew out there, cheer for the boy.
Nice.
Good slap.
I feel like Sesu's definitely an underrated player. He's got like really good coverage for most of the games, but I'm not sure a lot of people realize like the kinds of scores that he gets.
How did he hit Sutton Plus without stepping off the pad? It's called large wingspan. You have a long wingspan, and you just tap it. You just gently hit it with that tap, and it works. It just works. So actually, that actually
That's 17 on Adventure on Chunko's side. Whoa.
So I'm going to bring this up because this actually does bring up a good discussion. Chunka, out of all the rankings for the Upbeat qualifiers, Chunka came in at number 2 overall. So one of the top players, one of the favorites to come out of this tournament. And then Sesu actually was one of the few players, one of the last players that did qualify.
Oh, they're playing Awake. Time to get woken up. So I'm waking up right now.
So, yeah, a favorite warm-up we're seeing from players this tournament.
Yeah.
A lot of Awake going on.
I was talking earlier about how it's free.
Not free.
It's kind of fast. It's got a little bit of tricky stuff, but it's pretty straightforward. Mostly on sync. Yeah, that's kind of what I would call free.
So someone did ask, hey, are Sudden Plus butlers, is a Sudden Plus assistant allowed? No. Unfortunately not. We generally like to kind of have the rules set that you're not allowed to do anything that may bring in another person out or alter the play for either player or whatnot. So and having someone else.
Third bar.
Yeah,
or
no third bar.
Second bar. Yeah.
Having someone on there, it's a wild card. It's a wild card that we don't want to have to regulate. You never know what could happen. We like to, as I like to say, we like to minimize John's insult. So, if it'd be kind of messed up if like, hey, I had a Sudden Plus homie and he didn't slap the button. He wasn't paying attention and you end up like losing that set.
Yeah.
Although that is a pretty good idea of getting a Sudden Plus butler, but if they are doing it, they have to wear a butler outfit.
Right.
I like that idea.
Like the Seinfeld episode about the story where the guy loses, he doesn't have auto insurance and got in the accident, so the judge decrees that he has to be Jerry's butler.
I'm just saying, though, chat's spitting right now with some of these suggestions. I'm going to let y'all cook. Y'all cooking with some of these suggestions. But speaking of cooking, both of them, never mind. I'm just going to not talk. Commentator's curse is mighty strong right now. I have to like send it off in the ether.
It's very crisp MA by Chunka, as usual.
Ooh, still a good score.
Very nice.
All right, so we are about to get started with Pool B, chat. You see this.
Got a 9-piece on that.
You see what's below.
Yeah.
And we're starting off with Paul's pick.
New Century Challenge. New Century Challenge. That's kind of ridiculous.
It's going for it, and I appreciate it. I appreciate how hard. I mean, you're here. You made it. You've proven yourself to be one of the top 48 players in the world. One of the top players out there. Why not come here and go hard? Why not?
Yeah.
Put that spice on it. But once again,
Is this the real match now?
we're about to get ready to start. Yeah.
All right.
So all of you out there, all 430 of you, thank you so much for being here, having your eyeballs on stream, sharing it out. Just want to take some time not only to thank you, but also thank some of the awesome people that helped make this event possible. I want to lead with the venue that we're at. Shout out to Round 1 here in Denver area and technically Littleton suburb of Denver.
The Southwest Plaza Mall, right?
Southwest Plaza Mall for hosting us. Awesome. The staff have been super awesome and super accommodating and inviting and really helping us out to make this event a success. It says something when even the staff members say, hey, we recognize how big of a deal this is and we want this to go successful. Let us know. So shout out to the Round 1 here.
Also, shout out to Red Note Gaming. Follow them on Twitter. It's a Las Vegas-based organization for promoting dance games and rhythm games. They're doing a great job with really cool rhythm gaming center in the Las Vegas area, and I think they're thinking about doing an East Coast location. So get at them and see what's going on with that.
That's on me. It's on me, chat.
It's fine.
It's fine. You're Poyo for a little bit. You are now
no
Roger
problem.
Clark. And chat, we're getting going.
I'm more.
We're cooking.
I just more. All right, well, so this track, definitely extremely technical.
Yeah, compared to the ESP, this one has a little dash of everything plus some. All right, Chunko right now with a little bit of a point lead over Sesu by about 30 points, sitting about -8 from his PB. However, Sesu is currently kind of like dodging between his personal bests. Caught a few misses right before the slowdown. Sesu doing an amazing job hitting that section right there.
Paul is honestly tracking his PB pretty well, especially for a very little amount of warm-up.
And Sesu hitting that shock arrow right
These shocks are brutal. Some of these you just can't even believe they put in the game.
Like that nasty crossover shock arrow right there. Both players doing a good job hitting both of those right there. Paul ripping MFCing that entire run.
Whoa. Jesus. And there's so many runs in this, if you don't start on the right foot, then you're wrecked.
All right. Paul,
That's
2206.
crazy. That's
Sesu,
crazy.
2019.
31? Wow.
But at the same time, shout out to Sesu getting that EX score up score today. We take up scores, y'all.
I feel like 31 on that. It's gotta be at the top of this pool. That is a ridiculous score.
It's pretty wild. Definitely a Paul pick, that's for sure. Definitely a Paul pick. That worked out in his favor. Kind of setting the course for the rest of the pool. So next up, we actually have Sesu with his pick, Ace for Aces, ESP.
Interesting.
In which it's a 15, but is it really a 15?
Yeah, it's a very difficult 15.
Exactly.
It's one of the last ones that most players typically get as part of their 15 folder journey, and it's extremely gimmicky. Starts and stops, and there's a slowdown that's kind of hard to read. But really, I think this is a very strategic pick on on Seth's part because it's relatively unpopular. And what that means is, like, if you look at Paul's score on that, it's 999,470. For a player of Paul's
53,
Paul's
right? 53
caliber,
perfects.
that's not that great of a score.
And let's talk about Sesu over here with 42.
Yeah, so he has a higher e-amusement personal best. And it really just kind of depends on what's going to happen with how well Paul recalls this song. Paul's MA is, of course, incredible. This is actually a really ingenious pick by Seth.
I'm excited to see how it works out for both of them. Paul picked up a miss right there at the beginning. Not sure what happened. Maybe his foot placement wasn't right.
So when we say Paul, we're saying
Chunka.
Chunka.
Yes. Chunka goes by both. Even wrote it on his card. Both players still doing really well. Chunka doing a good job of making up for that miss. So right on top of Sesu. Sesu's still sitting on the PSC.
To also reiterate, this is not a match.
It's not a head-to-head.
They're not playing each other per se. This is a round-robin pool format where each player plays this set of 7 songs. And is it 7? Yeah, it's 7. And their relative ranks are tabulated at the end to determine the winner of the pool.
But it looks like Sesu picked up his first great right there.
I'd say Ace for Aces Expert, that's pretty good.
And making it about 350 in with a PFC the entire time. It's pretty solid. And also he no barred that entire section. All right. Paul still doing a really good job of making up for that miss really early on. Actually has a EX lead over Sesu right now. They're about 10 points within each other. Paul's MA looking mighty crispy. Sesu still looking at that full combo.
Very nice job by both
Excellent,
players.
excellent from both of them.
I'm impressed that Paul remembered it as well as he did, because it looked like it had been a long time since he played it.
All right, Sesu 94-4, Paul 57-8 and a miss.
So have we talked about the players at all? I think we have. Chunka here is just an old school dance game player from the Chicago area. I'm not sure if I've said anything about him, but I feel like he's one of the, he's probably, when I think of like the top players in the world, if I had to say top 10, he would be in there.
Yes.
And it's just because his attitude, I think, is extremely unique among a lot of players, in that it doesn't really seem like he never really considers whether he can't do something or not. He just kind of goes for it. And I think uniquely, Paul is very good at DDR, hard DDR songs, hard ITG songs in terms of tech, but also stamina. He's just extremely well-rounded, and it's I don't know what to say about Paul other than I'm just always impressed by his scores.
Always, and you're definitely right about that. Last KAC, last actual KAC for DDR, where America could go right before the pandemic, Paul, I do believe, was number 3 overall.
Yeah.
So arguably one of the top players in the entire world. So we're going to go ahead and chat. Let's just observe the ridiculousness as to what's about to happen.
Yeah. Endymion Expert, which this song for an 18, it's about as hard as an 18 really should get.
And Paul actually playing the Vivid Note skin, changing it for this song.
That's an interesting tag.
All right, here we go to the live.
He's up on his PB at the
Speed.
moment.
Oh, handling. Oh, picking up some misses right there. All right, Sesu about to break 1000 EX right here on this freeze. All right, here we go into the speed up, chat. All right, and Sesu looking a little drained, but doing a good job of just like persevering. Absolutely love to see it. Paul looking absolutely crisp as we go right into this next break right here. All right, this is their last chance
This
to kind
song
of.
is so sick.
It's so crazy. This is their last chance to catch their breath.
300 combos. Check that
Oh, wow.
Oh, sorry for the silence. It's just you just had to take that in. Amazing,
Yeah, so Paul's
amazing set from both of them.
score on this, I feel like, I don't know. I kind of don't see that as being that far off from what he would get if he was warmed up. Maybe it is. If it is, then, like, I don't even know what to say. That's really good performance on Endymion without playing that many songs.
Yeah, absolutely. And you saw at the beginning he was consistently upscoring. He had a massive upscore on his EX score, so that's definitely within striking distance. I'd say if he's a little bit more warmed up, if he had a little bit more of like the stamina between him, easy. He would be able to. I think he'd be able to get that. By the way, that was Bogo's pick, in case you're wondering.
Interesting.
So next up, we have Ishtar CSP. This was Tolkien's pick. So we're picking an interestingly slightly technical shock arrow chart, Ishtar CSP.
Yeah, it's got the shocks. What I'm wondering about this as a pick, though, is that I feel like as far as MA goes, it's extremely straightforward. And I guess you would, by picking this, you would be banking on people hitting the shocks.
Oh,
right?
for sure. Like this is one of those. This is kind of like.
But even if they do hit the shocks, is that going to be enough of a deficit?
Well, Paul has 10 perfects on this, and Sesu is actually really close to a PFC. Looks like he had probably 36 perfects. So really good perfect score. Just probably picked up like a grade or so. Like probably on like 1 or 2 grades on that, which is still a pretty darn good score actually. So Saturday, I do believe we're starting at 1 on Saturday, 1 p.m. Mountain Time. If not, it'll probably be 12 or 1. You know,
Yeah, it sounds about like 1 would be the right call.
It all depends on how quickly we kind of get through the rest of the pools, and you know if there's any stragglers, nothing kind of left over. And you know, I've helped TO and run and been to a lot of tournaments for various DDR, rhythm games, fighting games throughout the years. All we can do is hope that we're on time and on schedule. It doesn't always happen, but it's beautiful when it does.
Yeah, as with any kind of production, you expect delays.
All right, so here we go, chat. Starting off immediately with Ishtar CSP.
There's really only one difficult section of this song, and that's a particular part in the middle where there are some gallops with shock arrows thrown in. And that's essentially the part that you're betting on whenever you make a pick like this. You're betting that you can do it and other people might not be able to do it.
Correct. And it's also pretty interesting seeing the difference between the two, seeing how they approach the shock arrows. Sesu with a little bit more of a hop on a lot of his shock arrows. Paul being very minimal, just kind of like tilting his feet and releasing off of the arrows at those points.
Could be just extreme ITG mind training.
Ah, yes. The bracketing placement. Ooh, and Paul looked like he was a little bit early and caught a shock arrow right there. Oh, and Sesu doing a great job catching the tail end of that gallop pattern we were speaking on earlier. Shanka still with a pretty good EX score, even despite like several of those shock arrow misses. All right, Chunka breaking 1,300 EX score. Sesu just now hitting it. Sesu +7 on his EX right now. Looking at an up score. All right, here we go as we finish out the end of the song. Beautiful. Chunka 1760, Sesu with 1730. 30 points between them. Chunka with 10-3 and 3 misses. And if I'm correct, is that 0 good? I'm going to say that's 0 good.
That's about what I would expect Paul to get on a song like that.
Yeah, I think those initial shock arrows, and I always talk about shock arrows. For those of you who are just tuning in, if you've ever seen like Stepmania, ITG, where they have mines, the difference between shock arrows and mines is that if you hit a mine, it does break combo, it does affect your score, but it's just the only distraction you get is you get a loud noise that will probably throw you off. In DDR, shock arrows, if you hit it, and it's not just one arrow, it's the entire thing, so you have to lift your feet completely off of all arrows. If you hit it, it dims the actual lanes for about maybe a second or so, and I always like to say it's cascading. So you won't it's seldom that you'll get just one miss. You may get a few misses because the screen just goes out on this. So we have Pluto. This is Grady's pick.
I know Grady was grinding Pluto a lot.
It's actually, I'm
for the PFC.
going to let you in on a little secret. Talking with everyone last night, someone shared the tech that Chunka is very unfamiliar with Pluto CSP.
Oh, wow.
And as we see,
oh, looks like 901.
Yeah.
Damn, this is.
So
this could get wacky.
This was a counter pick. So far, both players showing that they are very familiar with this chart. Paul picking up a good, but his EX is still pretty good. Still picks up a miss right there. Sesu's still sitting on a perfect combo right now.
It's possible that this song could throw off the entire pool.
It could.
At least from what I would have expected otherwise.
Ooh, and Sesu with the gorgeous crossovers. Chunka sitting on an up score right now. Despite being about 40 points right behind Sesu's score, picks up another miss. Yeah, I can tell that, you can kind of see that Chunka's a little bit kind of unfamiliar because you see him kind of hesitating on some of the stops. Like he's played Pluto enough to know where these stops are, but just is still kind of unfamiliar, so kind of throwing him off. And Sesu picking up a great, but still plus 30 on his EX score. Sesu still sitting on the full combo. Paul looking at about plus 60 EX over his best. All right.
Damn.
And Sesu 1498 to Chunka's 1390.
That's definitely an upset as far as I'm concerned. I wouldn't have expected that. But again, Pluto is a song that a lot of players typically ignore until the end of their 16 folders, and it's because it takes a lot of studying.
And even a lot of the players who, were around when Supernova 2 came out likely didn't play this chart just because
Yeah.
it's It was very unfriendly, a little bit obnoxious to get. So yeah, that was a counter pick from deeper in the bracket from Grady.
All right, so I think
this is J-Boy.
It's funny because Paul knows this one a lot more than Pluto.
Yeah. This is in Paul's wheelhouse.
So this is a J-Boy pick?
This is a J-Boy pick.
All right.
It's actually surprising because I do believe someone was saying like, oh, why didn't such and such pick Max Period? This was more likely. Like, Paul should have picked Max Period. Paul is great at this chart. And we see it with that PSC of 44 or 34 perfects. But he decided to go to New Century.
Got a double A with a 955.
All right, this song from originally, I do believe, what was it? It was DDR Party.
It was DDR Extreme.
Extreme for console.
For PS2.
Yeah, for PS2. All right, and Max Period on both on difficulties, ESP and CSP starts immediately. So you don't get a time to reacclimate yourself to this song. It just goes. And speaking of going, both of them are pretty close to each other in EX score. It did look like Setsu picked up a miss, but his MA is crazy right here. Yo, impressive play from both of them. Paul picking up a miss, a little uncharacteristic right there.
You also notice that Paul's playing on Sudden Plus.
Yes. All right, there
but
goes.
But also with combo above arrows.
Ooh, that's a good point.
It's pretty difficult to read that.
All right, and Setsu slapping a Sudden Plus a little bit earlier, as he's a little bit more familiar with this section. Paul's going to go ahead and wait until the speed up. All right. Paul went ahead and took a little bit of the combo to go ahead and get the speed up, and it pays off. Look at that. The snow combo going on to that. Setsu picking up a little bit of a miss, expected with this being the fastest section of the song. Ooh, good run from both of them. Very impressive.
Everyone made the exact same sound.
It's not going to be the first time we hear it this entire pool. This pool is dastardly, chat. Chunka 1694 and Setsu with 1562. Both with about the same amount of misses. Chunka with a little bit of better PA and MA on that. He's able to kind of handle that.
Yeah, Paul's known for his foot speed, as Lolipo in chat points out.
That's it. See you next time.
So next up, as we get ready to go to the last two songs of this set, somebody that we all know, kind of an enthusiast of this song. You would say it's their signature.
Okay, right.
We're going to go ahead and see Dead End Groove Radar Special, also known as Degris. And I was explicitly told not to say it this way. It is not Degris or Degurs.
I think Hudson pronounces it Degris.
Yes.
And most people pronounce it Deggers.
It's one of those things that's kind of like potato, tomato, tomato. Yeah. Depending on where you're from, you're a caramel person.
Degris, I feel that sounds like more of a word to me.
It does. It's not, but it sounds like one. It
sounds like a word.
Sounds like it could be something. Sounds like it could be like.
It sounds like it could be a word.
It's some like crafting material that you use to like polish things. Hey, go ahead and fetch me some of this Degris. I need this shine.
Exactly. I'm out of Degris. I can see it. I can see it
too, absolutely. And Degurs, I mean, to each their own. I'm a Degris person. It's just habitual for me. But I don't shame anyone. I don't anti-scub anyone who says Deggers. It's all love. We can all agree that this song is just absolutely comical and ridiculous.
Dead End Groove Radar Special is what we're saying. That's
yes.
like the abbreviation that people keep talking about. And this chart, it's a special chart released in Supernova 2 for Dead End, which is a classic DDR song from Third Mix. And it's designed to max out the Groove Radar. And what that means is it's supposed to they're supposed to contain enough stream, chaos, air, voltage, and whatever the other one is.
Airstream,
chaos, voltage, whatever. And to max out the radar to where it's like at a perfect like pentagon.
Yeah, so Supernova 2 was pretty noteworthy for not only having a lot of songs that are named after themes of planets, but also having some songs that were recharted to maximize certain parts of the groove radar.
And this is maybe the most unique 18 in that it isn't exactly physically challenging in the same way as, say, for instance, like Triple Journey or Endymion.
But it's incredibly technical and makes you move in ways that are uncomfortable for most players.
Uncomfortable and very uncommon in DDR.
Correct. So we're going to see this. It's going to be really interesting seeing all the players of the pool as to how they approach it. A lot of people do play, and I do believe Kaze573 Hudson, as we will call him, I do believe he plays it on left. Some players opt for shuffle, and some players just go ahead and just sight read it raw. So it's going to be really fun to see how people decided to approach this. And you can see both of them taking a little bit of that extended break, because once you get at the point in which you start playing 18s very consistently, this chart really leaves an impression on you. All right, chat, here we go. TL Fusion hyping up the crowd. Starting off pretty difficult right away, where you have those drills right there, starting off on jack drills right there. Pretty challenging, and it's going to throw you off for a lot of people who are new to this chart.
It's very hard to read. Most people play it on different turn mods, just because it requires so much strategy. Yeah, these jacks here, you got to spam these jumps. It's kind of relentless.
Yeah, you see Chunka playing it on shuffle, and Setsu playing it on his left, as I brought up before. And compared to the original Dead End, this actually has, as you see, it has BPM changes, unlike the original chart that doesn't. And that's why you see the sudden plus mod on for both of them. Both players handling it really well, actually. Both of them kind of trading some combo breaks right there. It checks out for this song. Setsu with almost about a 50 EX score improvement. And both of them get the slap right there. Both of them great combo at the same point to get that slap. And here we go into the speed up.
These awkward runs.
Both of them handle it really good.
Very nice.
Awesome scores from both of them.
Almost 1,600 on Chunka's side.
1596 to 1428.
That's extremely clean.
Yo, 50 perfects. Hold up. Not bad. Absolutely not bad.
Yeah, I mean that's a top tier score on Deggers.
So lastly,
a 954 on Deggers, I would say that's extremely respectable.
I can't get a 954 on Deggers. That's impressive. There's not many people that can say that they can just like
play
cleanly,
it randomly.
Yeah, and just cleanly get it out. So lastly, we have Go to the Top CSP. This is going to be our last 18 of this set. Both players have pretty respectable scores. Actually, no, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Chunka with 19 perfects, and it looks like Setsu has a low 93, has like a high 93 on it. So it's going to be, so we're going to see if Chunka can go ahead and match that score, play pretty close to what he has on his PB. And turns out that Setsu, I always like to celebrate up scores on the stream. Setsu has been consistently upscoring a lot of his songs on this set. That's something you love to see. I always like to say that when you go to a tournament like this, you always play up. You play way better than you normally would on your average day. And Setsu is showing it, consistently upscoring a lot of his songs today. It's a very beautiful thing.
Yeah, playing next to insanely good players is always a great motivator.
And even though this isn't a head-to-head, you know, playing with someone, it does kind of push you a little bit to like, all right, let me see if I can get close, or if I can pull one up, you know, get some songs over someone. So there is a little bit of something to the head-to-head, you know, doing the round robin this way. Not only because, you know, efficiency, because we have one machine, but it definitely causes you to play a little bit better. You don't feel like all the spotlight is just on you. It feels like you're kind of being motivated. Someone is setting the pace for you.
Let's go, guys. This is kind of a footwork 18. MA-wise, relatively, it's not bad to MA. Sync's pretty good.
All right, both players sitting on the PSC right now. Setsu right now cleanly getting that up score. Handles the crossovers really well. Paul picks up his first crate right there at the turn. I think his placement was a little bit off on his play. But can we talk about Chunka's MA is absolutely crazy. Look at all of the snow falling over there.
Oh,
and Setsu picks up his first miss and a good right there, but it's still over 100 on his PB right now.
Chunka's iced out.
Both of them handling the speed up really good. And Setsu picked up a miss right there on that crossover. I'm not sure if his foot placement is off. We're coming back. He's getting a little bit exhausted, but he's still up scoring over 120 at this point.
Oh my God.
And Chunka,
Those turns are so sick.
very impressive from Chunka, double stepping a lot of that. 1958 full combo. Setsu gets the massive up score, 18-22. Both players finishing strong, hugging it out.
He's got a 24 pack here on Go For The Top.
And Setsu getting over 3K up score on it to get 96. So we love to see that improvement. Shout out to both players. Chat, let's hear it. Let's give it up for both players.
Those runs by Chunka in that song were so crisp.
It was absolutely beautiful to see. 24
totally
perfects,
synced.
2 greats, full combo. So next up, I think we are going to have, it looks like Ye Old Grady from up north, from Canada, one of the Toronto boys, is going to hop on the pad.
International player coming through.
International, one of Canada's best right here. And it looks like we are going to have the Degris expert himself, Hudson, Kaze573, to go ahead and hop on there. Also, a legendary player, one of the, I'm not going to say one of the eldest players, but player's been around for a long time. One of the predominant faces of the early DDR scene throughout the international community, and self-proclaimed Degris expert, fan, and gatekeeper of Degris.
Yeah, Hudson's an incredible player. He's been playing for a long time. Really good at Pump It Up, really good at ITG, really good at DDR, and he's good at everything. He can read slow, he can read fast, he can execute ridiculous footwork. He's got good foot speed. It's hard to think of things that Hudson is not good at.
Not much. I mean, the only thing that's been happening is just that he's just saying that, you know, with his age, he's starting to kind of feel a little bit of the stamina drain at times. He's not bouncing back as quick. But Hudson always has been a person who naturally will just go up and just warm up with an 18. That's just what he does.
That's just unheard of.
Yeah, he just does that. So it's always great to see an amazing player.
Max 300 Freak in the chat reminds us that Hudson is the only person who has a documented clear on Boss Rush Oni, which is the basically a course on Supernova 2, with a bunch of super hard songs.
The hardest songs at the time in the game, and the challenge mode. So
I kind of recall Fefem's doing
Yes.
it, but maybe, am I incorrect?
he did.
Okay. But Hudson was the first, and was the only one for a very long time.
And also, you know, not to continue showering Hudson with praises, but also one of the lead tech for round one, and probably one of the reasons that one of the people, along with our sponsor, with one of our sponsors, that we were even able to have this tournament. He's a great liaison with round one corporate to go ahead and make sure these things happen. So we absolutely love him.
Grady here is, you know, I spent a lot of time with Grady in the Bay Area. We played at Dave & Buster's Saramonte quite often, and he's just come so far from where he was a few years ago, where he just kind of has been grinding the hardest songs.
Going crazy,
And,
putting up ridiculous scores. Like, look at this. He has 17 on another phase. Not bad. Also, fire. And still is super nice guy, super
Brady's
humble,
got
great to be
ridiculous
around.
17 scores. He's got great MA. I feel like, yeah, we're ready.
All right, so we're about to start the timer as we get this warm up. All right, so we're just going to go ahead and let both of these players warm up.
Might take a short break.
Yeah, we might just go ahead and take a little bit of a break really quick, y'all. I'm going to go ahead and let this just kind of play out a little bit. Go ahead and let you enjoy, get a little sneak peek about what we're going up for. Also, yo, who in the chat said that Hudson was a 50-year-old? Oh, come on. Not nice. Absolutely not nice. We here in the Boomer crew take offense to that. But I love it. I love that it was said with love, though. And that's what I absolutely love about this community, is that even when we poke fun at each other, we take it in stride, and we're still going to be out there hyping each other up, just waiting for each other to pop off. And that's one of the things I absolutely love about the DDR community, is just how encouraging we are. Even if, like, you have a rival, you're still going to be out here just like, yo, you did it, go, go, go. And there's not many, you know, I'm in a lot of communities, but like, it's such a beautiful thing that not only just, you know, wherever your local country is, be it in the U.S. and Canada, South America, Europe, Asia, no matter what, everyone pops off hard whenever someone goes crazy and gets an amazing score. And that positivity is just one of the things that just keep me coming back, keep others coming back, and what makes me really happy and proud to be a part of this community. So I want to thank all of you out there, all 473, 100 away from that magic number, for being here. We're going to go ahead and let these guys warm up. We're just going to go ahead and take a couple minute break, a few minute breaks. You know, go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and top off this water bottle, go ahead and get rehydrated. That's going to be a good moment for you all to go ahead and get some of that water, get some snackies. Go take the dog for a little walk, take the dog outside, change the cat litter, pet your cat, whatever you have going on. All I know is I'm just happy that you're here. And we're going to come right back to some good-ass DDR and this demonic set. So don't you go anywhere. We'll be right back, y'all.
because you see me right through it all with your love. Break down my walls, you know you got me standing so tall with your love. Ain't gonna fall because you see me right through it all with your love, with your love, with your love, with your love. Got me down with your love, with your love, with your love. Ain't getting enough, got me down with your love, with your love, with your love, with your love. Got me down with your love.
All right, we are back. Went ahead and took a little nibble. Someone, a lovely person, as you all may know, went ahead and slid us some Chipotle. Shout out to Oliver Telepron.
Yeah, Oliver, we've just been sitting here all day yapping.
Yes, he's making sure that we stay alive.
Yeah. He just wants to let us continue to do whatever it is that we're doing right now.
You love someone who has your best interest at heart. So speaking of interesting, so we have Kaze573, aka Hudson, up against Grady.
AKA Grady.
AKA Grady, AKA Shady Grady, AKA the kid from Toronto, the 6.
The kid from the can. I don't know.
We're just
Canada?
ad-libbing. We're just ad-libbing.
Toronto, beautiful city.
So I love Toronto. I used to go there probably every 3 months before the pandemic, just for either fun or I was helping to run a tournament, some other stuff with any of my other hobbies. Lovely city. If you're in the U.S. and you've never traveled out of the country and you want to kind of get your feet wet, Toronto is an amazing place to go. The culture there is awesome. People from all over are there.
Yeah.
But
a lot of really great Indian food in Toronto.
there's a couple of
great
food
everything.
spots. You have Tim Hortons for one if you want to start
Yeah, I guess
start
I
low. And then there's
Duff's Wings, gotta say.
There's a really
Let's
nice
go.
dance community out there, and then there's this one kind of like British pub that I absolutely love that I'll have to find it again. But both these players are about to start off this set that we saw just right before with Setsu and Chunka. We're going to start with New Century CSP. If we look at it, it looks like Hudson has 37 perfects on it. Grady does not quite have a PSC, but is within shooting distance of a PSC.
Yeah, it's very clear that he's probably been trying to get it. So that means he's probably extremely familiar with it.
All right, chat, here we go. They have locked in. Hudson piping up the crowd. First song of this brutal set of 8. Let's go, chat. All right, Hudson doing pretty good. Both players still sitting on that PFC. Hudson with about a 1 perfect lead. Grady using the rainbow skin.
It looks
or
like
solo
it.
skin, yeah. Not something you see much anymore.
Yeah, I wonder what the deal is there.
It's like, Grady did pick up a good right there. Hudson's still sitting on the PFC right now, and Grady picking up another miss. But he's doing a pretty good job of keeping it dialed in. His MA is making up for a lot of that.
Yeah, the MA is pretty solid there. When we say MA, we mean marvelous attack. Their ability to execute and receive marvelous for the steps that they are doing.
All right, and Hudson finally picked up a great right at the slowdown.
Yeah, he's still got the combo though.
And both players hitting the shock arrow. Doing a good job. Grady, Hudson picked up a shock arrow right there and broke that combo. Grady still sitting on a full combo. MA looking amazing during that whole entire shock arrow run. Picked up a couple of perfects right there. And he kind of
Both players kind of missed that run.
Yeah.
It's really hard.
Yeah, it's understandable. You kind of you have to start off a little bit turned on it. And great finish from both of them.
Yeah.
Kaze 21-37 to Grady's 21-04.
Yeah, sick job.
Hudson 88, 6 and 4 misses, and 105, 7 2 goods, and 5 misses from Grady.
So this tournament is particularly special because of the format. And if you're not aware of the format, you haven't heard us explain it already, what's going on right now is these players are playing in a round-robin pool, and they're not actually in a match against each other. So when we're talking about, oh, this person's up, this person just got a miss, etc., it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to beat that person at the end of the pool. At the end of the pool, the scores will be tabulated, and the top 2 from that pool will move on and we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, so far, all these polls have been pretty balanced. We've been talking, when we were talking yesterday, just kind of amongst all the players, amongst all the staff, we were saying that these polls are so crazy because no one is free. There's no free pool.
Yeah,
there may be a pool or so where it's like, all right, I can see it's probably going to be this person makes it out in first, but the rest of it is just savage from the rest of for the rest of it.
Yeah, and not only is it a bunch of the best players in the world, but they're also playing the hardest songs in the game. This is, okay, Ace for Aces, Expert, maybe not one of the hardest songs in the game, but it is one of the hardest 15s. And New Century Challenge, definitely pretty
up
tricky.
there, yeah.
So
both players have a clean PFC. Hudson with 25, Grady with what looks to be 36. So within reaching distance of each other. For the sake of statistics and this being this song, we're going to say it's negligible. They have very, very close to almost identical scores on this. So we should probably see this being very close. Each player kind of motivating each other to do this. Hopefully they do kind of adjust themselves a little bit. I did notice that there's a little bit of foot placement, and that's been responsible for some of the misses between the two. But this is the second song, so we're going to see how they adapt.
Ready, set, step.
Hudson's always been really good at gimmicky stuff, so I think he's probably still got this memorized.
All right, here we go to the first speed up.
I would say most players would be forgiven if they don't remember this chart very well.
All right, both of them, this is kind of like the more gentler part of the song. Both players' MAs looking really good right now. They're within 2 points of each other as we go into the slowdown. And this part of the song is just super dense. You'd be forgiven if you were to slap a sudden plus on that. All right, both players now sitting on that great full combo. All right, to the stop. Here we go. Speed back up. Grady breaking 1100s. Hudson not too far behind. Hudson breaking combo, I think, right after the speed up. But doing a good job of making up for it with his MA. Still about 10 points right behind Grady's score. Grady doing an amazing job of maintaining that MA. All right, here we go, Torres. We're about to get ready to wrap up the song. We're going to hit the stops in a second. All right, and Grady with the
really
full
nice,
combo,
Grady.
1972.
Damn.
Hudson, despite all the misses, only 7 points behind with
Yeah, so pretty
1965.
much those scores are almost the same score.
Yeah, they both had 42 perfects. Hudson had one more great and a miss.
Very nice by both players. I in particular, I would say I'm impressed by Grady because I don't know. When was the last time he played Ace for Aces Expert?
I mean, when was the last time he played Endymion is the question.
Yeah. Well,
Well,
he does have a AAA on it.
Yes.
Hudson.
Of course, Hudson. This is Hudson's wheelhouse. So
He's
he
got
has,
the PFC.
I actually
and-
remembered when he PFC'd this.
Yeah, he had a quest for the 18s. And he was just grinding this song over and over and over again.
And he ended up getting this before Degris.
That's crazy.
He was taking advantage of the fact that he was helping to open up one of the round ones, and he just spent that time just grinding out Endymion, Degris, and I can't remember what the last one was, but I remember when he got it. He popped off really hard for Endymion. All right, so I mean, we can talk about the score between the two, but it's Endymion, chat.
Yeah.
this chart is going to remind you that, hey, you better be in good shape. You better be fully refreshed and everything, because this song is going to throw all of itself at you. The foot speed, being able to read the Sofun, managing your stamina. Probably one of the toughest 18s, if not the toughest 18 in the game currently.
Why no Canadian English stream commentator?
I mean, I lived in Montreal for a while, it's Canada. So, like, sort of. All right, here we go. Here we go, chat.
Ooh, sudden plus and boost. That's a flavorful choice by Grady.
And it's working out really well. Both players sitting on a PFC right now as we go into the speed up.
Damn.
Grady still sitting on the PSC. Hudson picked up a grade, but only 4 away from his PB.
Oh man, look at this shit. Let's go.
I can understand the choice for using boost for Grady.
Yes, this
for the
makes a lot
slowdown
of
section,
sense.
it kind of widens it out.
It makes me want to play this on boost now. I mean,
It's some good tech. It's some good tech.
Someday.
He picked up a miss right there. But Hudson and Grady are still within a few EX points of each other. All right, as we get ready to exit this into the speed up. All right, let's do that again. Grady picking up a few rates in that initial drill. A good and a miss right there in the freeze. Hudson also picking up a miss. But both players doing a really good job of recovering from all that. And
Man.
beautiful foot speed coming out of Hudson.
those just machine gun runs.
100 combos.
All right, here we go, chat.
Come on, everybody, make some noise.
And Hudson with great MA, but picking up a miss right there. Grady also picking up a miss.
Oh damn, Jesus.
Impressive, absolutely great. Great scores from both of them.
I'd say those are pretty good.
Those are phenomenal scores.
Those are really, really good scores for
22, 46, 21, 81. Yeah, both of them have earned that break.
Just chilling after Endymion. It's cool.
Grady taking a seat right in front of the fan. Hudson just kind of pacing, you know, keeping himself a little bit warm, but also kind of catching his breath. So we're going to go ahead, and they're going to go ahead and queue up for the next set. Next up, we have Ishtar CSP, Pluto CSP, and Max Period.
Max period.
So another starting. It's a brutal set, but at least it kind of like starts you off like, all right, so we understood that you just played Endymion. Let's go ahead and reel it back a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like Ishtar is comparatively just an extremely chill song.
Yeah, after all of that.
You know, you got 440 BPM Endymion with like friggin'
Where you're just drilling away.
Speed core drills. And Ishtar is just, you know, a light.
You have to do something. You have to move your feet off the pad for them shots.
Yeah.
But you know, other than that, it's pretty straightforward. And I love the sync of
It's
Ishtar.
slightly stressful.
Just
Yeah,
slightly.
I actually love the sync of Ishtar too. It's a little bit late, but like in a pleasant way.
In a pleasant way.
Where I'm like, I just get to sit back and relax for an extra few milliseconds.
And if you're one of the players that read at 1,000,000 miles an hour, that's called it's perfectly on sync.
Yeah.
It's perfectly on sync if you read extremely fast.
If you read it on 5x,
Oh yeah, this sounds like it is the most on sync song in DDR. It's pleasantly late. Not many songs out there that you can say like, oh, this is comfortably early or pleasantly late.
yeah. Well, people have opinions about comfortably early.
Comfortability is very subjective.
I think like there's a lot of songs that are early that feel good to play because they're early. Romancing Layer was like a classic example.
Oh, yeah,
where
that's
everyone's
another
like,
one.
Oh, this song is so on sync, and it's so easy. It's so easy to MA, but like it's because like if you have a tendency to rush, you're just gonna get marvelous. Plan 8, that's controversial. Some people are like, oh yeah, Plan 8 early, but it feels good. Some people say it's just it's jumping the gun way too far.
All right.
I personally like it.
So both players have a PFC only within about 7 perfects of each other.
Yeah.
Grady just 7 points, just 7 perfects right behind Hudson, 21 to 28. Very impressive scores for the sake of statistics, and just like DDR, pretty just about identical within shooting distance of each other. So we're going to go ahead and see how they're going to go ahead and handle it right after Demion kind of taxing their stamina. Hopefully they got a little bit of a break to be able to recover and kind of refocus themselves.
Yeah, I could see this song really, both of them could upscore this. They could improve their score on this during this tournament. I could see that be possible if they get the shock.
So, all right, here we go, chat. We're going to go ahead and start off this second set. Okay.
Looks like
Looks
there
like
may
we
be
had
some
some
kind of
pads.
pad problem. Yeah, I think it's kind of undeniable.
Yeah, that one was a little bit blatant. Because I mean, although he made a last-minute speed adjustment, so that's what gave him his first,
Yeah, but the
his
pad's
first
still
perfect.
busted.
But yeah, that wasn't quite right. All right, so I like to say it's not a real DDR tournament if we don't have a little bit of
All
pad
right, we got to take the pad apart. We're going to give everyone a lesson in DDR pad maintenance.
Oh, yeah.
Got to get various
Take out the
various
notebooks.
screwdrivers.
Start taking notes, folks.
You got to get the hex key.
Mm-hmm.
You got to get the little pry tools. Sometimes you can use a screwdriver into it, but you might damage the arrow. It's the sensors. You got to take them out, plug them back in, wiggle them around,
See if that works.
and be like, oh yeah, I'm sure it's going to work now. I did exactly what I was supposed to do. I wiggled them around and put them back. It's fixed now, right? That's DDR.
Or sometimes you have to go, hey, does someone have some double-sided tape?
Yeah.
Because it's been acting up. Get some double-sided
Well, it's
tape.
gonna
Make
put-
sure it's hitting just
Put some kind of substance
just
in there.
enough, yeah.
Like there's a. Just do random things to it until it gives you marvelouses again.
Oh yeah,
Right.
that's ideal. That's
Some people 3D print new parts to put inside,
Ooh, that's-
or they like,
you're going into
Or they-
you're going into the 102 level.
or they sand
This
off
is-
parts of the arrow, so it's like, ooh, it's flush now, and I get to not move. Yeah, it's a complicated topic.
Yeah, that's a little bit of 101. Pad maintenance 101. 102 we'll talk about
Yeah,
replacing
101
parts.
is take it apart, put it back together again.
Mm-hmm.
Hope it works.
Yes.
That's really the truth of it.
It really is. We can talk about how complicated it is, but that's all it is. 102 is like, all right, the nuance of how does pad? How
Yeah.
do I pad? How do I arrow? And then 200 level is like, all right, so I hear you want to do countersinking.
Counter-syncing.
I hear you want to countersync your brackets and all of that stuff.
I hear you want to take a drill to this piece of equipment that you paid thousands of dollars for. Let's just destroy part of it. Just for fun.
But yeah, I mean, we say all this in jest. We say all this in jest. But that's just the quality that it happens when you have thousands of people. This is actually at a public facility. It's at Round 1 here in Denver. Shout out to Round 1 for letting us be here. People play on these pads all the time with all sorts of skill levels, all sorts of feet, traffic. So, there's a little bit of maintenance that does go into it. And sometimes when you're playing at a high level, you want things just to be super perfect. And just some pad misses like that can actually kind of get in the way of your scoring.
Yeah, and honestly, having this happen like halfway through the day, I'm kind of surprised we haven't had anything happen yet.
We've been doing great. I am thrilled about this.
It's usually pretty amazing how well DDR pads work, considering the number of things that conspire to make it you know, it could easily just double trigger or something.
Yeah, absolutely.
But usually it works fine.
So, all right, it looks like we did a little bit of maintenance, did a little bit of testing in the test screen. So we're going to go ahead, and I'm not sure if we're going to go ahead and run it or if we're just going to do like a little bit of a test to make sure everything's okay. But you know what? It's okay. I'm super glad that this didn't turn into a half-an-hour pad maintenance.
Yeah.
It could have easily, who knows.
And that probably will happen at some point during the tournament.
Knock on wood that it doesn't. Give me your spirit bomb, chat, that the pads stay absolutely golden through the rest of this chat. And I think, you know, after the test, after the calibration, we're just going to go ahead and get ready to run it back.
Ribbon it.
I was actually,
Ribbon it.
I'm also very impressed at how quickly everyone ran over there with the tools and all of the, it's almost like an actual medical emergency happened, but instead of like medical equipment, they just came with like a tote full of like DDR parts
There's
and
an
tape
ambulance
and,
that shows up.
and all of that stuff.
Shows up blaring paranoia.
All right, here we go. We're getting the run back on Ishtar CSP. All right, yeah, definitely looks like we're doing better. It's like you said, you just got to change it out, and Marvelous has happened, and that's what happened. Kaze picking up his first perfect right about 38. Both players sitting on a PFC tie score. And Hudson matching his PB right now. We go into the free section, 4 points away from each other.
Yes, very relaxing compared to Endymion. Look at these freezes.
All right, here we go. As we go into this pattern, a little bit of opening up before we get into the shock arrow jumps and gallops. Both players handling the jumps perfectly. All right, here we go. Let's see how they go ahead and handle the gallops. Ooh, and Grady picked up shaking his head.
That was a clean run by Hudson there.
Yeah, as we brought up before, the gallops are the part that makes this, they're the part that you have to look out for, and it's because the second note of the gallop is pretty close to the shock arrow. So on top of the fact that you have to kind of hit it perfectly, you have to lift almost instantly off of it. Otherwise, you're just going to accidentally trigger the shock arrow, which we kind of saw what happened with Grady.
Yeah, there's different strategies. You can add a step there, or you can just kind of snipe it.
But Hudson looking like he is going to finish with the PFC, 1753.
Very nice.
Grady getting the 1723. 32 perfects. Grady with 48, 3, and 2 misses from the shots. So yeah, that kind of changed the difference a little bit between them. I will say Grady definitely, that kind of threw him off a little bit.
Plug it in right there. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't have any ports or anything.
All right, so we go from Ishtar, a little bit of like some relaxing to, all right, so have you done your homework on this chart? And
I would guess both of them have.
both players with the PFC, once again, 7 perfects difference between the two. It was a little bit of a common pattern that we're seeing on a lot of these charts.
Yeah, I think one of the cool parts about DDR tournaments like this is a lot of these players, I'm very familiar with them, but when you put them together, like I don't really ever think like, oh, would Grady's scores beat Hudson's? Because in my mind, I'm like, oh, Hudson's PFC'd Endymion or Deggers or whatever. But honestly, a lot of these scores by Grady are just as good as Hudson's.
All right, and we're seeing it right there. We're about 5-point difference between the two. Both players handling so far. All right, both players still sitting on the PFCs. Crossovers, beautiful, well done from both. All right, first speed up. This stop. Both players still sitting on the PFC. Still within 7 points, and Hudson picks up his first grade. Grady picks up a good. Still within 5 points.
Oh, the song is so hype.
Super close. Both players showing that they do have the
look-
knowledge check.
Look at just how well they know it.
Oh, Grady picks up a miss.
Damn.
Yo, even with the miss, still within 3 points.
That's a really nice spread.
That's awesome. 45-2-2 from Grady, 51-4 from Hudson. Even with that miss, Grady had the MA to kind of close that out at the end.
I don't know, man. Like I said, I just wouldn't really even think about it, but so many of Grady's scores are great.
Absolutely impressive. So here we go. Next up, we are going into max period. J-Boy is responsible for this pick.
Yeah,
Hudson.
J-Boy's throwing in the chaos there.
Oh yes, I love it. I
Not
love
literally
to see it.
chaos, but throwing in the instability.
Hudson with 45 perfects. Grady with a 98.7, so not quite a AAA on it.
Hey,
but
that's fucking good, though.
it's there. It's there. It's
Pardon
there.
my language.
And like, let's not hate. It's max period. That score is still crazy.
Yeah.
All right. So,
Why do you need Konami original songs?
just why? Grady taking a little second to kind of catch his breath. Sweating it out pretty heavy right there. Luke getting him with the dab, giving us some reassuring words. Hudson talking it out with Telperion. I do like that. That is a good point that even if you're not here, sitting here watching these tournaments, all I know is when I get the chance, I'm going to go play some DDR. I am super motivated.
I keep thinking, damn, this game is really good. I want to go play.
I want to
can't.
go and smack some of these songs. Wait a minute.
I don't know if I would go play Max Period Challenge.
I don't know if I'm going to play Max Period CSPs,
I might
like
play
for
Ishtar.
funsies, but like, I definitely want to go and hit some arrows.
All right, this one just goes. Just starts immediately.
Hudson taking a second to pre-prep the Sudden Plus. And still was able to land it on target. Both players sitting on the PFC right now.
So it looks like Grady is banking on using Hudson's, watching Hudson's side at the end.
Except about that,
Is he on mirror?
yeah, they're both on mirror. Okay,
oh, I
good.
see.
And Grady picks up a miss.
This is showing Hudson's strength at reading slow. I mean, not that Max Period is slow, but there's no speed mod
We're
here.
about to get slow right here. But compared to it, it's not as dense until you kind of get deeper into the slowdown.
Yeah, he's obviously using 2x because he knows Hudson's side's going to be readable at the end.
All right, Hudson with breaking into the 1200, about to get to the 1300 EX as we go into this fast section.
Oh, let's go.
And the cross reading working out for Grady.
Oh,
Picked
look
up
at
a couple
that.
of grades, but Hudson doing a marvelous job too. Whew. Flying, we were
That's-
flying.
You know, mad props, honestly. Strategy worked.
1722 to 1643. Not bad scores. Money score of 98 to 96 to 96.8.
Yeah, I mean, they could have both read each other's screens.
And I mean, you could tell that like, oh, they were pushing it. That foot speed was was definitely saucy at the end for both of them. It's almost like they almost both broke combo at that same exact time. So, yeah, all right.
Yes.
And we're about to hit
Daggers.
the end. So,
Daggers.
So
Or Degris.
You're starting to sell me a little bit on Daggers.
I don't know. What?
You're selling me a little bit.
Degris?
I wasn't on board, but I'm kind of on board a little bit for some Daggers.
I'm not. I just don't really see any reason to prefer one or the other, I guess. Degris?
Regardless as to how you pronounce it, we can all agree that it is quite a chart of all time. It is quite a chart. It exists. We all have some probably non-positive opinions of that chart.
But I do think like Daggers is one of those songs where it's the meme where you show it to somebody and it's like the cry face Wojak and there's like, no, you can't put steps like that, you can't do this, that's illegal, you can't put 3 jump jacks 16th notes, you can't do it. And then like you got the Chad guy who's like, whatever, IPFC'd it.
Professional DDR player, and
it's like, this is a bad chart, this is a bad chart, but like how about just get a good score?
And God King Boss chart maker at Konami says, watch me.
Yeah.
And you know what? They were right. It says something for a chart that's like that infamous, but I also kind of like it because it adds a little bit of like zhush to the game. It means that not every single song is free.
Yeah, I think it was one of the first songs that came out and people were like, oh wait, like, is this actually even doable?
Well, yeah.
Because pretty up until then, up until Supernova 2, like, you could see a DDR chart and be like, oh yeah, it was obviously intended to be PFC.
Yeah, you can visualize it.
But you see it and you're like, oh, this has got to be impossible. And then, 10 years later or whatever, Chris gets it. And Hudson gets it. And
Hudson's still really close. However, let's point out the fact that
he hasn't get it.
He hasn't gotten it.
Okay.
He still hasn't. However, let's point out the fact that his best score is 11 perfects and like a grade or 2 on it. That's still wild. Grady also with a 99 too. These are still wild scores, chat.
I'm just gonna AAA Daggers.
Why not? Wake up in the morning.
Maybe I should say Degris the entire time, just to honor Hudson.
Wake up in the morning feeling like Kaze 573. You're going to go ahead and PFC Degris.
Ooh.
All right, and it looked like Grady kind of started off a little off really early on.
Alarms going off.
But both of them doing really well. Grady, despite picking up that good early on, is handling those crossover drills really well. MA looking nice. Hudson still with the PFC, making that statement that this was his pick, showing that he is the expert at the song.
He's just maintaining a PFC on Degris. All right.
But Grady is still keeping pace.
Yeah, he's doing extremely well.
Only about 12 points right behind Hudson.
Oh my God, look at this. I can't believe this.
All right, and Hudson finally getting a grade. Ooh, and that triplet
hooking it up
jump.
with those jump jacks.
One of the wildest parts of this entire chart. All right, and we're about to get ready to see the mutual slap as we go ahead and read the fast section. Hudson both of them went ahead and decided to sacrifice that freeze to go ahead and take out the sudden plus. Makes sense. Oh, beautiful.
Ooh,
1581, 1663.
That was a graceful execution of Degris. Dead End Groove Radar Special by Kaze 573, a.k.a. Hudson, and Grady, a.k.a. Grady.
We came, we saw.
We still got another song.
We Degurst.
Yeah.
All right, and we're going to go ahead and close out this set between the two with Go for the Top CSP. All right, and it looks like Hudson does have a PFC. He has 23 perfect. Grady with really close actually to a PFC, 99.898. So that's so he either had a high perfect count with one great, or this man really had just 2 perfects and picked up a great.
So this track, this is one of the, before DDR Ace came out, there weren't that many 18s, and this was one of them. And I remember studying this chart a lot on Stepmania in like the 2014, 2015 era, and it's, I think because it's been around for so long, and because it's hard, but there's nothing about it that's particularly like, I don't know what the word is, like
it's
cartoonish, like,
correct.
You know, Max Spirit has the
I like to say it's a relatively straightforward AC.
I mean, as straightforward as you can be with like ridiculous footwork and crossovers and stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, a lot of people just don't think about this song lately. I wonder whose pick was this?
This was, I will tell you. This is Paranoia Boy.
Oh, nice.
So this was Tony's pick. So we're gonna go ahead and, hey, look at that.
Ojima-san.
Ojima-san, hello, thank you very much.
Thanks for joining.
Arigatou gozaimasu. So, all right, we're about to go ahead and finish out this set. Grady taking a little bit of that water, getting a little bit more air circulating. Hudson looking pretty all right. Not too winded, not too sweaty, looking very comfortable, especially after Degris right after that. And I'd say actually both players are looking pretty comfortable. Grady, you know, a little bit more sweaty, want to go ahead and toweled off, but both players definitely showing that they've adjusted a little bit to the altitude here and are just ripping right now. This is such a good set. I'm having a good time watching this set between these two. Oh man, we're getting some of that Windex, keeping them pads nice and shiny.
They're opening, they're cleaning the Marvelous window.
Ah, yes.
They're just taking the Windex to the Marvelous window. Just got to make sure it's not crusted up with grates and
absolutely
grates and goods. There's no you know, green or yellow.
All right.
All right.
Here we go. End of this set. Let's see how we do. Get hyped, chat. Let's go. All right, Hudson with just 2 greats right now. Grady picking up his first great. About 3-point difference between the two.
Perfect.
Both players looking great right there. Grady picking up a straight great. Hudson MAing the crossover section. Picked up a miss. A good and a miss right there. Picking up a great right there. So on the crossover free section. Grady still sitting on the PFC.
It would be super cool if Grady could PFC this. He's obviously been working on it.
All right, getting a little bit of a breather right before we continue with the rest of this song to these jump sections. Oh, Grady picked up a miss. Just a miss, but he's still doing a good job of maintaining that PFC. Hudson also picked up a miss on that jack section, and both of them.
Oh yeah.
Grady popping off a little bit. and they hug it out. Love to see it. Grady, 54, 3 greats, 1 good and 2 misses. Hudson, 64, 16, 3 goods and 5 misses. 1866 to 1917.
Yeah, it's great composure by Grady on the whole song.
Great set, great set. Chat, give it up.
That's the end of that
Give it up for these two.
of that pair.
For putting in an absolutely marvelous and wild set. Oh, and look, it's a little Dwayne right behind us, enjoying some Halo arcade. Oh, and there he goes. He's gone. He's gone.
I'm
But-
trying to update the pool results on the website right now. I've got internet, you know.
It's real. So, but if you did, so for reference, the results for the poll, we won't find out the results until we finish this poll, in which the scores will be tabulated, and we're going to find out the placements. I will tell you from the previous poll, as I go ahead and bring up the results from the previous poll. So, the 2 players that were moving out of that first poll, we had in the poll, for just so you know, you had Chris for Life, Blastoise, Fideline, Chaos, ZZZ, Pack Rob, Dwayne, and Spencer. Chris for Life and Spencer moved on out of that poll. That was first and second place, respectively. Blastoise got 3rd in the poll. Then you had Pack Rob just narrowly in 4th place, right behind Blastoise. You had ZZZ in 5th, Chaos in 6th, Fideline in 7th, and Dwayne in 8th in the pool. So, and just for your reference, if you are just joining us or you happen to miss how these pools work, there are 6 pools. Today we're going to be doing pools A, B, C. Tomorrow we'll be doing D, E, and F. The top 2 players from each of the pools move on to the pool semis, where we'll do kind of another round robin. And then we will, the players out of that move on out of that will be going into top 8 double elimination, as we are pretty used to seeing.
Yeah, and that's going to be, I don't even know what's going to happen then.
It's going to be an interesting day.
I mean, obviously it's going to be a DDR tournament, but
I'm curious to see how some of the players, and how all of them do, coming out of the pool semis to go straight into top 8. So I would say, like, staying warm
and
and
it's all
maintaining.
19s, right?
It's all up
just
there.
all 19s. It's just Endymion, right?
It's
Just, that's the
I
only
mean,
song
at
they're
this
gonna
point,
play.
it might as well be, but it's going to be up there.
They're gonna
So,
play Endymion, Daggers, and
but we'll
yeah.
be doing hard draw format.
True.
So
Yeah.
there is a little bit of wiggle room, a little bit of uncertainty. Whereas in these pool, how it's been working is that each player picks one song between 15 and 18 and brings it to the pool. So each of these crazy picks that you'll see down at the bottom, as we get ready to cut over, as these 2 are warming up, every single player picked it. They picked that song.
As of right now, the pool results for Pool A are updated on the website.
So please go and check that out.
I'll update Pool B once we are complete with this next match.
Absolutely. So warming up, we have Talkion and Bogo.
Talkion and Bogo. Should we take a break?
We're good. Ready? 3, 2.
Wait, this is the warm-up.
I just have to. We
The
always
timer.
start a timer just for our own reference.
So yeah, we're going to take a short break, or at least I am.
Yeah, I'll let you go ahead and do that. I'll go ahead and talk it out. Let you guys go ahead and see what we're about to get into. We're going to see Bogo on one player side, and we're going to have Talkion going by Among Us over on P2 side. I will say, as we're talking about this, as you say 3, 2, 1 Startle, I am so hyped for KAC to come back. There's just something special about KAC that it brings us all together on an international stage to see. It's almost like to see, like, all right, this is what we're striving for. And also, I love KAC because we get some new songs, we get some new music, we get to see what the new absurd charts are for all the rhythm games. And it's KAC, so you know they're not just going to throw out something easy. All the unlocks, all the KAC songs and qualifiers are going to be absurd. They're going to test to show that those people that are qualified for it are the top rankers. Much like how we are here at Upbeat Denver, where the qualifiers were equally as ridiculous. So let me go ahead, I'm going to go ahead and just re-bring that up. So the qualifiers to get to Upbeat this time, you had Typhoon, ESP, you had Chaos Terror Tech Remix, you had Possession 20th, Tokyo Shinwa, Elemental Creation, and Max Period. All of those were the qualifiers to just show up here. So it makes it even more impressive that the top 48 players that we have in this tournament all put up some of the craziest scores on just like an ultra stacked qualifier to be here today. And we're starting to see it. We're starting to see it with like how close some of these are, people popping off, something about some impressive scores. We're seeing nothing but 15 and up. And so far from the pools, we've only had 2 15s. We had NGO in the first pool, and then we have 8th for Aces. So people are shooting for the moon. They are swinging for the fences on it, and you love to see it. So we're going to go ahead and let these two continue warming up. When we come back, we're going to go ahead and get started with their rotation on pools as we get ready to see just some good-ass DDR. Go ahead and get yourself some water. Stay hydrated out there, chat. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
So many times I've heard promises of romance, but there's something about you that makes me believe in another chance. Can't explain what I'm sensing. Every part of me trembling as I feel that you got through my face. I should know by now.
That's right.
That's right, chat. We are back. Your boy Ajikin, Roger Clark over here. It was energy drink time.
Yeah,
So
I'm chugging this, I just finished this Monster Ultra Strawberry Dreams.
ooh. See, I went with the Red Bull. Red Bull, sponsor of many esports, trying to bring some good esports karma into this event because this event is so awesome. The hype is so real, especially when we get into these two players right here. We got Bogo and Talkion.
Talkion is using the e-amusement name Among Us right now.
Some would say sussy wussy, but I'm not going to say. A lot of you may know Talkion as being your favorite Stepmania ITG charter. And Bogo, from the East Coast, one of my favorite players to keep an eye on lately. His improvement over the past year and a half has been wild.
He became an insane player instantly, which I feel like that's pretty rare.
All right, here we go, chat. Pittsburgh is East Coast.
It is
very
when you're
East
in
Coast.
Denver.
All right. Bogo sitting on the PFC. Talkion still sitting, or I'm sorry, MSC. Talkion sitting on the PFC. We are about. Oh, Talkion picked up a miss. Not sure kind of what happened. All right, Bogo still sitting on a PFC. Picks up his first grade. I'll hold that one, chat. That's on me. That's on me. But Talkion doing a really good job of making up for that early miss. MA looking really clean on that section. All right, Bogo just now breaking into the 1200. Talkion not too far behind. About 30 points difference between the two. Both of them handles the shock arrows, and Talkion kind of clips that shock arrow right there.
So, Bogo's calves look like they're bigger than his quads, which I wonder if is anything besides DDR capable of producing that?
I mean, let's also talk about Talkion. Them calves are looking mighty creamy too. I love the athleticism that's going on. Both players kind of picking up a miss during that stream section right there. But nailing the last shots. Bogo, 2143. Talkion, 2082.
Sick results here.
All right, Bogo, 73, 8, 5 misses. Talkion, 103, 13, 2 goods, and 10 misses. So, yeah, Talkion kind of struggled a little bit at some points, but ended up really kind of making up for it towards the end with a lot of that MA that he had going on.
I was in Tokyo recently for a few months, and I kept, going to play DDR on different machines in the area.
Yeah.
And I kept seeing Talkion scores on it. And I'm like, dude,
what?
This guy's just over here spamming his scores all over this other country. I mean, I was trying to do the same thing, but it was just crazy to just notice someone else who lives in the U.S., their scores are over here.
Yeah, Talkion clearly was on a tour over there.
He had almost a PFC on Come to Life Challenge on the machine I played on most often.
Jeez.
So
Wildin'. All right, so both players don't quite have a PFC on this. Talkion does have a full combo at 98.6. We have Bogo with 97.4. However, this is a DDR tournament. Crazy stuff has happened. We've seen up scores already today. We've seen people pop off.
Yeah, you don't know how much people have been studying these charts. And some people, they're devious and they'll play on alternate accounts or whatever. You can't really trust these scores all the time.
Yeah, and one thing I will say about Bogo is he is a tournament player.
Yeah.
He rips hardest during tournaments. And almost every time I've seen him, he has surprised himself with some score. So hopefully we get to see more of that. I would love to see it on Ace for Aces. I'd love to see up scores from both of them. There's no better score than an up score. That's all I'm saying.
So I just want to give a quick shout out to our sponsor, Red Note Gaming. They operate a organization designed to promote dance games, rhythm games, and they've got an amazing arcade location in the Las Vegas area, and they're thinking about opening a East Coast location. So if you want to know more about that, chat them up on Twitter.
All right, here we go. Both players starting off. Talkion with that MSC. He just happened to nail that perfect. All right, here we go into the speed up. Talkion still up by about a few points. Bogo's MA is looking nasty. Talkion also going crazy right before this freeze. So right now, this is still kind of like pretty early in the song, so it's a more straightforward part. We're going to see, I think, if we're going to see anything go on with these two, it's going to be during this first slowdown to see how they kind of handle this. And they handled it very well.
Yeah. They know what they're doing.
Bogo picked up a miss and a great right there. All right, so both players are now without the PFC.
Ace for Aces, of course, was the one more extra stage, or what was it, encore extra stage for DDR Ace?
Yes. And it was pretty noteworthy because in order to pass it and unlock it, you had to PFC a very particular difficulty.
Yeah.
And since the song is just so, as you see, it's so gimmicky, it took players ages. And I do believe Dr. D, who's here at the tournament, was one of the first, he was the first player to PFC the song on, I do believe, the standard, on the difficult. And that was a pretty awesome thing to see. But still pretty awesome is both of these players are ripping right now. Talkion's still sitting on a full combo. Bogo, although he picked up a miss,
really
his MSC has been
Talkion.
crazy.
All right, man.
Good score. Good scoring from both
Bogo.
of them. Yo, we got double up scores. We got double up
Did
scores.
they both improve
They
their
have
scores?
the same. Okay, their money score is a little bit of a palindrome. Double up scores. You love to see these up scores, chat.
Both triple-ated.
Beautiful.
These people are good DDR players. It's almost like the top 48
It's almost like
top 48 players who entered the qualifying round are here.
you're, as I said before, like, yeah, you're supposed to be here.
Yeah.
This is correct. Congrats to both on getting the double up score. I felt myself get warmer. It is a little chilly from in the arcade. It's also Denver, but I felt some warmth go through my body when I saw that double up score. So now, speaking of which, actually, can we talk about how crazy both of their scores are on Endymion? They both have 96 nines. Double A's, no full combos. Same time, they have 96 nines. Identical scores on Endymion ESP.
Yeah, I mean, they may be. These guys are pretty evenly matched, it seems. And again, this isn't actually a match. I shouldn't say that.
Yeah, no,
This is, of course,
it's a round robin,
this
but
is a round robin pool where everyone's playing the same songs, and at the end, they're tabulating all the scores and finding out who moves on to the next round.
playing with each other adds a little something.
It does, especially when you're playing with someone who's really close in your skill level.
You just kind of push each other. So I'm really excited to see what happens with these two. This is going to be a mad spicy. Oh, 98.9. Woo, geez. This tiny monitors, chat. Tiny monitors. All right, here we go to the first speed up. Boga still sitting on that full combo. Talkion doing a really good job of adjusting to some of that foot speed that kind of tripped him up a little bit. Bogo's still sitting on that full combo.
These are some fast drills, 440.
And both of them do a really good job of nailing those. So Bogo still sitting on the full combo. Bogo about to break 1100 EX, and Talkion just doing so right now. All right, here we go into the next speed up. Woo, them drills. Them boys crushed it. Let's go. Bogo picking up his first miss.
I mean, honestly, Bogo's score on this song is, I'm impressed already. I didn't get to see him play at Mistake of the Lake. So seeing someone I've never really seen before play like this on Endymion, ridiculous.
All right, here we go, chat. All right, both players coming out of it. A little bit tapped out, but that's about right. Good showing from both. Amazing showing from both of them. 98-2.
Beautiful.
93-9.
98-2.
22-03 and 20-34 from Talkion.
That 98-2 is pretty close to what he had on his EMU's record, which, you know, again is also surprising for a song like this where you'd expect to be able to do really well on it, you'd have to be playing for hours. Like playing 17s and kind of warming up. Feel like, okay, I'm ready to play Endymion now, but no, he's just, you
just did it. So, both players taking a little bit of a break. That ends the first set. The spicy first set. Next up, we have Ishtar CSP, Pluto CSP, and Max Period CSP. So, a little bit of like a relaxing song, a breather to kind of reset yourself, and then it just
that wasn't
escalates.
intentional, of course.
It just worked out.
Yeah.
So Ishtar, coincidentally, is Talkion's pick.
Yeah.
So I'm very curious to see what his scores are. Talkion just ran over there to just go ahead and refill his
Clearly
water
he
bottle.
expects to do well. And based on what I've seen from him just playing Endymion, I can't really expect anything else.
Yeah, both everyone so far, just not even just these two, everyone so far has just been playing out of their mind, giving us some good DDR. We are very entertained. I mean, I'm speaking for myself. I hope you are very entertained out there. This is spicy. I love this. I never would have expected to come here, see the top 48, and then just see people deciding that we just want to do a set of just 18s. But here we are, just doing sets of majority 18s and pretty ridiculous 15s on top of it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to play 15s in a tournament with people like this, it's probably going to be songs like Ace for Aces or NGO.
Yeah, ones that you have to work at.
No one's going to play Sakura Reflection. Sakura Reflection or...
as much as I love to hear Hard Brain, we're not going to get that.
Hard Brain, maybe not what we need here.
I mean, I would love to see MFCs.
Yeah, that sounds great.
I know a great handful of the players here, and some in this pool that can MFC Hard Brain just without thinking about it. That'd be hot.
It is, of course, what we were talking about. It is free.
It is free. It is libre. So
okay, we synced up here. We're basically our minds are just merging.
Yes, we are becoming one mutual commentary unit, and we are about to go into Ishtar CSP. As both players kind of return to the mat, Talkion just went ahead and topped off his water bottle. Bogo went ahead and did a little bit of a walk, tapped into the fan.
Arrows. Shock arrows is the name of the game here. And shock arrows? What are shock arrows, you might ask? Well, they're kind of like mines in ITG, except they're in DDR, and there's 4 of them in a row, and you can't step on the pad. So what you got to do is you got to step off the pad, either by jumping or going on to one of those other arrows. And in general, they're usually not very hard. But here in Ishtar, we've got a part in the middle of the song where there's some offbeat gallops, and right after that gallop is a shock arrow.
Yeah, so if you were to actually map out the gallop, if you were to kind of think of the shock arrow as like an actual arrow, it would just be like a 16 just triplet that da-da-da. So that being said, you only have that much space to lift your feet off the pad. Because one thing about shock arrows is that they not only detect if you step on them, they detect if your foot is even on the arrow at the time. And then hopefully we don't see it, but you get a nasty little surprise of it blacking out the screen if you happen to hit it. And both players handling it cleanly right now. All right, still within just a few points of each other. Staying pace at each other. All right. All right, we get a little bit of a break from the shock arrows right now. At this part that I kind of like to call the wind up before we get to
relaxing.
Ishtar.
These kind of like little tiny crossovers here are so fun.
And both of them showing that it's super fun. All right, here we go into the shock arrow jumps. I'm going to go ahead and get ready to prime ourselves for the gallops. Talkion picking up his first great. Ooh. All right, Talkion only hitting one, but actually preventing that cascading, the cascading demise of it, and only just getting one miss. So you love to see it. Good job recovering from it.
Bogo is ahead, and remember this is Talkion's pick.
Ooh, and Bogo hit I think he stepped down a little too early and caught that shock arrow right there. All right, and Talkion still doing a really great job of coming out from that miss in PFC. Even with that run right there, he's still clean on the perfect. Talkion a little happy, but also just like, oh, come on. 33, 2 and 2 from Talkion, 29, 1 and 1 from Bogo.
Got a 90x spread. Quite close scores, I would say. Who knows what it means that they have such close scores on a song that is almost obviously the easiest song in the set. It could just be that that song is completely negligible.
Yeah, I will say that you could tell that kind of got Talkion a little bit down on that one. He's a little bit frustrated at that.
It's a risky pick, I think, because if you're good at it, you PFC it a lot on your home turf.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, oh sure, Ishtar challenge, that's going to be my thing.
Yeah, at this level, it's also one of those picks that, again, as you said, is really risky because it's a chart that a lot of people kind of have good scores on. So depending on how you do,
specifically, it doesn't have that many notes, and it's not hard to MA.
Yeah, exactly.
Outside of the shock part.
Yeah, and then that's just more of just actual comboing itself. All right, here we go into
Pluto challenge.
One of the original gimmicky Soflan charts. I think Talkion stepped a little early and missed that jump right there. So he ended up starting off a little bit down. But both players showing that they do have the chart knowledge of this. All right, Bogo's still sitting on the PFC right now. He just broke 400 DX. Talkion not too far behind. Only behind by about 20. All right, first speed up. All right, and Bogo picking up his first great right there. So now we're both sitting on, he's gonna be sitting on a grateful combo. You can see Talkion just laser focused on this chart. And it shows. Picked up a miss right there. Bogo's still sitting on the full combo.
He's obviously extremely familiar with this. But I think tournament nerves, they'll get to anybody.
Yes, that's definitely a real thing. All right, here we go as we get ready to finish that song. Bogo breaks combo right there. But both players finish strong. 15-18 to 14-72.
I think it has become quite obvious that if you want to be good in a DDR tournament, what you need to do is play songs like Pluto Challenge.
You need to have a Pluto in your pocket.
I don't know
every
if
now
you
and
guys know this or not in the chat, but you probably need to play Pluto Challenge, Chaos Challenge, anything that you scroll over and you have like an absolutely god-awful score on, maybe play that.
Yeah, this is definitely a testament to, I know I can't speak for you, but myself included, of like, yeah, sometimes you need to face your worsts head on. Something you're not good at, you might want to grind that out. It's how you get better at the end of the day. Because it really does some mental damage when you get caught in a tournament with it and you're just like, I don't know what the heck I am looking at. Granted, Pluto's just not that bad. It's regular Pluto, but a little bit more technical, as I kind of like to put it. Someone
Max
said
Period
Poochie.
Challenge. Oh, yeah,
Poochie's also one of those ones. But Max Period, not only the ESP, but the CSP is also one where you might want to keep that in your pocket just a little bit. And if you're playing at a larger tournament, the Max Period difficult gets picked a lot.
I would say Max Period Challenge is one of those charts where if you showed this to people in, the late 2000s or mid, even like early 2010s, and be like, oh yeah, this is like going to be a song that everyone's going to be playing in tournaments all the time. They would be like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me that this is going to be in here? This is going to be a real chart? And then we have that, and we have Daggers right afterwards.
I mean, at the same time, if you think about what was out in
I guess Daggers
around
was
that
out.
time, it makes sense that people would pick this. You go, all right, if I happen to make it to like top 4 grand finals, I would pick this song on someone. I would slap this on someone. Max Period CSP was a flashing 10. That chart was ridiculous.
Max Period Challenge, where did that even come from?
That is a very, I almost want to say it was a console. It was a console exclusive. Someone quick, live Remy Wiki people, remind us where it came from. 2014, DDR 2014. It was it was Extra Stage.
Oh yeah, I remember now. I remember.
Yeah.
So Max Period, the song is from DDR Extreme JP, but the challenge was an event in 2014.
Yeah.
Because I remember there was the Egoism 440 event.
Oh yeah, that was the end of it. Yo, I can't believe we lived through a period where all the challenges and all the event songs, you had Max Period, and then you end off with Egoism. We lived through that. OTP was there too. All right, here we go, chat. All right, and if you notice, Tolkien playing this on boost.
He's using the same strategy that Grady was.
Yes, and it seems it worked out really well for Grady.
Grady used it on Endymion.
It works out. If you don't know, playing on boost, if you kind of notice that Tolkien's notes are accelerating kind of halfway through the screen, that's a bond that's called boost. It's really helpful depending on if you kind of like position your eyes, it's helpful to space the notes out on some slower sections, so that way you can kind of parse the patterns a little bit and you're not just getting hit with just straight note density the entire time. All right, we're about to get ready to come out of slowdowns. Tolkien picking up his first miss right there. Logo still looking good as we go into the fast section. Here we go, chat.
Oh, this is straight ripping.
Yo, both
Look at
players.
this.
Tolkien crushing it with the foot speed. Just getting caught right there at that last drill section. Both of them.
No way.
Yo, GG's to both of them. Good set.
Stage
Hell yeah.
1679 to 1540. Very impressive run out of Tolkien right there. you know, throughout, I'd say kind of throughout some of the earlier set, he's having a little bit of trouble on some of the foot speed, but really managed to just kind of lock it in on max period right there and absolutely crush it on that last run.
971 from Bogo. Like, I feel like, what was his best? Do you remember? I mean, it seems like it's probably within PFC ability for him.
So, all right, we're gonna go ahead and
You
go
caught
to
me
the
right
last
on a
set.
sneeze. Yeah.
Roger sneeze moment. So we are about to go into the last two songs of the set. Starting off spicier. You thought max period was spicy. We're going to be playing Degurs, Degris, Dead End Groove Radar Special, in which complicated chart. Very curious to see how both players tackle it, how they both approach it, whether that they play it vanilla and leave the regular mod on, whether they play shuffle or they decide to use left to go ahead and handle some of like the weird kind of like cross-back crossovers that are going on in it, make it a little bit more approachable.
Stream starts at 1 p.m. Mountain Time tomorrow, which is, of course, what, 3 p.m. Eastern Time?
You got it.
And noon Pacific Time. Japan time, it's like 5 a.m. or something.
Something like that.
I don't know what other time zones are, but you can figure it out.
10 hours away is Europe.
You can just ask ChatGPT or Microsoft Bing what the time zones are.
We're getting AI in the chat.
Yeah.
What do you think?
We need to get Bing in the chat right now.
So, fun thought experiment. What's it going to look like in X amount of years when we have probably our first AI written chart? Do you think it's going to be good?
So people have already done that.
Have they? Okay.
It would be pretty trivial to do it right now with the GB3 API. You could fine-tune a model on just all the StepMania charts and then just produce one.
Okay, so just ingest a lot of it.
Yeah, it would be pretty simple to do.
Okay. I'd be more curious just to see like what the output is, like how playable would it be? Will we end up with something like this? Where it's like, hey, you just want arrows to go to this rhythm.
I mean, honestly, I'd be like, give me a chart in the style of Dead End Groove Writer Special for every song ever made.
Ooh, spicy. Spicy output. All right. Looks like Bogo with a 97.
Degger.
Talkion with a 94. So good scores from both of them. As we start right away, Bogo choosing to just see the chart in its entirety. Talkion going to opt for the sudden plus. And it looks like Bogo choosing to play left this time. Talkion choosing to play the vanilla chart, handling it really well. I think he kind of lifted his foot when doing those jacks right there and ended up breaking combos by lifting his foot off the freeze. But doing a good job of still bringing it right back. Bogo still sitting on the full combo. All right, we're going to open back up. And it looked like Talkion picked up a miss right outside the startup.
This chart is art. It ends in the word art, so that's how you know.
All right, both players picking up misses at the same part.
The jump jacks.
Just showing the challenge of this chart. All right, Talkion going ahead and getting the slap. And there we go. Bogo 15-34. Talkion.
Pretty nice score by Bogo there.
14-12 out of Talkion.
I mean, that's
not bad.
within shooting distance of a
Actually, that's an
AAA.
up score. That is a massive up score from Bogo. Bogo, I do believe, had a 96 on this.
Good job. Good job, Bogo.
Very impressive. We'd love to see up scores, chat.
Bogo stands for.
I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it. Here we go.
Big. Okay.
Yep.
Trying to think of words that would follow that. Big.
You're holding on to this parachute. This is you. It has holes in it. Ride it all the way.
Big, original, good, can't think of one.
Oh no!
Can't think of one. Buy one, get one, of course, is what BOGO actually means.
So, yeah, good score. Good score from both of them. Massive shout out to BOGO getting the up score. And we are going to finish with Go to the Top, in which coincidentally, pretty close scores from the both of them on this one. So we should see a pretty even matchup. Talkion looking at some notes, adjusting a little bit as we get ready to finish out this set from the two of them.
Go for the top.
All right, and I do expect to see, I mean, BOGO's been ripping so far, so I wouldn't be surprised if we happen to see not only if BOGO not only PFCs this, or at least gets a really high AAA on this one. He seems like he is very much on a roll just from these past couple of sets. And Talkion also within just throwing distance of a AAA of a 99 on this one. So hopefully Talkion finishes strong, gets a massive score, gets that fat up score. We would love to see that. I'm rooting for the boy. Chat, send both of these to your energy. This has been an absolutely fantastic set so far.
BOGO's gonna go for the top. I don't know. I need another monster. I'm reverting back to whatever the default state is, where people have a really terrible sense of humor.
You are rolling forward. You are skipping straight to dad joke though.
Oh yeah. That's what happens when you're middle-aged.
You said you're middle-aged. I'm not putting that on you.
Oh, you know.
That's on you, buddy.
Alrighty, go for the top.
All right, here we go, chat. Last song of the set for these two.
A lot of footwork, but MA-wise, I think it's not too bad.
They got this. They absolutely got this. All right, both of them still sitting on that PFC. Within about 4 points of each other. Beautiful from these two.
Damn.
Both of them crushing it. BOGO picks up a miss right there, but comes out of it with the white combo.
We got some junk there.
Oh my God, gorgeous run from Talkion.
Clean and crisp.
BOGO did pick up another miss, but MA is still sharp, and Talkion finally picking up his first grade. A little bit before the speed up.
Bro, this guy is so good. They're both so good. And after they've played all of these songs, they played Endymion and Daggers. ending
All right,
off
and
this.
Talkion picking up his first miss right there. Still managing to keep about 30 points ahead of BOGO right now. Now about 10, 20. Beautiful. Ooh. Within 5 points. BOGO clutched the end right there. 1908 to 1913. And like I said, that's what I said. Talkion picking up the up score, getting to AAA. Let's go.
On an 18 in a tournament.
Talkion finishing strong with a solid up score.
Yeah.
Getting that photo out, showing them some
impressed.
love.
Are you impressed?
I'm
Everyone
super
who's watching,
impressed.
all 429 people
All of
who
you
are watching
Woo, that's a lot of eyeballs on the
Upbeat
street.
Denver 2023,
Some of the
located,
best.
hosted by Round 1 in the Southwest Plaza Mall in Littleton, aka Denver, Colorado. And I'm having a good time.
I'm having
watching
a good
these
time.
matches,
This is
commenting on the matches. not really matches, actually. I keep saying that, but really they're, instances of people playing during the pool.
I'm chasing it with Red Bull, but it's some good-ass DDR.
It is.
I'm getting my fill, and this is only just day one. We still have it
Only
coming
just
back
day
tomorrow with 3 more pools. Then Friday, we have pool semis and top 8. So it's going to be a
Top
pretty
8.
stacked weekend. This isn't just, it doesn't end here. We still have so much more in store, and we have, coming up, we have the last players of this pool. We have J-Boy and Paranoia Boy, who, if you happen to be here for a little bit of a while, you happen to see these two getting saucy, giving us a fun freestyle of Tajay Spits on the pad. Paranoia Boy, if you aren't familiar with them, been around for a very long time, multiple rhythm game player, probably one of the best freestylers out there. Very, very strong competitor in Pump It Up freestyle, top contender, wins a lot of tournaments. Competed also in DDR freestyle. I had the joy of competing with him in Dance Rush freestyle as well. He took top 8 at the Big Deal in Dance Rush. So very coordinated visual, very good footwork, but also has the talent of being a top DDR player as well. With him cross-training and pump, he has a lot of talent in foot speed and knowing how to rotate his body and move in the tech in that space.
J-Boy's been around for pretty much as long as DDR has been around.
Man, one of the OGs, let me tell you.
I mean, remember NNR? Oh, he was on NNR.
Yep.
And remember DDR Recall? Well, that was after
that's
NNR.
a throwback.
And he was on that.
That's
and
a
then he was on Group
throwback.
Stats, and then he was on pretty much everything else after that. So the dedication from J-Boy from playing dance games for pretty much the entire time, and not only just playing, like I've played pretty much the whole time, but like 18 PFCs, I don't have any of those, but J-Boy has a lot, and it's from playing hard stuff.
Yeah,
And that's how you
he
get
lives
really
in
good.
that zone of playing hard stuff, so much to the point that people forget that he comes up in conversation just like all of a sudden it's like, oh, he's in top 8. Yeah, he was playing earlier on. We're playing lower levels, and then you look at his scores and you go, wait, what? This man has what on 19s?
Yeah.
He has the 19 clear folder. What a wild man. And just got over to double-digit PFCs on 18s. So J-Boy, his tenure in the dance games is nothing to scoff at, let me tell you.
Paranoia Boy, also the same thing, pretty much. We've got, and they, at least, while they don't necessarily live in this exact same area, they live close enough to each other to have played in the same places a lot.
Yeah.
So what that means is this means like a long-time relationship between these guys that, characterizes like the old school dance game community.
Yeah, it's really nice for this tournament seeing just like the span of all of the players. So you have some of the people who have been around like J-Boy, Paranoia Boy, and then you have someone who like Dwayne who just started in like 2016 and is like ripping it and putting up good scores. One of the best people over in the Northeast. And then you have someone as young as Harajun who's here who is still in school. One of the best players in the world.
I don't even know what to say about that. It gives me all sorts of emotions, which, I'm happy for him. I'm happy for him.
You love to see it, honestly.
Yeah. About to reset the timer.
It means it makes me feel great to know that DDR is still keeping up. It's still in good hands, even after some of us older players are just kind of like, we're just unable to kind of keep up and play anymore due to kind of like physical reasons.
Oh, is this warm-up, right?
Yeah, this is warm-up. So it's really nice to see that the torch is being passed off figuratively.
Yeah, with June playing, I mean, hopefully he's going to school and telling all of his friends that they have to play DDR now, because that's what I did.
Oh, that means we're going to have some next generation killers, and I love it. That's going to be so good. So we're just going to go ahead and we're going to go ahead and let you just check out these warm-ups. One of my favorite songs, one of my favorite Toho songs. Noteworthy because this song moves at about like 86 BPM. So it's not too uncommon to see people slapping this at 6x, 7x. You see J-Boy opting a little bit of a slower speed playing this at 5x. Also, I do play Sound Voltex. Absolutely love this chart on Sound Voltex. One of my favorite 16s to play.
Sorry, I'm trying to update this website.
Okay, you're fine. I went ahead and checked out the stream a little bit. And it's kind of great because, chat, we are still here rocking. We started at 1 p.m. Denver time, 1 p.m. Mountain time, out here in the Rockies. And we are still going. As we actually have, as we're about to get ready to end Pool B, we're going to go ahead and start Pool C momentarily after they finish. We're going to go ahead and get the scores tabulated up for these two. I mean, for this pool, and we're going to see who moves on to pool semis on Saturday. But yeah, chat, I do want to know, while we're watching these pools, while we're watching them warm up, when did you start playing rhythm games? Let's see, some people started off in 2004, some people a little bit older, some people even newer than that. I mean, me personally, I started in 2003, right when Max 2 was out for a little bit. DDR Extreme had just came out not too long after I started. Actually, it was within maybe about a month or two that I actually started. That Extreme came out. I happened to be going to Disney. I sing. I'm a performer. I was performing at Disney, and I got to play Disney Rave for the first time. And after that, I was hooked. Then we went to Universal Studios, played Extreme, and ever since then, I've been playing DDR and other rhythm games, and it's just been like that. I see some people, 1998, shout out to you, 2015, 2004, some Fourth Mix. Fourth Mix was a good mix. I'm not gonna lie to y'all, it was solid. Fourth Mix is a good one. All right, shout out to the 2012s, 2013s, that mid-generation out there. But that's what I like, man, is that no matter how long ago you started, we all can come together and appreciate some good-ass DDR, man. All of you, all 400 of you monsters out there. Yeah, some of us started when we were like in our teens. I started when I was 15, I think, 15 or 16. And then, you started playing, consistently. There's nothing wrong with like taking a break from DDR, focusing on like doing some other things and then coming back to it. Either way, I'm just glad that you're here, y'all. 10 years ago. Woo! Congratulations on the 10 years. Yo, shut up. Your middle school had a Max 2 machine.
That's insane.
That is wild. I wish I was you. That would have been crazy. By the way, Max 2, one of my favorite mixes out there. That song selection, if you go back to it to this day, it is almost uncontested. They really snapped on Max 2 with that song list.
I love Max 2 specifically because with Max 1, they kind of stripped it down, like no old songs.
Mm-hmm.
And with Max 2, they were like, okay, like maybe people do need some of the old songs. Let's curate a bunch of like a kind of a small number of the best old songs to put it in. And I think the song list felt very curated in a way where Extreme like kind of just felt like, all right, let's just go all out and put everything in.
Mm-hmm.
But like Extreme, of course, is my favorite mix of all time. However, the song list had less of a curated feel than Max 2.
It felt like, compared to Max 2, where they started leaning way more on like a lot of like the funk and the Dance Mania licenses, like those. That's what I think of. That's why I like Max 2 so much. It's just like all of those Dance Mania licenses. There's songs that like you could actually see yourself dancing to. Some good funky stuff. Whereas like Extreme decided to, it kept a lot of the Dance Mania licenses, but it started to focus more on like, it was one of the first versions that we got where you start to see
A lot of
some of the
crossovers.
crossovers and some of the technical sides of DDR. A little bit more of the difficulty as they started to acknowledge that, all right, people are starting to get really good at this game. So let's start upping that chart difficulty a little bit. Man, someone's from Ohio talking about Aladdin's Castle. Ooh, you're bringing up memories right there. Shout out to all the Aladdin's Castle crew. You know who you are. Yo, congratulations on making it through abdominal surgery. That's a big deal. I remember I tore an abdominal muscle once, and the amount of life I wanted to do afterwards was not a lot. So yeah, congratulations on recovery, and I'm glad DDR was able to help you kind of like rehabilitate yourself. Also, yet another chart that I love not only in this game, in Sound Voltex also. Because as I said before, I'm a fan of all sorts of ridiculous gimmicks. And Firestorm, if you're unfamiliar with it in Sound Voltex, this song is incredibly knob heavy. You're doing whooshies all over the place. And then you have the mascot, like right in the background, getting hyped with like no clothing as Elaine comes out from him. But it has a true gimmick, and I'm glad that they brought it, at least in the challenge chart, they brought it over into DDR. Someone said, why are there stacks of 4 notes? Those are what are called shock arrows. So imagine shock arrows being the anti-DDR arrows.
It's a poison arrow.
They're poison arrows. Don't step on them.
You.
Not only don't step on them, don't have your feet on any of the arrows.
Don't touch them. Don't think about them.
Just
don't
out of
talk
sight,
about
out of
them.
mind. If you do hit it, not only does it count as a miss, but it'll also like blank out the screen for a little bit. So what ends up happening if you're doing it during the depth charts, you'll end up missing probably 5 notes immediately after, just from that.
So people say mines because ITG has mines.
Correct.
But mines were essentially copied from DDR Mario Mix. So.
So yeah, we're gonna see some more shock arrows, especially starting off with this first chart, New Century CSP, and going into Ishtar and some of these other charts. You're gonna see some more shock arrows, and they're gonna definitely make or break some of these charts and see how they're gonna go for these two. But
these guys are off their warm up, and they're heading into the pool. We've got 7 songs, some of the hardest songs you could really want to play in a tournament, and they are.
We are going to go into. We're going to start off with New Century CSP. Then we're going to go for Ace to Ace for Aces, and then we're going to go straight to Endymion, chat.
First stage.
So. Here we go, starting off, eyes open, chat. Let's see how both of these two rock. Let's go. Last 2 competitors of this pool. Both of them starting off.
This is like J-Boy's shit right here.
Yeah, both of them starting off super strong. All right, and Paranoid Boy picked up a good right there. However, his MA has been so good that he's still within 1 point of J-Boy. J-Boy picks up a miss. with both of them just evenly matched up.
These are people who actually play DDR 18. In order to make it to a tournament like this, you have to actually play DDR 18.
Yeah, and that being said, they're evenly matched. We're going to see a lot of close matches from these two for this whole entire set. So I see, yeah, and it looked like J-Boy did kind of clip that shock arrow right there.
It's hard not to.
Yeah, and Paranoia Boy just clipped it right there too. Yeah, it is a little bit tough, especially right there on that pattern when you're doing those 16s, to be able to just kind of like shift your weight a little bit to the point where you just don't accidentally tap that shock arrow. And both of them kind of hit them both from right there. All right, we're going to go ahead and finish this out right here. All right, and scores for both of them. Good scores from a 21-45 for Paranoia Boy, 21-36 for J-Boy. 83-8 and 4 misses for J-Boy. 66-9, 3 goods, but 3 misses from Paranoia Boy. So good set within about
nearly triple A's
Yeah.
on, I would say, an extremely technical 18.
Absolutely, absolutely. Good showing from both of them. So next up, we're going to go to the 15s, but it's ace for aces, so it's a tricky 15. If for all the people who are searching for their clear lamps, or their PFC lamps on the 15s folder, ace for aces is generally probably one of their last ones that they end up getting. Because it's so easy, especially in some of those, the slowdown section, for you to just be a little bit off, and it either breaks your combo or it just throws a great at your face or good at your face, and yeah, then you just have to start all over. But as we look at it, both players have a great full combo. Paranoia Boy with 99.7 and J-Boy with close to a PFC, 99.820. Very high AAA.
So
99.7, yeah. So both of them really close to PFC. J-Boy a little bit closer.
Wait, no, that J-Boy has the PFC.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm reading the CSP. My bad, y'all. Shout out to Astigmatism out here owning eyeballs.
Yeah, so this song, I believe J-Boy has the 15 folder, or at least did at some point.
All right, here we go. Speed up, Paranoia Boy picked up a great right there, but making up for it with his MA right there. J-Boy still sitting on the PFC. Still within one. He was still within about 5 EX of his personal best right now, so still putting up a really good score. There's still so much more song to go, though, so anything could happen. Eyes open, chat. Let's see how they do. Paranoia Boy doing an amazing job of making up for his really early great right there as we go into the slowdown.
It's a nice rainbow screen full of arrows here.
Super dense, super duper dense.
Everybody loves those elementary school colors.
All right, here we go. Coming out, we're getting a little bit more active. Both players still sitting on a full combo as we get ready to go into the stop coming up.
The sync on this song is really problematic, and from what I've seen during the tournament so far, no one really had that much of a problem with it.
Yeah, they're handling in stride. Both players white comboing right out of the stop. Jeez, let's go. Super close set, super close. MA on display here. All right, here we go. Both players are looking like we're gonna get the full combo within 1 point. Yo, 1 point.
Are these guys the same guy? I mean, they look pretty different, but are you sure they're not the
65-1
same
from
guy?
J-Boy, 50-8 from Paranoia Boy. 1 point. Wild. If this were a head-to-head, this would have gone crazy. Still super impressive for round robin play, as both of them take a picture of them squaring up like we are in an MMA shoot. Like they are about to go for the heavyweight title. You love to see it. Glad that they're having a good time, because next up, we're about to go to Endymion, chat. The good times end here. So let's see how both of these players are going to rip this. J-Boy with a full combo, but 97.7. Paranoia Boy with 98.2. So this is going to be pretty spicy. Endymion so far, throughout for this whole entire pool, has not been free for anyone. Everyone has been having to work at it at some point. It's given everybody a little bit of trouble in some space. Some of the burst patterns are giving some people some trouble, because this is the last song of this set, so like the exhaustion and the stamina is kicking in really hard.
Well, last song of like this particular game.
Yeah, this particular set of
like
3.
Them playing 3 songs, but they still have to play 5 more songs.
Yeah,
or 6 more, or whatever.
That's something that you still have to keep in mind. So let's see how they do, and I'm sure they're going to appreciate the break that's going to come after this. Both players very similar in score for this, so I just want to see. They've been popping off this entire set, so I really want to see how they do. They've been going crazy. Here we go, chat. Last song of this first set. 5 more songs to go. Eyes open, chat. Let's go.
So 220 BPM, 16th note runs all over this thing. Jumps, slowdowns, lots of tricky tech.
As we said, both players no stranger to 18s, definitely in their wheelhouse, and they are showing it as they are handling this part beautifully. J-Boy's actually plus 17 EX on his personal best. We're looking at an outscore if he keeps this up. Paranoia Boy snapping right now. So we go into the speed up. He's a little bit late on that freeze, both of them. So they both broke combo right there. Both of these players doing amazing. Still keeping up the combo. J-Boy just broke 1,000 EX, going into 1150. Here we go into the next speed up section. All right, both players getting caught by the first foot speed section a little bit, but doing a good job of adjusting on this section. J-Boy misstepping a little bit on that. Picking up a miss on that second free section.
It's just amazing that this is in the game, and people play this.
All right, this is the last little break that they get. We're about to get ready to go into the final stretch of the song. Here we go, foot speed. J-Boy absolutely prepared for it, full comboing it throughout.
Wow.
Paranoia Boy crushing those jumps. Here we go. Let's give it up to him, chat. 1960 for Paranoia Boy.
I mean, these are some of the best players, of course, since they're in this tournament, but I feel like they might be underrated. I'm not sure. Like, whenever I think of guys like them, I think of, they're pretty well-rounded.
Yeah.
But you know, it's songs like Endymion where you see people like comboing those ridiculous jumps. And you're like, wait a second, like these are
they're actually
like
doing
so
it.
Much better
whoa,
than me.
whoa, going wild. Absolutely good set from the both of them. They're both right there. J-Boy, mad hydrating. I appreciate it. And inspiration, he's inspired me. I'm gonna hydrate. It is time for me to drink water. Chat, I hope you're staying hydrated and healthy at home as well. It is real easy to focus and forget to get some of that good water. H2O doesn't have to go so hard, but it chose to do so.
All right, I gotta step off and do some website stuff for a sec.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you go ahead and do that. these two are going to go ahead and take that breather. They absolutely deserve it. Good for them. And in the meanwhile, we're going to go ahead and we're just going to go ahead into the next set. We're going to start off with Ishtar CSP, followed right after by Pluto CSP, and then Max Period. So as I like to say, it's just escalating. It's kind of like you're taking a slow slope upwards. So both players absolutely ripping this set, showing that they are no stranger to the upper level play. Yes, and shout out to Paranoia Boy also from my old stomping grounds in Virginia. Virginia love out there. As we said before, one of the players that has been around for a long time, very well known in the freestyle community for not only DDR but Pump It Up, and also Dance Rush. Paranoia Boy taking top 8 at the Big Deal 3 in Dance Rush. Very impressive. J-Boy, as we said, also longtime player. Shout out to DMV Virginia area. Been around for a long time. 18's in his wheelhouse. Regularly takes top 8 at tournaments. But we are going to go ahead and get it started. Both players with very similar PFCs on this. So once again, we're going to go ahead and see a very close matchup from these two. They have both been relatively even throughout this entire set. All right, Paranoia Boy with a little bit better MA right now. Both players still sitting on the PFC, handling that shock arrow pattern well. All right, we're going to take a little bit of a break from the shock arrows right now. We're going to get ready to wind up into some of these crossovers. Ooh, Paranoia Boy picks up a good, but his MA is still good. They're within 1 point of each other. All right, so we're going right back to the shock arrows. Handling the jumps. All right, here we go with the gallops. And they both crush it. No shock arrows hit for that time. All right, and we're within 5 points of each other. Chat, still close. Here we go. Still within a few points of each other, a little less than 10. All right, and we're gonna go ahead into the final section, the final runs. Full combo from both. 17-35 for Paranoia Boy, 17-19 for J-Boy. 43-2-1 good for Paranoia Boy, 62-2 for J-Boy. Absolutely great scores. And if I'm correct, I do believe those two are the only two to full combo Ishtar CSP in this entire pool. Most people have been getting tagged by about 1 or 2 shock notes, but those two are the only ones who full comboed it. So shout out to both of them, putting up good scores on that. Speaking of which, we are moving on to Pluto CSP, Paranoia Boy with 36 perfects, and we have J-Boy with 51. Both players with a PFC on this, so they both have the song knowledge on this. They're both very familiar with this chart. Not going to be caught off guard. And they both look in pretty good spirits. You know, they're not too gassed, so I expect them to be able to handle this very well. So, and it's really good that they get this escalation, because next up we have J-Boy's pick of Max Period CSP. Grady, by the way, responsible for this pick. So I remember, you know, it's time, boomer chat, boomer time. Come gather around the campfire as we talk about the old days of DDR. When this song came out in Supernova 2, it was fun to see everyone grind this song super hard. And both players showing that they definitely put in the work, looking real good out of this right now. J-Boy still sitting on that white combo. Now both players out the PFC. All right, and by the way, stay tuned. The website will be back up in just a moment. We're doing a little bit of work. We're about to get ready after this to upload the results of these pools, so don't worry. It'll be back up in a moment. All right, here we go into the stop. Both players sitting on a full combo. J-Boy 6'10" at the freeze, picks up a grade. Ooh, J-Boy ended up kind of missing that up arrow and picked up a miss. At the slowdown, both players nailing it so far. All right, next, last speed up. Just one more after this. All right, to the BPM change. Paranoia Boy still sitting on the full combo. J-Boy breaking in 1,300 EX points. And Paranoia Boy full combo 1509. J-Boy 1474. So yeah, back in the day when this came out in Supernova, it was noteworthy. Everyone grinded it, but Supernova 2, had a very particular way that you had to get extra stage. You couldn't just, it wasn't like every other version prior where if you just got like X amount of X amount of double A's or triple A's, and on the third song, if you got a double A on it, you got the extra stage. What you had to do is you had to, at least if I'm correct, you had to get an average of like an A or double A on your first songs, and then you had to either play Pluto or Volcano when it came out, and you had to get a minimum of an A on it in order to be able to get extra stage. And for a while, depending on where you were at, which version of Supernova 2 you got, it was only Pluto. Volcano didn't come out into the next version. So you kind of had to, if you wanted extra stage to be able to play like some of the ridiculous songs and stuff, like Pluto Relinquish and everything else, you kind of had to really learn Pluto, at least the ESP, to be able to get extra stage. It was really wacky back then. But speaking of wacky, we're going to max period. Both players have a full combo on it. Both sitting in the 98 range. J-Boy with a tiny bit higher of 98.5. Paranoid Boy with 98.2. So we're about the same in terms of scoring. Max period, as you see, tough song, a deceptively difficult 18 as you go through it.
You look at it, you watch like the whole thing, and you think to yourself, oh, you know, it really just doesn't seem that bad. It's not really, what is it, like 150 BPM for most of it?
Yeah.
And yeah, there's some like little 16th note run things, but it's not that challenging. But putting it all together, and then there are those parts like in breakdown where you have to start, you know, like turn to the left, and then you swivel all the way around. Putting that together with the step jumps, with like the Wadatsumi hold switch things, and then the end,
in which is
it ends up being kind of way harder than you think.
All right, both players pretty much identical. Paranoia Boy picking up a good right there. Good job, both of them handling the step jumps really well. And both of them playing on 1X, so
That's
playing
how you know
at a
they're
little
old
bit
school.
speeder. And both of them kind of broke combo on the Watasumi step. J-Boy doing a good job handling it that one. All right, here we go into the first stop.
Time to just chill out for a sec.
All right, warm up, cool down over. We're about to break right back into this. All right, it's all go from here on out. All right, Paranoia Boy about to break into 1200s. Here we go with the foot speed.
Ooh, look at that. Ooh, damn.
J-Boy making an easy work of it. Paranoia
J-Boy
Boy
cleaning it up.
Paranoia Boy MAing. Ooh, here we go, chat. Oh, J-Boy
They just really nailed the tension there
ripped it.
at the end of that song. Everyone's always so tense.
Shout out to both of them. Paranoia Boy down by about 30, no, by about 50, and then brought it back to only being down by about 31. 1640 for J-Boy, 1609 for Paranoia Boy. I'll give it to you after. All right, so
That's it. See you next
we are going to go ahead and we're going to go into the last two songs of this set. I'm so glad to join you. I'm so glad to be here joining you all. If you don't know, hi, my name is Adrian.
I'm Roger Clark.
Roger Clark, who not only is here with SF Evolve crew, but actively working on that upbeat website.
Yeah, I'm working on the website right now. There's a bit of an issue.
Yeah.
Mostly it's, you know, arcades usually have...
All right, so we're good. We're back.
Are we back? Are we back?
I think we're back. See, we were just talking about arcade internet, and there we go.
Yeah. I mean, it's a tough problem to solve.
And thank you for welcome back, chat. We missed you.
Streaming on Twitch takes a lot of bandwidth, and that's not typically what you need when you're at the arcade. So,
Just enough to make the machines work. All right, so they're lining up to play Degris. Both players with a full
Degris.
combo.
Degris.
Like those scores, both of them are they're just a tick shy of a AAA. But they're full combos on probably one of the most technical charts in this entire game. And yeah, 10-point and a 10-point difference between them. They're that close. Like in money score, they're that close.
Everybody loves this song.
So
All these players seem to have really good scores on this. I don't know what the deal is. They probably just really like the chart and really like everything about it. I know I do.
I like me some gimmick. I like me some ridiculousness. And and maybe this might be the last time we see this for the tournament. Who knows? But here we go.
This thing's gonna pop up all the time.
Yeah, both players electing to play it on left. So they both are going to go ahead and use the tech to make some of those patterns a lot more comfortable. Both players doing really well, handling really well. With 5 points of each other. J-Boy by about up 18 on his EX score right now. But this is still pretty early in the song. So here we go, chat. First slowdown. All right, step jump's doing okay. All right, here we go, chat. This is where it gets tough right here.
All these yellow notes. You know, not only is it hard to read, it's really fast at, you know, over 180 BPM.
Yeah, and it's this part and that part right there was actually the reason why a lot of people choose to play it on left. And J-Boy doing a good job of hitting those, the triple jumps.
Ziggler's just crushing it. Look at this. He's like plus 30 on his PD.
All right. Paranoia Boy full comboing out of that section. Actually, they're both players within really close.
Let's go!
J-Boy with the first full combo of the pool of Degger. It's 15-28. Paranoia Boy with an absolutely crazy score as well of 15-11.
Yeah. Wow. Improved the score, too.
We got a baby up score in the chat. And J-Boy and Paranoia Boy.
Let's go.
Only 17 EX right behind. That says a lot that even with all of those misses that he got, he still had the MA to make up for it. Phenomenal performance out of both of them. And that being said, we're going to get ready to see the last of this pool. These two are about to end off the pool. We'll see and go for the top one more time. Afterwards, we are going to go ahead and tally up the scores, and we are going to see who out of this pool moved on. This has been a wildly competitive pool. I don't know who's going to move on. Everyone has had their strong suits on a lot of the songs. I would say that top 4 is going to be incredibly tight. So I am looking forward to seeing the results of this, but I'm also looking forward to seeing if both these players can squeeze out another up score. Both of them sitting on a full combo with low 99s. Well, actually, it looks like Paranoia Boy has a very, very high great full combo. He has a 99.9, 20.
So that just means 99.3.
So that just means that Paranoia Boy picked up one grade. And J-Boy looks like he has a 99.3. I think we're going to see some ups. I think we might see an up score. We might see an up score out of somebody here.
Oh, wow. That is a 999.020. That's pretty intense.
Chat, if you've had a good time during these pools, during this demonic set, let me see some love in the chat. Show everyone some love. This is the last song of Group B, of the Pool B. We're going to tally it up and see who moves on, and we're going to just get started with Pool C right after that.
Let's go.
And dap it out.
For all 418 people who are watching, or maybe even more on Twitch or
y'all
wherever,
are great.
Thanks for watching. It's really, we're doing this for you, so so we can spread the word for Dance Dance Revolution. Make sure that we're really trying to move into this esports territory with this tournament, and I think a big international tournament with a cash prize is something that we all really wanted.
Yes.
And so we tried really hard to make it happen. And it is happening right now thanks to Round 1, who is hosting the tournament.
Yes,
here
thank you so much.
Southwest Plaza Mall in Denver. And also thanks to our sponsors, Red Note. Red Note is a Las Vegas-based rhythm game company, and they've got a nice facility in Las Vegas. Go hit them up.
All right, here we go. Wrong button. We're going to go ahead and see these last two whip it out on Go to the Top CSP. Here we go, here we go. Both players sitting on the PSC right now, within about 8 points of each other. Both of these players are snapping. 10-point difference between the two. Paranoia Boy picks up his first grade, but still has a little bit of a lead over J-Boy. J-Boy also picking up a great and a good right there. They're both still sitting on the full combo. Doing a phenomenal job handling the slowdown, the free section right there with beautiful ease. Slow down. Ah, wonderful. J-Boy did pick up a great right after that speed up. All right, just a little bit of the break that they get right there. Not much. J-Boy sitting on an up score right now by about 4 EX points.
These guys are full comboing this 18.
J-Boy did pick up a miss, but
Hey,
we got an up score and
man.
a full combo. Let's
Yeah.
go.
I can't believe DDR is like this now. People just constantly ripping.
We got Paranoia Boy with the clean up score, 99.8, 1937 EX. J-Boy with an EX score improvement of 1 with 1864, 98.6 money score. Yo, shout out to everyone in this group. GG's to all. Both players crushed it. Everyone in this group crushed it.
They're laying it down here.
Nothing but love. Seeing people come up giving them handshakes.
And it's we're getting together for the final pool of the night. It's 8:30 p.m. here in Denver.
Got my
We've
Red Bull.
been talking all day.
Sure have.
Jamario Ajiken here deserves tons of credit for sitting here and talking to everyone on the chat pretty much constantly since we got here at like what? We got here at like 10.
We started. Yeah, we got here at 10. We opened up round 1. Got everything together. We all came together.
We had to pry the doors open. Just
yes, we did. We actually had to force our way. A little bit of gentle, consensual.
yeah, it's just
beating.
like pretty much just we were here as soon as we could be here. We got it like ready to go, and yeah,
we're still going. We're in the last set of pools. They're going to be tallying up the scores for Pool B, so you will know the results in just a little bit.
yeah.
In the meantime, I have the list of.
Ooh, let's hear it.
I have the list. So, for those of you who are still here, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna give you a little bit of a teaser of what's going on, of what we should expect to see in this next pool.
Okay.
So, chat, I'm gonna give you 2 sets. I'm gonna give you 2. Now, do you want?
All right.
Do you want the wildest pick? Do you
so
want to know
first, Steve Renatalis just came and said that they're still working on tabulating the results of the last pool because it's like very close, and they just want to make sure that there's no errors. Looks like there's 1 point difference between 1 and 2, and 1 point difference between 2 and 3.
I figured, like I said, that top 4 is just going to be like this. I wouldn't be surprised, like you said, that there was a 1 point differential between it. That pool was mad competitive. So, whew, oh my God, jeez, I'm looking at this chat.
I'm yawning a bit. Maybe
I'm
that's time
looking
for another
at this.
Monster. Or actually, they sell Red Bull here, so I should go get a Red Bull. Red Bull is really nice to the DDR community, so
All right.
I should switch to Red Bull.
So, one of the interesting facts is this is the only pool so far where we have the same song twice.
Ooh, what song is it?
We have 2 different difficulties. So, I'll let you all figure out what that is. And we have a song.
Same song in 2 different difficulties?
Same song, 2 different difficulties.
Damn.
And we have a song that is returning from one of the previous pools.
Of course. I mean, there's only so many songs in the game that people are going to, they're going to present as like the trump card for high-level play with like 15 plus. So
I'll leave that as a little bit of a teaser, chat, as to what songs.
People are speculating Bag. No, it can't be Bag.
Can't be Bad.
Daggers. It could be.
There's some good guesses.
Degris.
There's some good guesses out there.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna
We're
let you
still waiting
all,
on the results of the top 3 in the pool.
I'm gonna let you all wait on that. But just as a reminder, that was Pool B. That was the second pool. First pool, the results of the first pool we have as I bring up the score sheet. So first pool, you had Chris for Life, Blastoise, Fidelin, Chaos, ZZZ, Pack Rob, Dwayne, and Spencer. The 2 people that moved out of that pool, we had Chris for Life at first, Spencer in second. Blastoise took 3rd place. and just narrowly took in 4th place was Pack Rob. They were obnoxiously close. I do believe it was 4-point difference between the two. 5th place, we had ZZZ. 6th place, we had Chaos. 7th place, we had Fidelin. And then 8th place, you had Dwayne. So it was a very, very awesome competitive set in that first one. And as we said, this second one, you just witnessed what went on that. Apparently, it's within 1 point.
For multiple steps.
Yeah.
So
the TOs are doing their due diligence to make sure that everything was tabulated correctly.
And also, TOs are doing their due diligence to make sure that the qualifiers have ranked everyone into such, like, appropriate buckets that
Yes.
they're so evenly matched.
So I've been enjoying that part. Just, you know, every tournament, and when you have massive tournaments for various games, you always expect to see someone in pools. We always like to talk about the term is that you drowned in pools, and that you kind of, you know, you didn't really do too well. You drowned in pools. You didn't make it out. This is one of the few tournaments that I've ever been in which I would say that not only based off of the format, no one drowned in pools. Everyone had their own song, had a song that they surprised themselves, that they really crushed it on. No one was free. And as you look for the rest of the brackets, once we get the website back up, when you look at the rest of the pools, you'll see that none of these pools are free. There may be someone who you expect to be kind of like a top seeder that there's a high likelihood of making it out, but everything else is just going to be a battle. Nothing but a battle. As the top 48 people from all over the place. We have people from South America, Asia, Australia, Europe, Canada, the United States. They are all here to show you all what some good-ass DDR looks like. This is one of the few international tournaments that we get the pleasure of having this year. You know, next up we have, I mean, there'll be people that may be coming from all over for DDR Storm, which is going to be over with CEO. Look forward to that. I'm looking forward to being there and seeing. There's a lot going on. There's DDR Extreme. There's ITG.
Oh, they're doing Extreme? I thought they moved on from Extreme. Okay, looks like we got
wait, chat.
Confirmed
All right.
pool results.
All right, you ready?
The first place was Chunka, a.k.a. Paul, with 99 points. Second, Kaze, a.k.a. Hudson, with 98 points. Third, Bogo with 76 points. And fourth, Grady with 75 points. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, they were neck and neck like this.
I mean, Chunka and Kaze, that's 1 point. Oh, my God.
Wild.
Oh, my God.
Absolutely wild. So, they got that. But later on, we're going to go ahead and get the full results and see how everyone shaped out. It will be, once we get the website back up, it'll be posted there.
Up. It's back up.
The website's back up. Oh, so we're eventually going to get the full results from the rest of the TOs, but that's who made it out. So in this pool, coming up, as everyone's kind of doing initial warm-ups before we start full pool play, we have, as I bring it up on my cell phone, we have Mark, Evil Dave, Dr. D, Ty, Dunk, Bestwood, Ambones, and V. So, shout out. We got
this is a great pool. I mean, they're all really good.
Everyone in this pool is really good.
We got the DDR influencer, celeb, player, people in pretty much every single pool. Here on the left, we got Mark, MARQQQ, and he is a local Colorado, Denver, Colorado player, and I'm sure he's extremely driven to represent his home community.
Yeah, Mark actually overall in the qualifiers taking third.
Yeah,
so
that's intense. Dr. D on the right. Everybody's aware of Dr. D. He's,
international player, very well known.
Yeah.
Very well known for his influence in the DDR community.
And he's got a lot of insane MFCs and all kinds of crazy scores.
So we're going to go ahead and let these two, they're going to go ahead and
they're going to do their warm-up. They're warming up with Hard Brain
Ah,
As we
that's a good
discussed,
song.
It's a good song.
It's a really good song.
It's a nice free song.
Super on sync. Fantastic song.
Comfortably. 3,
And
2,
if-
1, Starto.
And
All right.
something that I'm also very happy about in this pool is that we happen to have two of our lovely Valkyrie gals. We have V and Ambones in the same pool.
Let's go.
Shout out to all of the female representation in the DDR community. We like you. We love you. Support your queens out there. All of your queens and your non-binaries and your
I'm
your
about to go.
female adjacents.
I'm about to go get some Red Bull. I'll be right back.
Yes. So, once again, we're going to let you go ahead and take a look at this warm-up between these two. Then we're going to take a tiny little bit of a break, go ahead and restock, rehydrate, get our energy drinks in, take a little bit of nibbles, bathroom break, and then we are about to get right back to the pool play. And we're going to start off with the spicy pool. So, enjoy this, chat. Enjoy this warm-up. All right, chat, we will be right back. Don't go anywhere. We're going to go ahead and get this stream set up for you for this next round of pools. And I'm excited for you guys to see what's about to happen with this with these song picks. It's mad spicy. So we'll be right back, chat. Chat, we are back. And what did I tell you? I told you this one is interesting. So, we start off with Gaia. Fantastic song from 2DX. But remember how I said there's one song that's on here twice. A lot of you guessed it right. We have New Era DSP. So our first difficult chart of the entire tournament so far. Next up,
it might be the only one.
Might be the only one. Next up, I said we had a song returning. And courtesy of Evil Dave, we have Degris, if you are from my lovely land of France, is returning. Ambones coming up with Electronic Retreat as her pick. And we're just going, y'all. We are about to rock. Let's go. Dr. D versus Mark.
Gaia here, and this is, of course, we've been saying this a few times during this tournament, but there are some songs that are considered free by top-level players. This is one of them. It's very straightforward, extremely easy to MA, and the only really hard parts about it are it has a couple tempo gimmicks. But I don't see either Dr. D or Mark having any trouble with this song, and we could probably expect an SDP from both of them.
And both of them showing that, yeah, this is quite Fritos. As we have Mark still sitting on the MA, Dr. D with just one perfect.
I think he has a few, but
just a couple.
A very, very low amount.
Yeah, shout out to Mark getting up to 280 on a white combo. All right, 6 points between the two. Both players going to have a really, really, really strong start.
I would say this entire like group of songs is a really interesting mix of kind of easy stuff and really songs that you don't see in high-level tournaments.
But yeah, Dr. D did pick up a random great right there, but doing a good job of like keeping it clean with his MA. So yeah, like I said, both of these players, I think they're definitely going to set the pace for the score on this song. Oh my God, just listen to it. Listen to that boundary mic, the pad mics that we got going. 2007 to 1993. Mark with 3 perfects.
Oh my God, look at that.
Dr. D with 15 and 1.
That is,
like I said,
this is that score.
It's setting the bar.
And I imagine myself having gotten that score and feeling good about it. But
I mean, you should feel good about it. 3 perfects is pretty wild.
That's the kind of score you're like, damn, you know, I need that. I need that. But Mark has that.
An absolutely strong start from Mark. And Dr. D putting up a 15 and 1, still an absolutely good score. In this very competitive pool, actually. I'm looking forward to seeing where we go from here.
Yeah, it seemed like Dr. D may have made just like some random mistake, and it kind of disrupted the rest of the run.
So next up we have New Era DSP. Both players have a PFC. Dr. D has 8 perfects on it, whereas it looks like Mark has 34.
I've been warming up with this song every session I've had in the past 2 months.
So, for reference, Gaia, Ty was responsible for picking Gaia. Dr. D picked New Era DSP.
Wow.
And you can tell with those 8 perfects, that was definitely a Dr. D decision right there.
That's really nice.
So hopefully we see it working out. Our players, and the question came up, are players only allowed to adjust speed in option? No, if for some reason you need to change it in that little bit of the window before the song starts, you're totally allowed to do that.
All right. So I can't imagine Mark being much of a slouch on this either.
No, not at all.
He's just kind of unbelievably good in every way imaginable. So even though he has like what, you know, it's not
Like
an
34
SDP.
perfects,
It's
yeah.
not an SDP. He's the kind of player where I could see him just play this and get the SDP.
And New Era DSP is incredibly straightforward. The only gimmicks are just the BPM gimmicks in this song. There's nothing too tricky about it.
Yeah, for high-level players, it's more of a fun thing to do than a challenging one.
So I definitely see this being an MA attack song for both of them. I think Dr. D picked up that perfect. He started kind of ghost stepping a little bit early on that. All right, now both players sitting on the PFC now. Mark, +6 on his PB right now with this EX score.
Dr. D's reading this 0.25x faster than Mark. Makes sense since he obviously knows a little bit better.
But however, at this point, Mark with about a 6 EX point lead over Dr. D's score and continuing to upscore on his PB. And both players, just nothing but just snow falling off these combos.
Some entertaining ghost steps there. Mark's gonna ice it out. It's just
all right, here
how
we go
is
into
this
the
guy so
slowdown.
good?
All right, here we go into the stops.
Dr. D and Mark playing at the same time. The steps sound amazing.
All right, Mark doing the crossovers right there. Dr. D double stepping them. Working out for both of them. Jeez, 3 points. 3-point difference.
Yeah.
Dr. D with 1631, Mark 1628. 16 perfect for Dr. D, 19 for Mark. Dr. D showing that his pick really came in handy for him. We're getting some good MA coming out of this today. All right, so you saw it last poll. It said, nah, I'm not done with it yet. You think you've had enough Degris? You have not had enough Degris. So here we are, both players with a full combo on it. Very close scores, both in the 98s. Mark with a little bit higher of a 98, 98.7 to Dr. D's 98.3.
I think, you know, we're probably going to hear this song quite a bit more.
I have a feeling this isn't the last time we're going to hear this song over the
But
weekend.
the nice thing is, there's so many good players here that I can be entertained watching Daggers all day.
It's absolutely validating for the fact of its song existence that no one is getting freed up by Daggers at all.
Who picked it?
This
Who
was
picked
Evil
it?
Dave.
Evil
Dave picked this guy.
Oh, that's an evil pick by Evil
It is.
Dave there.
Yeah. It seems that it works out quite well. Both players taking a little bit of a breather. I think Dr. D went to go get a little bit more water to go ahead and hydrate.
Water? He should be drinking tropical Red Bull.
I mean, this tropical Red Bull.
Available here at round one.
Shout out to
which
round
is
one.
our amazing host here at Upbeat Denver 2023. Here at the Southwest Plaza Mall in Littleton, aka Denver,
AKA Denver.
Colorado.
Yes, but caffeinated beverages are hype, but no, seriously, hydrate, y'all. Stay hydrated. No one likes it when you're thirsty out here in these streets.
Haven't you heard the new Skrillex song?
Which one?
Hydrate.
Oh, that one. Okay. Shout out to Skrillex releasing 2 albums on the same day.
Let's go.
One of them quite better than the other. I'll put it out there.
Hey, you know, Jamario's been holding it down. Jamario's been just spamming the chat, spamming you guys with some great opinions all day.
Great opinions. Oh, I appreciate you giving me that much credit. I appreciate it.
Evil Dave says, if you want to know why they call me Evil Dave, it's because I picked this song.
He is staying
That's a direct quote.
true as the villain. He is living up to his villain arc right now. Yes, skill check. Absolute skill check. So 19. So this pools for right now are going to be 15 through 18.
No 19s yet.
No 19s
and
yet.
14s are too easy. Get out of here. Get out of here.
Top 48. Top 48.
We're not playing any New Gravity. Although actually Chris and Spencer played New Gravity earlier for warm up.
For warm up, yeah. That's a good warm up. Not bad, not bad.
We're not playing any Oh Wow Dory, although I could see that one. It's an honorary 15.
Man, I wish. You want to see me pop off? Play Awadori. I am one of 5 people in the community who like that song, unironically.
It's fine.
I love that song.
I mean, it's like that genre of music is played in Japan at random places. It's like it's totally fine.
All right, here we go, y'all. As we said, both of them have pretty close scores to this, so we should see some pretty similar results. And just, yeah, exactly. They are tied at the stop.
Revolution.
All right, here we go. We're still at the easier part of the song right now. We're about to hit the slowdown.
This is where you still have confidence when you're playing Dagger. It's like, oh, I can do this. These jacks and jumps thrown in together.
And yeah, that is something to
They
note.
both got the PFC still.
Mark is playing
that's
this.
pretty good.
Mark is playing the vanilla version of this chart. Dr. D electing to play this on left.
Oh, different flavors.
So it's going
I
to
love
be
all
really
the
fun
different
seeing how this turns out. All right, and both players picking up a great. Dr. D did pick up a miss. Both players now broke combo.
This is what people might call the BS part of the song.
Yeah, we're within 12 EX points of each other. Both of them handling the triple jumps beautifully. And Mark picking up a miss right there into that freeze. Yeah, I saw Mark right there. He kind of lifted his foot off of that down arrow. All right, we're going to go into the speed up.
All right.
I expect to see some snow
It's a
falling
little
right here.
tense here. It's a little tense. Oh, there we go.
Right. Mark, 1562. Dr. D,
Sick results
1508.
here. 980, 968, money score. Extremely respectable.
Woo, shout
I
out
would
to, also
say-
shout out to Dr. D for choosing to take that end section at that speed.
Yeah, he just, he committed to it.
He sent that boy.
Like, you know what? I don't need sudden plus.
No,
I don't need any of this.
We was flying. He chose to take a flight on that part and put up a good score, 1508 on that one. So far, first 3 songs have been pretty crazy.
They have.
Seeing the skill level out of these two has been
Electronic
incredible.
Retreat. This is a 15. Used to be a 14.
Yes.
But due to some sort of internal calculation that Konami made, they were like, we're going to change this.
I think it was warranted. This song goes, right? And not to mention that it has such erratic patterns. It keeps you on your toes that to continue calling it a 14 was just kind of ridiculous in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to think. I think, personally, I kind of feel like re-rating any chart it's always a mistake. I don't know why. I see Electronic Retreat. When I saw it was a 14, I thought it was not that bad, so I played it and PFC'd it. But like, if I had seen it as a 15, would I have thought it was harder and avoided it? I don't know. I'm not sure.
I love it. I love it that you're just like,
They
I don't know. Why do I have to go ahead and change all these difficulties? Why don't they just?
I mean, I get making things easier, but making them harder? I don't know.
I mean, if it's undercharted, if it's the difficulty doesn't match the steps, I'm all for making it make sense.
It's definitely a weird one.
Yeah. So as
Definitely a
we
weird
go
one.
ahead and we look at their scores, both of them do have a PFC. They are within one perfect of each other. Mark has 4, Dr. D has 5.
Both insane scores. And this was picked by Ambones, right?
Yes.
I think it's a good pick. There's a lot of people who probably haven't thought about this song in a long time.
In a long time. Actually, I do believe this was a qualifier. It might have been a qualifier either for a mistake on the leg 4, or it was a qualifier for, God, another tournament that I'm just blanking out on. Oh, yes. Here, I got it. And we're going to go ahead and make a correction right there. Ooh. All right, chat, we are about to go right into it. Electronic or Treat. One great between the two. Ambones providing us with this pick. All right, this song is full of a lot of gallop and syncopation like this. So we're going to be seeing a lot of green notes in this chart.
So I'm not sure exactly what they called the genre of this song, but it's like rockabilly hard style.
I think that's pretty fitting. A pretty adequate description of this. And they're within 2 points of each other right now.
New style rockabilly, that's what it is.
Shout out to the chat, keeping us on our toes, keeping us
So the head-to-head, it looks like Mark's up.
They're within 6 points.
Yeah. They're both doing great.
All right, and we're breaking out of the syncopation, the gallop section to do a run portion. And like I said, remember, this was a 14.
Listen to those steps.
Ooh, crispy.
Those distorted kicks.
Ooh, Dr. D picked up a great right there on that back gallop. All right.
Jeez.
12-point difference. Mark, 1566. Dr. D, 1554. 15 out of Mark, 21 and 3 out of Dr. D.
Versus 21.
Jeez.
And not to, so my gut feeling, based on seeing those scores, is that it is true that they have not played that song in a while. If you can see, Mark playing, Gaia and getting 3, which is a 16, and you can see him playing Electronic Retreat, which used to be a 14, now a 15, and getting 5 times as many perfects.
Mm-hmm.
It's clear evidence that the song hasn't crossed his mind in a long time.
So, coming up on this, Mark with the PFC of 14 on first time CSP. Dr. D with a 99.3 AAA. So, for those wondering who picked this one, this was Bestwood. Bestwood picks this.
AKA Clint Beastwood, AKA Evan.
Hey, the boy. Shout out to the boy. So, yeah, pick the spicy one. This is one of those ones that, for a while, you saw this everywhere in tournaments. In brackets, this is you were guaranteed to play first time at least once. So here we are seeing it again. Yeah, as someone mentioned, this also got re-rated. This used to be a 17. So we are going to go ahead and go right into it. First time. Let's see how we do, chat. Both of them putting massive amounts of force on those jumps. And they both are ghost stepping very similar way. Dr. D, MA's that drill section right there.
Those 24th bursts. Look at that white combo.
Ooh, and
All
Dr.
right.
D went a little bit fast on
All right, I shouldn't
on that
have said
section.
that.
That was on you. All right, Mark +3 EX on his EX right now. Both players showing that they have the solid knowledge of this, handling it beautifully.
Damn.
That 24th got them both. Went ahead and fed Mark a great and a good. Dr. D picked up a combo break right there. But Dr. D doing a good job. He recovering right there. Still maintaining a PFC out for that miss. Mark letting it snow, showing that we are the Denver local. Letting it show right here. The MA has been absolutely wild ever since that first section.
Let's see what's going to happen at the end of this thing.
Woo! Mark with the full combo. Walks off the pad, surprised at himself. 99.8.
That's a 14. 14. 14.
Chat,
I mean,
this is-
honestly, I think Dr. D did pretty well, but damn. 14.
Yo! Go!
That
14.
I'm
Wildin'.
not sure what's going on with the
Wildin'.
14.
Wildin'.
Maybe we should all move to Denver.
I mean, maybe that's the tech.
Maybe it's whatever this.
Living in a hyperbolic time chamber seems to be the test.
It's got to be some kind of altitude-related adaptation.
Yeah, as people are bringing up, like, if he didn't get that good, that was a PB.
I mean, you're closer to space and the sun. I'm trying to think of justifications for what I just said. I can't think of any.
All right, so as we see the scores, both of them have the PFC. Mark with 16, Dr. D with 26. So 10 points, so 10 perfect between the two.
I have no idea what's going to happen.
Oh, I don't either. I'm a big fan of this. This pick was brought to us by, I do believe this was a V pick. Yes, this was a V pick, this one. So we're going to go ahead and see. Oh, it's the other way around. Sorry about that. It's flipped. The order's flipped. So we're going to do Saber Wing and then we're going to do New Era. So we're just going to roll with it, you know.
Should we fix it?
I'm not going to hurt myself for fixing it right now.
All right. Yeah, we can do it in a sec.
We can do that. I think we'll all be
Someday.
okay.
Someday.
We'll survive. All right, here we go, chat. All right, so for those of you who haven't played this remix of Saberwing, this song has a lot more slowdowns compared to the original one, as you kind of see right there. The song also moves at a pretty fast BPM for majority of it. What makes this song difficult is after the slowdown section that we're going to see in just a little bit, midway through the song, it's going to go into a run, a pretty lengthy run that is pretty well known for its patterns, its turns, for making you kind of move a little bit on the pad right there.
This song is also really off sync, and it used to be even more off sync, and they fixed it. But I think just due to the nature of the way the song was produced, it's just difficult to sync. That's just how it is sometimes.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of times the reason that this song comes up in tournaments. It's because
All right.
it's known to have.
Here we go into the run, chat. Ooh, Dr. D hitting those crossovers, making them look mad spicy. Picked up a miss right there. Mark kept it a little bit more minimal, still sitting on the PFC. And Mark, the PSC, 1551. Dr. D, 1530. Dr. D with 13 and 2 and one miss. Impressive, but Mark hitting
Very
it with
nice
18.
scores. Very nice scores.
Mark showing that, reminding us that he placed third overall in the qualifiers and putting in some of that white. Sheesh. Chat. Wow. It's beautiful. I hope you've been enjoying this so far. This set has been absolutely wild. But next up, we are going to, it's going to get even crazier.
So do you have the list of these rankings for?
Next up, chat, we are going to, we're going to continue over in that 17s.
Yeah.
We're going to go
Just send me a
straight
text.
to New Era ESP this time. We saw the difficult earlier on. Oops.
Mark is I don't know. I gotta say Mark and Bogo. Mark has been around in the public consciousness for longer than Bogo has, but I kind of think of them both in kind of like a similar way, where like Mark was kind of relatively unknown for a good chunk of time, and then was just getting insane world-class scores out of nowhere. I don't know. I was here in Denver like 3 years ago in 2019, and I watched Mark PFC Paranoia Revolution.
Woo!
Expert.
Jeez.
And I was just like, holy shit! Like this guy, I was like, do you have Twitter? He's like, no. I'm like, I guess I'll find you on Facebook and message you this video. I was grinding out soccer at PFC.
So, as we look at it, both players have a PFC. Mark with a wild 4 perfects. Dr. D with an also just as crazy 17. New Era 17. That you saw the BPM gimmick from the DSP. Now take it and add burst to it. So you're taking burst at 240 BPM. So you're going to have these little drills. You're going to have these Gatlings. Song is, out of all the 17s, it's a relatively easy 17 to not only score but also combo. But depending on it and your placement and whether or not you're ready for it, if you don't hit those Gatlings a little bit right, especially the ones at the end, you're gonna pull at least a grade or two on it.
Yeah.
And that's not even talking about the CSP, which is in A3, and that's its own special little bit of a chart right there. But we're going to go ahead and play the 17 today because it's what we have. And then after that, we're going to end out this set between the two. We're going to go to triple counter to close it out.
Triple counter. All right, New Era expert. New Era expert.
Correct.
I love this song. The chorus just gets me so hyped with the super saws.
I mean, this is on a workout playlist of mine. I'm not going to lie. All right, and both of them actually using 7+ for this one. All right, within 2 points of each other. Both of them letting it snow here in Denver with that white combo. Handling the slowdown beautifully. And we're going to hit the first set of bursts, those drills that I was talking about. All right, 2 points.
So good.
2 points, chat.
Sounds amazing.
All right, still within 2 points of each other. All right, here we go into this slowdown right here. Crossover. Mark picks up a good on that crossover right there. So we are tied, chat.
So the pad.
All right, 3 points.
Here we go.
All right, here we go into one of the last slowdowns of the song. Dr. D picked up his first grade right there. All right, here we go. We're going into the burst section I was speaking of. Woo! Both of them. Dr. D only picking up 2 perfects out of that. And full combo for both. Mark 2059. Dr. D 2047. 11 and 2 from Mark. 27 and 1.
I'm just gonna get an 11 piece on this 17 here.
Just one short of that dozen for the gang.
So Baker's dozen.
Baker's dozen said he got hungry on the way back with the donuts.
Rolled up to the wherever they sell whatever comes in Baker's dozen. Bakeries, I guess.
Bakeries, yes.
He's baking over there, baking some. He's cooking up.
This boy.
S'mores.
Some would say, let these boys cook. Let them cook. They are saucing. So here we go. We are going to end off this absolutely spicy set with triple counter. Both of these players really setting the bar for the rest of this pool, giving everyone else a little bit of something that they need to work towards, because whew, they have been going off this set. And the only thing to note is that, yeah, we have 2 18s in this. We have 2 18s in this rotation. One of them being Deckles, other one being First Time, in which, as I said, at a high level, you got used to the song. You know what this song is about. So it's going to be, I'm excited to see where this goes. Like 90, we have 8 perfects on Mark, and then we have 28. Like, sheesh. So I'm excited. I'm excited to see what these two, how these two rip. Shout out, and also shout out to one of my motivations, one of my idols that I look up to in the commentary world, IFC Yipes. Definitely been a great motivation. Awesome guy. Met him in person. Came to a tournament that we ran out in Columbus. Got to spend a little bit of time on the mic with him. Absolutely amazing guy. So, all right, here we go. Dr. D going ahead and wiping off that pad a little bit, going ahead and cleaning off some of that seasoning that we've built up over this.
Triple counter coming up, and what are we looking at for triple counter? It's so fast, 216 BPM. It's got some 16th note runs, but mostly at the end.
Yes, and that run is pretty rough.
Yeah,
it's a foot speed test.
At the same time, a lot of the song is relatively simple jump steps.
Yes.
So I feel like it's one of those 17 where you play it a few times and you're like, oh, you know, it's not so bad, but trying to clinch it, it all really comes down to getting those runs right.
Yeah.
And at 216, I think it's tricky for any player.
Yeah. All right, so here we go, chat. We're going to go ahead and round off this set. Expecting to see both of them start off strong, as they have done every single song in the set so far. All right, Dr. D picking up a couple of perfects really early on. All right, Mark did pick up a good right there. Dr. D still sitting on that PFC right now.
The prevalence of goods in this and the previous song make me kind of question the pads a bit.
All right, so 2-point difference between the two. I don't know if we can call that pad. That's just 2 points. So here we go. Mark still letting it snow here in Denver with this white combo, just picking up one perfect right there. Dr. D still out here putting in work, picked up his first good and great right there. But both players now sitting on a good combo, still sitting on the full combo. And shout out to Dr. D, only getting one perfect in that run right there. Beautiful, beautiful work. Mark handling the step jumps really well right there. Dr. D picking up his first miss, but getting a white combo outside of it. So doing a good job of making up for that miss that he picked up. All right, Mark still sitting on the full combo. All right, here we go. This is the section that we're coming up. Beautiful. 2192, 2176. Absolutely good set from them. Mark 17-4, one good. Dr. D 32-3, one good and two misses. One miss from Mark.
These guys are crazy players.
Absolutely amazing set. Absolutely beautiful to see some high-level DDR, regardless of whatever may be in terms of like the pad issues that may be kind of popping up every now and then.
Dr. D's in town from Taiwan, where he lives.
Yes, originally from the Cleveland area.
Yeah.
Still kind of going back and forth between Ohio and Taiwan.
Yeah. Just a regular kind of trip back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
Nice commute.
Yeah, still, he's actually been considering moving back to the U.S. Still not quite sure what he wants to do, but I'm happy that I get to see more of him lately, and he's such an awesome dude, puts in so much work, and has just been like one of the faces of the community for so long, and it's amazing seeing him here in person at this tournament.
Love Dr. D.
So, next up, looking like, I think you had the rotation up.
I do somewhere, just a moment. No, I don't. I do not have it. But we'll find out soon.
Yes. And so as we continue to talk about just like events that are going on throughout the rest of the year, so what just recently got announced, we had Don Wright, the second year of the Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania area tournament that's getting hosted. They had their first tournament last year. We helped them run it. Very successful. The turnout was amazing. So they decided to run that right back.
Might as well just do it again.
Absolutely. Why not? Why not do another of a good thing? I wish I could make it to that one. However, I'm getting married that weekend.
Let's go.
That's something else to celebrate. You better believe I'm going to be, whenever I can, I'm going to poke my head into the stream, say hi. But that's the only reason I won't be there. I really wish. I'm excited. The tournament was awesome. It was really well ran for.
Congratulations on getting married.
Hey, I appreciate it. Shout out to Aaron Asciano out there running his first tournament, and it ran super smooth. So back to do it again. Shout out to the PA rhythm game community out there. We also have the return of DDR Storm coming up this summer.
It's coming back. And what are they going to do? They're going to do ITG.
We're going to do ITG, DDR. We're going to do Step Maniacs, and we're going to do DDR Ace. So it's going to be a little bit of everything. I'm going to have to look that up. I will be in attendance. So all of you who are talking about getting Master Yipes on it, I'm not saying that it's a guaranteed or anything, because it's not. But I'll do what I can to get Yipes to hop on the mic for just a little bit, just to say hi. So also the big deal did get announced this year, so we're going to be looking forward to hearing some more information about that.
Details on the big deal are TBD.
Yes, it is the big deal. It is TBD. So, yeah, fun fact, the rhythm game community and the rhythm and FGC, like, fun fact, if you all didn't know, I started off as a not only a first-person shooter, Call of Duty streamer.
So we're starting warm-ups for Ty and Dunk, DUNC, and
all right, and we're starting the timer in the next round. These two are warming up. We're going to go ahead and tune in and let them get their warm-ups going on. But yeah, I actually am an FGC commentator. I compete in FGC. I compete in fighting games. Like I said, I got to step on a mic with Yipes during a tournament, a multi-game tournament. He's absolutely an awesome person. So yeah, it would be awesome to see one of the New York boys hop on here and get to bring the boy into my world for a little bit. But on top of that, that's CEL, so we're gonna have that. So, mistake on the lake, I can't give any information on that at the moment. It's still in the works, but expect big things once again. We're working on some awesome surprises. And then around the same time, we have KAC returning in its full capacity for the first time in years since the pandemic. So that's going to be absolutely awesome to see how some of the top players across the Asia region and hopefully across the globe shape up in terms of that. And as I said, I look forward not only to seeing the talent that's going to come out of some of the top breakers from the KSC just across all the rhythm games, but also some of that new music that we're going to get. We know we're going to get some new songs.
Let's go to Japan.
I mean, it's in the works. I'm already going to Japan in August for a completely different one. So if you happen to be in the Osaka area or know someone in Osaka in August, please look forward to it.
Someone says pad mics are definitely behind the video and song. That seems difficult to believe because
Well, I'll monitor it. I'll keep an ear out.
they're all like analog audio signals going into the same
So yeah,
mixer.
we'll see though.
So it doesn't seem possible.
But yes, thank you for keeping us on our toes and telling us all about the stream and everything. I'm gonna go ahead and listen on this next set and just all of the advice and criticism is totally valid this stream. We have this production, we're keeping it high for you. We want it to be as good as possible for all of you stream monsters that are taking time out of your day, your evening, afternoons, whatever time it is around you.
Yeah, we appreciate the feedback.
Absolutely. Also, I do want to point out, it is a Twitch thing that if you are listening to this, if you are watching the stream on mobile, sometimes it tends to drag, especially like if you happen to be messing with the orientation a little bit. Twitch on mobile, for some reason, does have a little bit of a delay on it sometimes that drifts. So it happens, unfortunately. So
All right, so let's talk about the players who we got here. On the left, we got Ty. Ty is I played with Ty quite a bit in the San Francisco Bay Area, and it's difficult to describe his abilities because when I see him play, I'm like, oh, this guy's really good at just MAing pretty much anything. He's really good at 16s, 14s, and 15s, and then he'll randomly post some ridiculous score on an 18 or something.
Exactly.
Like, oh, wait, he's actually like one of the world-class players, and it's just easy to forget when you see somebody all the time. He's really good and has been in the Bay Area DDR community for quite a long time. It's just amazing the scores that he's getting. Just MFCs things left and right. I feel like MFCing is a skill that a lot of these top players don't always have, and he's got it. On the right here, we've got Dunk, aka Duncan, and he's a writer and board game designer and musician based in New York.
Washington Heights, baby! Shout out to Washington Heights. Definitely got some family out there. Also, a great deal of like the FGC is also from that Washington Heights area. So that's where the real boys come out. So shout out to him, and also shout out to all the writers out there, all of the writers and journalists. This man this man works in board game community in developing board games. So that's something that like I absolutely, the pandemic gave us many things, took away many things, but I say the larger appreciation of game nights, board game nights, coming from the pandemic has just been so wholesome. It's been such an awesome thing, and I'm so glad it's getting way more of a widespread reach.
So this song is just a warm-up. For these pools, the players are getting a 3-stage warm-up. And then we're going to head into the main meat of the pool.
Yes.
This playlist here, as Jamario has been calling it.
Yep, right at the bottom, we're going to start off with Gaia ESP, then we're going to go into New Era Difficult, and then we're going to go into some Dead End Groove Radar Special.
Daggers.
Some Degris. Daggers. Degris.
Degrassi.
Degrassi, Junior High, whatever way you pronounce it. We all know that's that chart. That's that 18. So we're just going to go ahead and get one more little bit of a warm-up.
Yeah, they're going to play the classic warm-up song, Zephyranthus.
Yes.
Zephyranthes.
One of the songs, I do believe this was from an event in which just kind of got spread around a couple of games. I'm way more familiar with it from, I do believe this was in Sound Voltex.
Yeah, it was this song and that Shiki song, Sephiroth.
Yeah, Sephiroth.
And what else?
You see, was it Grand Chariot? Grand Chariot. And Grand Chariot as well. All right, so yeah.
Everybody loves warming up with Zephyranthus because it's pretty straightforward, but it's fast at the same time, so it's always hype. It's really only got one tricky part, which is like a double jack at the end, a 16th note jack.
Yeah. But once again,
The rest of it's cruising.
yeah, once again, all of you, thank you so much for tuning in this entire time. Some of you have been with us from the beginning. You have put in a full workday, a full 8 hours.
Yeah, how is that? How are you managing to do that?
Shout out to not only you, but also shout out to our lovely mods in chat. Shout out to Tiza. The man, unfortunately, he caught the flu, but he actually stepped up and he said, you know what, I refuse. How can I help in some way? So
Yeah,
Tiza being one of your moderators in chat today.
Thanks, Tiza, and we'll hopefully see you soon.
Yes, absolutely looking forward to it. Shout out to Round 1 here in Littleton, Colorado, suburb of Denver, for hosting us. Staff have been super accommodating. They've been working with us. They love the support. And they have been super accommodating in a way because they realize just how big of a deal that this is. So we want to thank them for hosting us.
We hope to work with Round 1 Littleton and Round 1 and other locations many times in the future.
Yes, thank you so much. Also, I want to shout out Red Note Gaming.
Red Note.
I mean, without them, one of the few sponsors that have contributed in such a way that this tournament would not have been possible without them. Check them out on Twitter, Rhythm Game Community. They have a location that's in Vegas. They are looking at potentially opening one up over on the east part of the United States. So show them some love.
Yeah, go follow them on Twitter and see what's going on.
Absolutely,
They'll probably have a
support us.
tournament over there, and maybe we can just move this whole setup right over there and
I
plug
don't
it
know.
in.
We can see. But yeah, if you happen to be in the Vegas area, make sure you go ahead and check them out. And also shout out to the SF Evolve crew, which
go.
have blessed us with beings like Roger right here.
Yeah, and of course, Dalton, who did a lot of the graphics here for the stream, pretty much all the graphics, and Omneb, who did the design for the brand. And just got to say, shout out to Luke for some additional sponsorship. We got a lot of people contributing a lot of work to this tournament, and I think it's paid off.
Yes.
High production, no value.
Absolutely. I'm glad that all of you, I'm glad that all of you get to enjoy the fruits of all of this work that have just kind of come together to make this an awesome event. Production quality, it continues to just go up.
Yeah.
Next up, we're going to be in $1 million studio. We're going to have the step and repeat behind us.
That's all we need, really.
I'm going to be
if anyone wants to donate tons of money to us, please do that.
We're going to have to show up with the suit and tie, looking mighty professional.
What we really need is if you are thinking of running a DDR tournament in your area, talk to us. We'll give you as much help as we possibly can. And just keep it going. Whatever we're doing, if you think you can do it better,
please
do it.
Absolutely. Do it better than us. And all in all, keep it going. We do this for you all. We love the community. We love showcasing all of this talent.
And now we're on to the set here, onto the playlist. First one, Gaia, and as we talked about a bit before, Gaia 16 is I kind of feel like it's pretty easy, and is that the wrong way to put it?
I wouldn't say that it's easy. It is a, I would say it's a mid to entry level 16. So when you're starting to break into 16s, this is a chart that I would recommend that you play. It has a little bit of the stuff that you are going to see in 16s. You're going to see some so fun with the stops and the BPM change. And then you're going to have some of these 16 patterns like you see right there, some of these little bursts right here. Both of these players, by the way, do have a PFC on this chart. Is within about 8 grade difference between the two. Gaia, as you kind of see right here, it's pretty, what would you say it is? What was it that we were saying? It is comfortably, it is delightfully late. I think that was the terminology that we used.
Yeah, the sync is pretty straightforward. No one really ever has any problems with it. It's pretty straightforward in a.
Yeah, it's just as you're saying, like the so fun and some of the slowdowns and the stops, it does kind of break it and drag a little bit at those points. But as long as you know that, and sometimes you can even kind of fudge it and accidentally end up with just like perfects on that and still keep the combo going. As we see both of them doing right now.
Yeah. Looks like Ty is +0 on his PB. +1.
Woo, look at this.
Beautiful.
They are going crazy right now.
I'm hyped for the fact, I guess -3 now.
But they're still up, and it looks like Dunk picked up his first grade, but it took about 550 steps for him to pick up that grade. Super impressive.
There's one part here, these drills, which can sometimes give people trouble because they're off on their own here.
All right, full combo from both. Ty with 2002, Dunk with 1973. Ty picking up that full perfect combo with 8-piece. Yo,
Let's go.
This man talking about he wanted to get some biscuits with the 8-piece. And Dunk with 35 and 1 grade. Incredibly beautiful scores from both of them.
I would say the strategy, if you're playing Gaia and you're having trouble with the end of it where there's some drills out in the middle of nowhere with no notes near it, what you really want to do is add steps and make sure that the steps you add are on sync and kind of have fun with it. Don't do quarter notes, do 8th notes or maybe even some 16th notes, like if you can help it. That way they're not just out of nowhere.
All right, so as someone put this earlier on, this is the MA section of this pool.
Definitely.
So we're going to go right into New Era DSP. As we said, if you happen to know the BPM changes on this song, this is a song that you're absolutely going to crush it. At a high level, we're going to see really high MA from both players on this song. Both players do have a PFC on it. 13-point difference, 13 perfect difference between the two. And it's going to be a very beautiful thing. Very straightforward, very on sync for this song. The song goes. That being said, if you do happen to kind of fudge some stuff, you don't really have too much space to make it up, so to speak. But that's not a bad thing. I expect to see just some good play from both of these as we go into this. And compared to the ESP, which we're going to see in just a little bit, yes, this song does move at 240 BPM, but you don't see any of those 240 BPM 16 verses. It's generally kind of all eighth rhythms coming into this song. Straightforward as you see. Both players tied have identical scores with the PFC right now.
Yeah, Ty's up 10 perfects on his best.
All right, both players absolutely just going nuts on this. All right, it looks like Ty kind of early stepped that off of that perfect coming out of that slowdown. But that's still, both players still sitting on that PFC. And both of them using that go step right there to keep maintaining the timing into the speed up. chat, we are they are within 2 points of each other. All right, tied, 2 points, 2-point PP right now. All right, here we go into the last slowdown. And it looked like Dunk picked up a good.
Nice
All
work.
right, yeah,
Nice
and we're going to
work.
see a full combo from
That,
both
that
of
was
them.
that was pretty solid.
Stage clear.
14, 2 goods from Dunk, and
14?
34 flat for Ty.
Bruh, what?
So without those 2 goods, that would have been one off of his personal best.
I mean, I'm kind of shaken up a bit by that 14. Damn.
Yeah, good job for both of them. Good warm up for both of them, and now we are just going to go. We're just going to go ahead and throw them into the deep end. We're just going to go for Dead End Groove Radar Special.
Dead End Groove Radar Special. Everybody loves it, and we've heard it quite a lot today already.
All right, and it looks like both of them scores very similar. They both have 96s on this song. I definitely anticipate some up scoring. I'm looking forward to some up scoring from these two.
It depends on how recently they've played it, but I don't know. This song, it's really easy to make a mistake and have the mistake kind of just snowball into more mistakes, especially since, you know, it's easy to get lost, especially in that yellow part.
Yeah, especially that yellow part. So, like I said, I'm just saying that going off of like how they started off with Gaia and New Era, they seem to be really dialed in on their MA. So hopefully that can give them enough momentum to be able to kind of like carry them through some of those trickier patterns. That being said, the song, we saw it earlier on in Pool B, it is quite a lot. So I think the key for this is going to be how they handle coming out of some of those more difficult sections, like the triplet jumps.
Yeah. Just spamming jumps. That's the way to make a chart impossible.
All right, it looks like Ty is playing this on left and Duck is playing this on right. So a little bit of some different tech going into this song.
Got some chirality going on here.
All right. So Duck is on he does have the TFC right now. Ty did pick up a great, but his MA is still pretty good right now. Just finally broke combo right there at the slowdown. All right, here we go. Still a little bit dense in this section with the jumps. Some triple
That's like
jumps
the
right
most
there.
fun part of the song, I think, those jumps.
All right, here we go. It's Degger's time.
It's Jagger's time. It's always Jagger's time here at any tournament.
All right, and it looked like Dunk went ahead and finally picked up some combo breaks right there. Had a little bit of trouble on some of those jacks in the double section right there. You see Dunk go ahead and turning that part out. All right, and
Sudden flush
Dunk,
off.
beautiful with the slap, maintaining that combo into the speed up.
High tension mode.
All right,
All right,
and
let's go.
good job both. 1399, 1473.
Bro, Dunk is like, I don't know what to say. This guy,
Really good. Good job.
he's crushing.
I did notice Ty, playing on a faster speed, kind of had to catch up a little bit at the end, but did a really good job of like jumping right back on it after like going like, oh wait, whoa. So here we are. We're going to go ahead and get ready for the second set. We're going to start off with electronic or treat, and then we're going to go into first time CSP, and then Saber Wing Akira Ishihara.
I didn't know the
remix.
camera was on.
It's okay. You were just over there
I'm
doing
you know.
administrative work. It's all right. It's all good. That's why energy drinks exist. Shout out to Red Bull for blessing us with these figurative wings, these metaphorical wings. So
I'm running on Chipotle and Red Bull. I've had Chipotle twice today. Just a pure Chipotle day, just all through.
Chipotle is powering
This
you.
is how you know I've run out of stuff to say. I'm talking about that. Okay.
No, it's all good. I mean, so one of the things, I'm a big foodie. One of the things I like to do when I travel is I always like to check out different places around here. So
And Chipotle is native to Denver.
I didn't know that,
Yeah.
actually. I did not know that
It's
Chipotle
always
was
good
an
to check
expert.
out the local cuisine.
So,
Figure out
since
what
it's
they got going
Chipotle
on
talk,
here.
like, chat, if you happen to be no stranger to Chipotle, what is your order? What is your standard Chipotle go-to? For me, I love the salad. So I go with a salad, usually like chicken, maybe steak if I'm feeling spicy that day. Chicken, cheese, corn salsa, maybe black beans, even more cheese.
I've
I
been
love it
into
because I don't know what Chipotle does with their salad dressing, but that salad dressing kind of goes brazy, and I don't know why they're leaving money on the table by not selling it in stores, but they need to sell that in stores.
They
I would
might.
put that on everything.
I
right?
usually go for the limited time offers or LTOs.
Ooh.
Right now they have the Al Pastor chicken.
Word, that's back. Hey. If
All right.
Chipotle has chorizo on, if not, I haven't had the chorizo at Chipotle. I bet that goes crazy.
So these godlike players are stepping back onto the stage, and if you're not familiar, Ty on the left, we got, he's one of the best Bay Area players, and there's a lot of good players in the Bay Area, San Francisco Bay Area, that is. And on the right, we've got Dunk from the New York. Is that upstate, or is that?
Yes, no, yeah, he's from New York, so New York
Right.
City area. So
New
Washington
York
Heights
City area.
is
I see.
one of the boroughs.
I'm
of New
not
York City.
familiar with
So
all of the.
New York City is down here. It's
Okay.
basically like Philadelphia.
Jamario's creating some graphics here for me.
Yes, I am gesticulating how New York borders Philly and Pennsylvania and what
Got
all
it.
of that's like. So, that being said, we're going to go ahead and see both of these players. Both these players have a PFC on this, as has been kind of the case throughout most of these songs. About a 17-point difference between the two. It looks like Dunk has 39, and it looks like Ty has 12. Smooth 12 perfects on this guy. Yeah, sorry to make y'all hungry, chat, but if you've ever been on the stream whenever your boy hops on the mic, we talk about food. We talk about our interests, and food comes up a lot. But speaking of food, we're going to get some of this good-ass DDR.
All right.
Let's get our
All right.
fill. Here we go, chat.
These players are sizzling right now with electronic or treat. They are.
It looks like Dunk picked up a couple of perfects. Ty's finally getting his first perfect right there. So within 10 points of each other. And Dunk picked up a great right outside of that freeze. I'm not sure if he wasn't ready or if he stepped a little bit off right there. But both of them doing beautifully. Dunk doing a good job of coming back from that great that he picked up right there. All right, so we are going to come to the end of this Gallup section in just a little bit, and we're going to go into the 16th runs. When the song tone kind of changes right there. So, if anything, if we're going to see anything kind of make some developments right here, it was going to happen here at this moment. They both have shown that they have the syncopated Gallup section, the green section down, but they also are both showing their mastery right now with the 16th runs as we go right back into the green gallops. Dunk picking up another great, right on that step back of that pattern. We saw that happen to Dr. D in the last set as well.
As Jamario and I were discussing earlier, it's this song is one of those where you kind of, when we saw it come up, we realized that a lot of people probably haven't been playing this in a long time. Maybe since DDR Ace came out.
But I mean, you could have fooled us as Ty with 27 perfects, Dunk with 52 and 2. Still an absolutely great score for a pretty wacky 15 that was formerly a 14. So next up, we are going to move into first time CSP, in which, if you are wondering, chat, who picked what, who is responsible for which songs we have here. So Gaia ESP was Ty's pick. Dr. D picked New Era DSP 15. Evil Dave picked Dead End through Radar Special. Ambones was responsible for Electronic Retreat. And coming up, we have Bestwood the Beast picking first time CSP on this set. So that being said, after that we're going to have Saberwing Akira remix, and that was a V pick. And then after that, we're going to go ahead, we're going to reset, and they're going to play the last two songs. We're going to play New Era Expert, which was Dunk's pick. So we get to see how Dunk treats that one. And then lastly, we had Mark taking Triple Counter at the end. So looking at the score, we have, it looks like Ty got a full combo. Looks like he got if my eyes are correct, he has a 99.8 good combo on this. And it looks like Dunk does have a 96. So hopefully Dunk can go ahead and go crazy with this and get a nice up score. Here we go. Always like to refer to this part as this is your calibration for this song. You lock in your timing on this song and you just carry it through for the rest of the song. All right, both of them handling the stop very well.
I like the difficulty progression in this song. It really just kind of ramps up pretty nicely until the very end.
All right, here we go on this run. Yo, can we talk about how they both PFC'd that drill pattern and only got the grade right out of that stop. And their scores are identical, Chad. Oh, Dunk picked up a miss right there. That part has been kind of wrecking a lot of people today. Ty still sitting on the full combo. Handling that burst section right there beautifully, both of them. Speed up, easy work, handled with ease from both of them. All right, so now we're starting to kind of work our way up to that last section, the death section.
All right, here we go. Oh, so streaming those grades.
Great work from both of them. 15-15 from Dunk, 15-49 from Ty. 6 misses, 4 from Dunk. Dunk was going kind of crazy at the end, about to full combo that entire 24th burst at the end, and just kind of caught a couple of misses at that, but still finished strong. Absolutely great scores for both of them.
Those 24th bursts, I don't think there were that many songs that had 24th bursts.
There's not. There still aren't.
I mean, there was Max Period challenge, but was there anything else until that? I don't know.
Fascination. I mean, if you break it down a little bit, I guess you can kind of.
Yeah, I guess if you look, you can find them.
So someone asked, what happens when 2 people get the same EX score in a song? So traditionally, in like your standard head-to-head tournament, double elimination. What ends up happening is it's just called a tie. The song is a wash. So it just kind of gets blanked out and you move on in the card draw. That can be beneficial or a detriment depending on how the score is. So if it's a best of 3 and someone is up 1, then it kind of puts you in an awkward position because you have to run that back and go to the 3rd song. All right, here we go, chat. In this format, however, with this being round robin, it's just a tie and it's just hype. And we all get to pop off.
Yeah, basically we're just excited that they are getting similar scores.
Yeah.
And it does make it a little complicated tabulating at the end. However, as we've explained, but maybe not recently, this is not a match per se. This is a round robin pool where they're all playing this playlist of songs.
All right, looked like Ty did pick up a grade kind of early on, but his MA has been so on point that he's kind of made up for it and still has a pretty good EX score. He's about 9 points ahead of Dunk right now, who's still sitting on a PFC as we go into this slowdown.
The song has wax sync.
But both of them definitely have the chart knowledge to understand the sync of this song. And here we go into the runs. And Duncan picking up his first grade. His first grade's right there on that run. Still comboing it. Absolutely impressive showing. All right, Dunk with the full combo, 1497, tie
Sick job.
with
All right.
1527, 35-2 and 1 miss, 64-4 from Dunk. So we have one more song left for these
Ty's
two.
got that MA. What were you saying?
So we have one more song left for these two. We have triple counter, so you go, oh, sorry,
we got two
no, we
more.
have 2 more. Apologies, we have one more set where we have New Era and triple counter. Apologies on that.
New Era again. So they played New Era Expert.
They play the difficult, so now we're going into the expert now. So imagine what you saw before with the difficult chart. Same BPM changes, kind of the same structure, except it's going to be a little bit more active. The slowdowns are going to be far more busy, and you're going to see those 16th bursts at 240 BPM throughout the song, especially towards the end, in which you're going to see about 3 pairs of them rotating this way, that way, and then back. So that's going to be the part that if you are maintaining a PFC, you're going to really want to dial it in at that part because it's really easy to kind of step a little late and kind of throw off the timing and shift it for the rest of those. Other than that, the song, if you've played it before, it's relatively straightforward. You just need to know what the BPM changes and the stops are. That's about it. It's a solid 17 if you're trying to break into 17. It's one that I highly recommend working on. The hardest part is just going to be those bursts. But that's something that, if for all of you aspiring players out there that are trying to like level up and try to get a few 17s under your belt, get that difficulty counter up, try New Era.
Yeah.
You're going to like it.
I love this song. This song was written to commemorate the transition into the Reiwa era from the previous era in Japan.
Yes.
And
One of 2 songs that commemorated that
yes.
one. Rest in peace to Reiwa, the license that was in this game that eventually got a challenge chart that was by far, and this is not a negative. It's not a negative to say, one of the most gloriously overcharted 18s that we have ever seen.
It may have been unhinged. I would say
it's one of those trivia facts that there are a few set of songs in this game in which the artists who made the song got to have direct input on the challenge charts, and the CSP of Reiwa was the same. The drummer was the reason we got that challenge chart.
All right, let's see what's up with Ty and Dunk here.
All right, both of them PFC handling it beautifully, within 1 or 2 points of each other, keeping it crispy. All right, it looked like Ty picked up a grade at that slowdown. And both of them handling those drills perfectly.
DDR.
All right, both of them now sitting on a grateful combo. Still within about 4 points of each other. All right, here we go into the slowdown. All right, let's see how they get ready to handle the crossovers right after these freeze. Both of them getting their turn on. And just the snow falling from the white column from these two. Picking up one perfect only in that section. All right, to this next slowdown. 6 points. At the stops, both of them handling it beautifully. And, oh, Dunk picked up a good right there in between.
All right, here's some 16th notes coming.
All right, we're going to go ahead and finish it out. Ooh, super close. 2028 to 2035. 7-point difference. Woo, you love to see it. 48-1 from Ty. Dunk snapping off with 34 2 greats and 1 good.
Really good MA.
Absolutely good MA. Good set, good set, good set so far. We're about to get ready to get into the last song of the set for these two with triple counts. So we had a 17 that was a little bit on the lighter side. You know, you have that burst pattern that's going to make you kind of work for it. But we have triple count. While the
Steps it up a bit.
yeah, steps up quite a bit. The song itself is not terribly long, so you don't get too much of an opportunity to kind of claw back if you do fall quite a bit behind. But it's going to make you work for it in that short amount of time.
Yeah, your heart rate is just gonna ramp up really quick in the beginning of the song and stay there until the end.
Yeah, you're doing 16th runs at 216 BPM, and it's going to tire you out. It's going to make you run for it. So, absolutely excited to see how both players do. Ty with a pretty crazy PFC of 30 perfects. And Dunk not too far off with a 998 with a really good run for himself on that one. So maybe we can see some dual PFCs. You know, anything can happen, chat. This is Upbeat 2023. We out here, chat. This is some good-ass DDR that we've been having today. It's been 8 hours of we've just been on a feast of some good DDR, some good arrow
We're
stomping.
just watching lots of people get insane scores all day.
Popping off.
It's gonna happen again tomorrow.
I
and
can't
the next
wait.
Day.
I can't wait. I can't wait not only for tomorrow, but to go back to the hotel and just like reevaluate this whole entire day and just kind of like debrief as to like what the heck did we just see for some of this.
Absorb the lessons of, you know, maybe you got to study daggers.
Maybe you might want to get some daggers under your belt.
Daggerous.
Because I hear some people, they've been carrying around some daggers in their pocket. And they've been going to the kitchen and pulling out some degrease to clean up the smoke. But here we are, chat. Last song of the set between these two. Get hype. Let's see some more good-ass DDR. Let's get this. Hopefully these two finish strong. Let's see some. Let's see some. Let's see some. Let's see some. Let's go. All right, both of them doing absolutely wonderful so far. Song just starting. All right, both of them now sitting on the PFC. All right, 1 point between the two. Both of them handling the step jump section. Dunk picking up his first grade, but still has an amazing score so far. They are 1 point off from each other. Dunk's MA has been doing an amazing job of making up for that grade.
These guys just have insane accuracy.
And you can just get that ASMR of the steps from the pad, Mike. Here we go. Oh, Ty picked up a miss right at the burst right there. Yo, they handled that run gorgeously.
I gotta say, I'm a little skeptical of some of these misses and goods and stuff on the left side.
All right, here we go, chat. All right, we're in the last section of the song. Dunk still sitting on a full combo. Ty with a little bit of about a 3-point deficit to Duncan. Gonna go ahead and finish strong. Here we go. As we get ready to close out the set. 3-point difference.
See the results of this one.
21-62 to 21-65. Both players hug it out. Super close match. Came down to the end. Dunk 51-2 and a miss, and we have Ty 46, 3 and 3 misses. Absolute great showing from both of them. Great finish, great finish. So,
I just got to give credit to these players for not only playing a 3-song warm-up, but also playing 7 songs after that straight with not really any break. And every single group of players has done that since the beginning of the tournament. I think it's kind of a lot to ask. I wonder about the format as far as it goes for people's stamina.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we have seen a couple of times where people have been pretty gassed by the end of the set, but I mean, we've also seen plenty of matchups where they've just been executing pretty well throughout the entire time. So I wonder if there's something we could adjust for next time. But
I don't know. You know, this is all things to think about, not only for if there should be another upbeat next year, but also for future tournaments kind of going forward. You know, we've had a lot of positive feedback, a lot of positive reception for this format with it being a round robin. I know the players love it, despite the fact that, you're running anywhere from 7 to 10 songs back to back at a very high level.
That's a lot. But
at the same time, you're getting 7 to 10 songs of playtime, so you're definitely getting your time. Where if you're definitely getting your exposure.
You're not sitting around getting cold and getting sore and stuff like that. So it's definitely for the best, I would say.
Absolutely. So I'm having a good time. And speaking of which, next up, we have a fan favorite out there. We have some fan favorites out there. We have the Lady Ambones coming up. Shout out to the Valkyrie gang. Coming up to the pad. And then next up, we also have, as I go ahead and check the list, we are checking the list, chat. We're checking the list. Checking the list. Checking the list. Checking the list. Hey, we are checking the list. Hey, checking the list. All right, and next up we have the Beast. We have Bestwood coming up. Both of these players are going to go ahead and get their warm-ups popping off. So we are going to go ahead and tune in a second to see how they're doing. So
Ambones on the left, Seattle area,
yes.
Formerly Ohio, and formerly elsewhere.
All over the place.
I would say Amber is one of my rivals on DDR, and I keep track of her scores pretty closely. And I would say, like, in the past couple months with her grinding 18s and stuff, she's kind of gotten way ahead of me. Mm-hmm. So I got to give mad respect to Amber on that. Amber's been grinding for many years on the Ace series, and she's just a really good player.
Absolutely, and more so recently. That's a good point that you bring up. Amber's scores have been absolutely wild lately. Definitely breaking out as not only just like one of the best female players, not only in the U.S., but maybe in the world, for sure, one of those top players. but also cementing a spot by being one of the top players out here in the U.S. in general, in just across the entire
For sure.
across the entire division. Amber, by the way, as I look at this, Amber getting overall 43rd, 34th overall.
Yeah, and with the number of people who qualified for this tournament or played the qualifying round, that's extremely impressive.
Yes, and Amber is going up against Bestwood, who took 38th overall in the overall rankings. So Bestwood, I see a lot of Bestwood fans out there in the chat as we get ready to start the timer for pools, and we are going to go ahead and get these warm-ups popping off, let you guys go ahead and take a peek in, seeing how these folks go ahead and handle it. And something that you don't see often, Bestwood sporting the spiffy Nebraska tag on the EMUs.
Yeah, I was just about to say, Evan here on the right is representing the Nebraska rhythm game community, and he's known for ITG, basically.
Yes.
He's really good at ITG.
A phenomenal ITG player. Hopefully we get to see him at Rumble in the Prairie coming up soon. That's another tournament that's coming up very soon. Keep an eye out for that, chat.
His EMU's name Bestwood, which is very funny, and is also short for Beastwood, which is short for Clint Beastwood.
Hey. So both of these players within about 6 places of each other in the overall rankings. So I'm expecting it to be pretty close. Everyone got some fans out there. Shout out to the Nebraska community out there. Shout out to the Seattle community out there. Both players representing, doing their areas proud. Let's see them put in some work. And yeah, I agree. This is a pretty good warm-up. I'll say compared to some of the other people that we've seen playing, this one you're not going too hard on it. You're just kind of getting a little bit loose. Very straightforward song.
Yeah, it could be a calculation on whoever picked this song's part to not get completely worn out by the end of this.
Yeah,
this pool.
because this first set, it's a little bit deceptive. You start with Gaia, and then you go into New Era Difficult, and then you just get slapped right down to earth with Dead End Group Radar Special. So it's really easy to kind of like, if you don't pace yourself correctly in this set, you're going to get just completely blown out as soon as you go into that second set with Electronic Retreat, first time, and then Saberwing. So stamina conservation is definitely going to be key in this set between these two. And you can hear the cheering from the crowd. Both players absolutely getting some love.
21 PFC by Ambones.
An 82-10 from the Bestwood, the Clint Beastwood. I like that. Clint Beastwood, that just sounds so gangster. I am here for it. So, that being said, as we kind of talk about the logistics, once again, we are in pools. There are 8 players in pools. Each player picks a song, and every single player in said pool plays that song from that pool. That being said, as we kind of go up to it, instead of head-to-head format, while we may talk about the difference in EX scores, the individual scores against each other do not matter. What it is that the scores are going to be compared to everyone in the pool, and they're going to be assigned points based off of how they shape up. The top 2 players with the highest amount of points advances to pool semis on Saturday, and it's going to get really hype as they get to go on to the final day and have a chance to see what they can do.
Definitely. Thanks for the explanations, Mario, and also thanks for talking all day on
Absolutely.
commentary.
You know what? It makes it awesome having you here as well. I love having commentary with you.
We're just trying to provide entertaining experience for people who are watching. Explain whatever we can to people who may not know. And of course, if there's any questions that anyone has, we're happy to answer them.
Yes, absolutely. Whether you play at a high level as some of the players here, or you are just now starting to get into DDR, we like you, we love you, we appreciate you that you are here, and we're glad that you get to enjoy some good-ass DDR, but we also hope that this gets your spirit going for you to go ahead and go ahead and step on some arrows along with us. I know that's what I'm going to be doing when I get the chance. Like, I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm pretty hyped to play.
I'm so motivated. I'm going to go crazy when I get the chance. And I hope you get the chance to do so too. And no matter what your skill level, I hope that you aren't intimidated by what you see here. If anything, this should be goals. A lot of these people, there's some people that have only been playing this game for a very short amount of time.
Bogo, what's that, like 2 years?
Bogo for 2 years. We had Dwayne, who started in 2016. So right when Ace came out in the US is when Dwayne started. And he is already one of the top players here. Bogo doing the same. Anything is possible. I love you guys. And not to mention that there are some people who are also, like we had Spencer, who came off of multiple injuries, surgery, actually was wheelchair bound for quite a while. And if I'm correct, ended up advancing out of his pool.
Yeah.
So
Wait, Spencer?
I do believe Spencer made it out of his pool.
So the top spot in each pool is making it out. The
Top
second, I was under the impression that it was the first.
Yeah, the top two. So
I thought the second and third spot were entered into the last
chance, yes. But no, Spencer, yeah, he placed second to Chris.
Right.
He made it out. He's guaranteed to go into the
he's
full
guaranteed.
summer.
Okay, got it.
So he made it out of his pool. So absolutely, that's just something. And not to mention that as some of you are newer to the community, you'll meet a lot of people that have various abilities, various disabilities. Like one of my favorite people. Shout out to Uno Lego. Shout out to Jesse out there. The player who plays often with a prosthetic leg. And just recently, I do believe, right a little bit before the pandemic, ended up passing his first 15 with just super inspirational. I've known him for years. Absolutely love the guy.
So
people of all sorts of works of life. I love this community. But we're starting to get a little spicier in our warm-up as we go to Triple Cross.
yeah, so they're playing a 17, and Triple Cross. It's in the same series as Triple Counter and Triple Journey.
Yeah, Triple Cross being the most recent addition to that series.
And probably the most, I would say, most approachable.
Yes, absolutely. I didn't want to say easy.
Well, I'm trying for different words here.
Oh, adjectives are great. Shout out
it's
to
hard
adjectives.
to come up with new words to say.
So yeah, it is definitely, as you say, it's the most approachable. It's a 17. You know, as you start to see some of these patterns where you kind of are doing like your jacks into like some of these.
It's really
16
tiring,
patterns.
I gotta say.
I mean, yeah, that's a good point. There are 3 triple songs. Will we see a 4th triple and absolutely ruin the joke? I hope not, but I will say that in terms of like the songs, you know, all these songs are good. All the triple songs are good. Triple Cross is like the most relaxed. Like I can listen to it like sitting on a beach. Just kind of gives me like I'm driving down on a sunny day, and it feels really nice. Triple Journey is like, yo, we're doing hype stuff. We're going. We are zooming. And then the fun fact about this song is that, so for this event, this was during one of the Ichika, or like one of the summer festival events. And towards the end, there were to be 2 songs. There were 2 songs that you could vote for. One of them was Triple Cross, and then the other one was I am blanking. Chat, help me. It's a Nekomata Master song. It's a Nekomata Master Exaki song. So
I can't remember either.
yeah, chat will cover me on this one. It's been a long day, chat. My brain good work, man. Aftermath, thank you so much.
Yeah, Aftermath.
So Team Red, Team Blue, Triple Cross ended up winning because I can't remember the years, but it had been such a long time since DJ Yoshitaka had made a song that everyone was like, yo, Yoshitaka's back. We're getting this. And everyone, I think just everyone in general ended up going for Triple Cross. So that was a song that was released originally. And then Aftermath eventually got released for everyone across all of the games. So, yeah, exactly. As Kingly put it in chat, we weren't told, we were not told the songs, or the name of the songs. We just said, all right, we have a song that's made by these artists and these ones. And everyone was like, yo, we got to hear Yoshitaka. He's got to come back. So,
first song of the playlist here, Gaia.
Yes.
Gaia.
So, once again, for reference, this was Ty's pick. Ty, as we just saw on this last set.
It makes sense given Ty's strength with MA.
Absolutely. So, both of these players, well, it looks like Bestwood doesn't really have a score on this. That's not to say that he hasn't played it, but he just has to have a score on this, per se. Amber does have a PFC.
I would guess that if he plays most of these songs, it's probably at home on ITG.
Yes, absolutely. So you can't really discount that from him. So that being said, Amber is sitting on now just got the PFC. Both players are sitting on the TFC. A little bit higher PFC than Bestwood right now, but they both are still going for it. Bestwood with the +4 up score on his EX right now. Doing the dang thing. So both players showing their skill on this one, showing their expertise as we get ready to go into the first slowdowns coming up. And yeah, as we talked about before, not only is the Soflan right there to slow down on that, kind of a little bit deceptive of the timing, but as we kind of saw with Bestwood, a little bit unfamiliar with what was about to kind of come up, so he did end up picking up a miss right there.
Yeah, it's a relatively entry-level 16, but you got those little moments that might mess with you.
Yeah, it'll trip you up a little bit. But still doing a good job with his MA and his PA right now, sticking with it. Amber still sitting on that PFC right now. Looking at about 9 or 10 away from her personal best. And we're seeing Bestwood just go ahead and he's going to go ahead and get a nice score on this one. Let's go ahead and see how well it is towards the end as he handles this section beautifully. MA looking absolutely gorgeous from both of them.
Yeah, Amber's still destroying. He's got just down 10 from her PD.
All right, and it looked like Bestwood kind of overstepped the last step on that run. Amber, PFC 1976, Bestwood with 1884. 34 for Amber, 83-11, 3 and 4 from Bestwood. So Amber putting up a good score to start off with. Bestwood getting his feet wet, but we're going to go ahead and we're going to head into New Era coming up. So curious to see what their scores are on these songs.
I would assume that we can probably guess that Evan will have almost no scores on any song. And it's interesting to note that he qualified for this tournament in the top 48, which means that he specifically set out to practice the qualifier songs, and it looks like maybe not a whole lot else, which, I mean, got to give him props for qualifying in the top 48 of hundreds of people.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it seems like he's in this for the tournament experience, the social experience, and just see how far he can get.
Yeah, but even for sight reading some of these songs, and also going in the warm up, doing really well. See, it shows that he definitely should be here. His MA and his PA are pretty high. They're pretty on point. Despite that first little great that we picked up and the song Unfamiliarity, every other point in the song, his timing is still on point. And both players now no longer sitting on a PFC. No miss is still sitting on a full combo for both. So the key that we're going to see here is we want to see how Bestwood handles a lot of the gimmicks that are going to be in this song. Amber, of course, being very familiar with them. So there's a couple that I can kind of think of coming up. So we're going to think of this slowdown that we're going to hit right here. Pretty obvious, but we're going to hit some of these stops. So that's going to be the part in which, if Bestwood is going to have any trouble, it's going to be there. Foot speed is definitely Bestwood's strength, being an ITG player, so I imagine he's going to handle those bursts flawlessly when we get to that section.
You mean in the 17?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, when we get to the 17, yeah. Thankfully, this song is incredibly straightforward.
Yeah, it's a little confusing. We have New Era twice in this playlist. The first one is
The difficult.
the difficult,
Yes.
and the second is the expert.
But that actually kind of works out for Bestwood, because if he is unfamiliar with
Yeah, at least
with
he'll be
this
playing the
chart,
same song
he'll be
twice.
playing the same song, so he'll know what the BPM
That's a really
are.
good point.
So it's kind of nice, actually. And as I said, like, the New Era is a chart that's definitely built to Bestwood's strengths as an ITG player. So very curious to see how he fares in terms of that. All right, and Ambo is going to get the full combo, 1588. Bestwood with this 1454 sight read. All right, Ambones with 50. It looks like that is 50 and 3. All right, so here we go. We are going to go into the haymaker, as we call it. It goes by many names. Many permutations, pronunciations of the acronym of this song.
We are trying really hard to figure out new things to say about Dead End Groove Radar Special. So if you have any suggestions about new things that we can say about Dead End Groove Radar Special, please submit them to the chat right now.
We will be taking it. We'll be taking your answers in chat. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So Deggers, as we've talked about, or Degris, really hard. One of the hardest 18s to PFC.
One of the most technical charts in the game.
Specifically because, yeah, like you said, it's really technical. There's got a lot, there are just a bunch of sections of this song that have parts in them where if you showed them to a DDR player ages ago, they would say, are you for real? And that's the entire philosophy of Dead End Groove Radar Special. Konami designed the entire chart so that it would max out the groove radar according to their algorithm. And as you can see on the screen, there's a
That Pentagon is
Pentagon.
huge, chat. All right, here we go. Neil deGrasse Tyson. Let's go, chat. All right, both players electing to use shuffle, because as it's been discussed in chat, a lot of all of the shuffle charts tend to be a lot more comfortable to play than the actual vanilla chart. And then a lot of people tend to opt to play it for left to make some of those crossovers a little bit more natural.
Yeah, the problem with using shuffle on Deggers is that you don't know which one you're going to get.
Yeah, you're going to be sight reading a lot of it unless you really tend to grind it out and
Memorize
know
all
what
of
to
them.
know what to kind of expect with the nuances of the chart.
So it's with playing it on left or right, you kind of get the same benefits as shuffle, except it's a predictable pattern. Maybe a little bit harder, but
All right, so here we go. We're going to go into this next little speed up. We're going to cook just a little bit. All right, now both players no longer sitting on a full combo. Ambrose getting tripped up by some of those crossovers right there. And some of those bracket step jumps right there. The triplet jumps.
yeah.
Just, oh, monster,
They expect
monster.
us to do that. I see.
All right, so we're about to get ready to get the shuffle slap.
Evan may have used Amber as a cue there.
All right, 1383 to 1254.
Yeah, it was maybe an unfortunate shuffle for Amber.
Yeah, and of course Bestwood, you know, with a little bit of the chart unfamiliarity going into it. But as I said, he came out of it into that speed up section, and his MA was looking kind of godly right there. Yeah, that's the thing about shuffle is you live by the shuffle. The shuffle giveth, and the shuffle sometimes decides it wants to take these backseats on you. And I think that's kind of what happened with Ambones right there. Is that shuffle was not nice.
Next up, Electronic or Treat, which is Amber's pick.
Yes.
Which one did Evan pick?
Actually, wrong one. We have all of the picks right here. So we are going. Ambones picked this. He picked first time CSP.
Oh, that makes sense. Foot speed.
Yes.
Yes.
That's going to be very much in his wheelhouse. So I'm kind of jazzed to see what Bestwood puts out on that one. I'm expecting to see something wild.
I mean, he's obviously played it before.
Yes.
Or else he wouldn't have put it on there. So.
I mean, it would be for a random pick. First time would be a really wild random pick for your song selection on that. So we are going to go up and queue up for these two to go to Electronic or Treat. This is Ambone's pick. Ambones with a TFC on this of 8 perfects, showing off exactly why she picked this song. So Bestwood, a little bit of unfamiliarity, but this song isn't terribly difficult to sight read. You do have that BPM change where we go off of that the Gatling patterns, the green gallops.
So Ambones' score on this is an 8 perfect PFC, and Evan has no score.
So
it's an 8 piece.
all right, both of them are sitting on a PSC tied score, 1 point. Actually, now we're going to go into it. Both of them handling this section. Oh, beautiful. Good MA coming out of both of them. And we are still within about 3 points between the two. Now it's widened about 10 as Bestwood did pick up a grade right there. Still sitting on a full combo, both of them. All right, here we go. We're going to go into this last little section right before we get into that BPM change. A little bit more intense. Both players still sitting on a full combo. All right, Ambo's still sitting on the PFC.
Yeah, so it changes tempo and also kind of the apparent time signature. So
yeah.
Switching to 16th notes.
Both players PFC that entire section.
Really
well
nice.
done. All right, and Bestwood picking up his second and third grades right in that section. All right, well done. Ambones 1558, Bestwood 1501. 23 coming out of Amber, 70 and 5 coming out of Bestwood. Great scores from the two of them, great scores from the two of them. So next up, we are trading picks. We are going to go from a 15 to an 18. This is Bestwood's pick,
so
first
he has
time.
no score on it. Presumably he's practiced it.
I would assume that he's touched the song at least once or twice for this being his pick. And it looks like Amber has a 97 on this one, so no full combo. Still a very respectable score on this song. Woo. But yeah, shout out to all the competitors. Oh, that's fine. Shout out to all the competitors coming and putting in some work this entire weekend. Whether you play DDR on a very consistent basis, you tend to play a lot of other rhythm games. The fact that you can say that you are one of the top 48 players in the world for this qualifying period is pretty crazy.
It is.
And it's definitely nothing to scoff at.
It makes me wish Evan was playing more DDR.
I wonder how this tournament's going to motivate him a little bit. To maybe kind of keep up on some of the tech and DDR. it's definitely noteworthy, especially at a high level, to kind of like keep your finger on the pulse of the tech, because DDR tech is a little bit of a special flavor compared to ITG tech, where
They like to do things that are uncomfortable.
yes, it tends to flow a little bit more, whereas like DDR tends to keep you a little bit on your toes, and you have to have a little bit more of like some chart memorization on top of it. And Bestwood showing off his pick right now, just breaking the white combo at 20 steps. And both players picked up an early miss. All right, so here we go. We're going to go into the stop into the first run. And we're still holding on to that combo. Bestwood did pick up another miss, but has PFC'd his way out of that miss the entire time. Yo, that foot speed was crazy. Well done to Bestwood coming out of that. Amber still maintaining that combo. All right, they both are within 1 point of each other. Bestwood picking up a great off that drill right there, the lone drill. All right, so here we go. We're going to go ahead and wind up into the last section. We're going to get into the 24th run.
I'm impressed by Amber's combo here.
Can we talk about how Bestwood, he picked up 2 misses, but PA'd that entire 24th string. 1584 to Ambon's 1511. 4 greats. Four greats, 1 good, 4 misses. Yo, Bestwood snapping on his pick at the end. Well done.
Next up, Saber Wing, Akira Ishihara headshot pick.
Yes, as we talked about
Challenge.
before, sync is a little bit wonky on this one, but
It's also highly technical.
Yeah, noteworthy for that the run towards the middle to late end of the song, where you kind of have to do a little bit of some awkward turnsies on that. So we're going to see how they handle the sync. Amber with the 99-1 on this one. So some pretty good experience. Not quite. Definitely, I would say a PFC in the future for Amber on this one. And, you know, Bestwood, we don't quite know. So we're going to see how Bestwood adapts to the chart. Thankfully, all that there is in this song is there's going to be a couple of stops, but it's mostly like gentle BPM changes, and you change from that 318 BPM to in between, a little bit slower, and you're going to have a couple of those stops right before you get to the demonic run that we see from this song. But all 418 of you, we are glad that you are here witnessing, sharing some of this good-ass DDR. I hope your cups are full. I hope you are getting your hearty servings worth of this good-ass DDR.
Hearty servings of whatever drink you're drinking right now, which I hope is
it's
caffeinated.
delicious.
I hope you're drinking lots of energy drinks right now, because we've got plenty of steps coming up.
Yes, and I hope you're staying hydrated no matter what it is, and staying safe, healthy, and getting some W's out there in the world, because you love to hear it. You love to spread some of that success. All right, so both players are just kind of chatting it out.
Evan's about to sight read Saber Wing Akira Ishihara
I mean,
headshot.
regardless of, you know, what you may say about Evan making it all the way to this tournament, it's still super impressive that he is sight reading just about all of these charts and getting really, really good scores on top of it. So like right now, he's still sight reading. We're coming to go into the first slowdown. He kind of wasn't ready for that, adapted. But that's what I've been kind of enjoying about Bestwood this entire time, is that
I think the song is
he adapts.
Yeah.
He's been adapting outside of like the little gimmicks that have been kind of coming up in the chart.
There's a bit of a limit to it. I think this song in particular might be somewhat incomprehensible if you haven't studied.
All right, some of these some of this. Beckwood just kind of missing that slow up right there. No, not quite expecting it. And that's what I was saying before. Those stops are going to be the ones that are going to tag him. Ambone's still sitting on a really good combo, hitting 280. Just broke 900 EX. So we're about to go into the runs, chat.
All right, let's get it, Amber.
And Beckwood and Bestwood, as I said before,
Nice Scooby.
woo!
Yes, that was
That-
good. Let's
Those
go.
runs were crisp. You saw, and you got to see the adjustment happen in real time. It was gorgeous to see. All right, here we go. We're going to go ahead and finish out this song. Ambones, full combo, 1449. Everyone having a good time. Chat,
All right, all righty.
I want to put it out there that we said this earlier on, some of y'all have been here since we started. And by my count, that's 9 hours ago, give or take maybe like 10
Wow.
or 15 minutes.
It's been a
for
9-hour day today?
9 hours.
Okay, all right, all right.
And there are people that have been here just hanging out, supporting gas, pumping some of that gas, the good gas,
It helps
some of
a
that
lot.
good energy.
So we definitely thank you for continuing to chat. I know I'm seeing the same names over and over and again. People just providing input, jokes, a lot of good stuff. So thank you.
Absolutely. You are not only are you keeping yourselves entertained amongst yourselves, but you're keeping us. We're not always acknowledging chat, but like we're reading most of chat as it pops up.
Oh, I'm
and
reading every single thing everyone says. I remember.
Some of y'all are like this close to making me break professionalism and just die laughing. They've been some good heaters and some jokes in the chat.
I'm logging it all into my mind and other data
There are some that I'm going to go ahead and put in my pocket for later on. You might see that come up on the next on pool semis about it. Because y'all have been coming out with some bangers, and we like you, we love you for it. I love all of you stream monsters out there.
Speaking of bangers, we got New Era again.
Ooh, we
Coming
we
right
are
up.
Coming right back. Coming right back to some New Era. So Bestwood has had his little taste. He has had the sample. Had the lunch portion.
He gets the idea.
He's had the lunch portion of New Era, so to speak. So now he's about to have his dinner portion.
Amber's got a PFC on this 17,
Oh, that's not
which is really
bad.
sick.
68 perfects. Here we go. Let's go, chat. All right. Ambo still sitting
look at
on
that
that
white combo.
MFC. And just broke at 100. Both players are now sitting on the PSC.
Oh, she's going off. She's going to wreck this. She's going to destroy this one.
All right, here we go into the next slowdown. Stop. Bestwood doing a good job of remembering that stop.
Oh, man, that MA from Amber.
Ambones with plus 15 up score right now. All right, here we go, chat. We're about to come into the first slowdown. Ambone picking up her first grade, but still plus 21 up score.
On the EX score, yeah.
All right, Bestwood handling the stops beautifully this time.
Amber's still up by 20 on her PB. Even
right.
with that additional grade.
Yeah, and we're going to see if she can go ahead and break 30. We love seeing up scores out here, chat. Send that energy. Let's go. All right, here we go. We're going to go into these 16 first. Yo, and Bestwood making it snow. But shout out to Ambones, plus 24 PB, full combo, 2032. Putting in that work. And a very good
Definitely.
first-time sight read from Bestwood as well
Yeah.
with 92.
Definitely impressive improvement on Amber's EX score there.
So, for reference, Ambone's PB was 62 perfects. Ambone's damn near cut that in half with 38. 38 and 2 greats. Absolutely wild.
I
Or
like
38, yeah, 38 and 2 greats. Absolutely wild performance from Ambone. So, finally, we are about to go ahead and end this set off between the two. They both are having a good time, sharing their experiences with it. And we're going to go into triple counter with this one.
Yeah, as far as sight readability, this has got to be the one. I don't know. Gaia,
This is the
Gaia has those tempo changes. They're very slight, but
This is the
has
most
none.
consistent, yeah.
This
So
has none. I feel like Evan can do
Evan
this
Evan
song.
can pop off on this one. I'm looking forward to it. Chat, let's go. We're going to go ahead and round off this set. Send love to both of these competitors. Both of them, they're about to go crazy on this. I can already feel it, chat. I can feel it. Here we go.
It's an ITG compatible song.
All right, both players sitting on the PSC. 1 point difference between them. All right, and Evan picking up his first break right there.
Amber still PFC in it.
But Evan still, despite the miss and the great, doing a good job, as I said, of recovering out of it and just going crazy with the MOC up until that miss right there. So we get a little bit of this freeze to get a tiny bit of a break.
Catch your breath here.
Yes, because after this, it just goes. Oh, very impressive run for both of them. Ambone still sitting on that full combo. And Bestwood just
pretty
now
crispy.
getting his first grades right there after the last combo break. So about 130 steps in, getting those first grades. But as I said, he's coming out, and look at that MA. Holy, well done. Ambone's out here also making it snow out here in Denver with that MA. All right,
Amber's keeping it up with the combo.
we're getting towards the end of the song as we get to the last run.
Oh, let's go.
And Ammo's going to go ahead and clutch the full
Oh,
combo. 21-31, Bestwood 20-67. Absolutely amazing, respectable score from both players. Bestwood sight reading just about all of this entire playlist. Putting up respectable scores, clutching it out with a 98-1 on triple counter off of a pure sight read. Evan showing that despite not having the chart knowledge, that he has the timing to show that, yes, he's in the right place. He needs to be here. Absolutely stellar performance from both of them. Ambones with the up score. Just nothing but love from everyone in chat. Both of them getting everyone super hyped. And
Speaking of love, I love round one. And you know why? Because they're hosting this tournament for us. We are very glad that round one is, providing the venue for this tournament. And we got a beautiful white DDR machine and a gold one over here for people to warm up on.
Yes.
So it's extremely convenient. We got 2 pump it up machines over here. And
very
yeah, I don't know.
accommodating, moved furniture and machines around for us, let us in early to make sure that we're set up, brought out chairs for everyone, have just been very accommodating with the refreshments for everyone, and we're so glad that you guys have been out there for us. And shout out to, we actually have one of the techs. Thank you guys so much for being so accommodating for all of us.
Yeah, they've kind of rearranged this whole area for us, which is really, really nice.
You guys are phenomenal. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to bring in all these players from around the world. Some people not even competing in the tournament, but just here to show up and support and just see some good-ass DDR. I'm saying, though.
It's been really good. And it's also been good because of another sponsor, Red Note Gaming.
Yes.
And Red Note Gaming,
Yes, sir.
you can look at their website, rednotegaming.com. And they're a Las Vegas-based rhythm gaming organization. They've got a pretty cool arcade in that area.
Yes.
And just go check them out, see what's going on. And we got to give props to them for the merch. So the competitors here are all wearing special
If you
jackets.
haven't noticed, yes,
And,
those crisp, upbeat qualifier jackets, the finalists. You
Yeah.
only get that jacket if you qualify for the tournament. You place in the top 50. We did have some competitors, some international competitors that couldn't make it due for like bureaucratic reasons. The work-life mix-up, as we like to call it sometimes.
Yeah.
So we're still sending them jackets to show that we still recognize that you were out here.
Of course,
And-
yeah, go ahead.
and it's crisp. We were blown away. Some of us on staff were just completely blown away by the quality. That's the thing that everyone said, is
Yeah.
just the quality is just, you put it, someone said, and I quote them, he's like, I put this on and it just makes me feel good.
Exactly. So shout out to Red Note for support with merch, hotel rooms, and Luke for pretty much the same thing. We've got a lot of amazing people contributing resources to this tournament to make sure that the production value is as high as possible and the competitors are as comfortable as possible.
Yeah.
So thanks again.
Absolutely. Shout out to SF Gaming. Shout out to Ohio DDR for working together to not only bring to make production quality go up.
Yeah.
We've
gotta
been
make
seeing
sure-
you all. We've been seeing you all enjoy the increase in production quality this entire stream. We do it for you.
That's the point.
We do
I
it for
think
you.
We
You're
try to
pushing
make
us.
sure that every tournament it gets better. Right?
Absolutely. So
And we are coming up on the warm-ups between V and Evil Dave.
yes. So we're gonna go ahead and cut over and see what they're doing. So actually, if I'm correct, these are the last two competitors of this pool.
So we're going to reset the timer here. Yes, the last pair of the day. And again, they are not... Go ahead. Yeah.
So we're gonna go ahead and start the timer. Timer start. Oh! Here we go. Here we go. We have V, one of the players from the Pittsburgh area, sibling of Bogo.
Yeah.
So both of them siblings coming out today. V also one of the lovely female competitors in this tournament. So we absolutely love to see the representation going on. Not only people from all over the world, but we also have the diversity. Shout out to the Valkyrie ladies, non-binaries, and adjacent out there. Y'all are the real ones. Support your gal pals out there. If anyone hasn't told you, support them. And then we have the legendary Evil Dave. You know him you may have known him from years back, been in the scene quite a while. You may also know him as one of the faces behind The Big Deal, the Texas held super tournament. Hopefully, made an announcement earlier on at Mistaken and Lake, along with Viva La Mu, that two of the most anticipated tournaments, The Big Deal and DDR Storm, are returning this year. Looking forward to hopefully getting a little bit more information very soon as to how that tournament's going to shake out.
Yeah, get hyped for that.
I'm looking forward to it. So Dave, as I said, been around for a long time, one of the top players. You regularly will see him in top 8 at various tournaments that you have to see him pop up at.
The crazy thing about Dave is that he doesn't even play very much, but he's always really good in tournaments. That's like, I'm extremely envious of that ability.
He just has that, he kind of like locked in the skills for high
Like
level
early
DDR
on.
really early on,
It's just baked in there.
and he can just always just kind of pull it out to just kind of go wild at tournaments. Evil Dave, by the way, number 12 overall for the qualifiers. And then we have V, who qualified at one of the last people to qualify at number 52. We do have some people that couldn't make it, so V was one of the first players that did get slotted in.
Yeah.
And with a very respectable score. Actually, I'd say like the last, from about 45 to maybe about like 55, all those players were within about like 1 point of the next person
Yeah,
following
it
up.
was really close at the end.
So really tight. V, over the past few years that I have seen her at these tournaments, just like Bogo, just like her brother, going crazy with the scores, putting up absolutely wild scores. V, I remember seeing V, one of her first tournaments, making an absolutely crazy deep run through the brackets, taking people out.
Yeah, I remember that too. It's kind of ridiculous.
Absolutely. So you love to see it. Some of that steel belt buff going on over here. So I'm looking forward to seeing what V puts out in this tournament. I mean, we have the playlist that kind of ranges from, all right, some entry-level 16s, New Era 15 being a song that's going to focus way more on your timing, to Degris. That's just going to go wild out there. And then some absolutely chaotic foot speed charts like First Time, a little bit of New Era, and Triple Count. So it's going to be in it's going to be a spicy set.
Alrighty, Air Heroes.
I'm kind of surprised that there hasn't been Air Heroes popped up
For the warm-ups, yeah.
for
It's
the
a pretty
warm-ups.
good warm-up track.
And
It's a lot of high-level players first level 15 MFC.
oh yeah, it's so well charted. It's a fun song. It's fun to play, and the timing, the sync is very pleasant. Very pleasant. Which is like, combine all those together, mix in some Chemical X, and you got a song that's easily MFC'd by a lot of the top players. And shout out also to Darwin. Been making some rhythm game content since pretty early in the DDR days, and still constantly checking in on the DDR scene. Likes to post on a lot of like the DDR pages for communities all across the world.
Yeah.
Show that he still supports the scene, making new content.
Old school happy hardcore producer.
Yes. Legendary, like old school, and when I say old school, legendary, like one of the GOATs of happy hardcore. Yo, can we talk about how V just decided to put 11 perfects on Air Heroes? Can we talk about that? Just deciding just to casually get 11.
Looks like her best is 3.
Yeah, 3 and Dave with 4 on that one, so. Yeah, and that's another fact.
Tizza says she's been playing since 2020.
So, chat, like, if you're just starting, here's proof. You don't have to be playing this game for 20 plus years like some of us have been doing. Like, if you can start today, and in a few years, we're going to be seeing you on this stage. We're going to be seeing you in these brackets. And we're going to be having us talk you up like, yo, you remember when they started. Here they are now, absolutely going crazy. Speaking of going crazy, I love this song so much. This song is so good.
It is really good.
This song has popped up at several raves that I've been to at like cons across the country over the years, and I go nuts every time it pops off. Usao really snapped on this song. And both of them show the chart knowledge, handling that slowdown beautifully and looking kind of crazy. Love to see it. This song is Cat Jam for sure. I'm over here bobbing my head, chat. I'm vibing. I am vibing over here. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, chat has also mentioned the down arrow on the left side. I personally agree.
Yeah,
I
might want to
I've been seeing a lot of errors all day, and it needs to be worked on.
Okay, yeah, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and bring that up. Might have to take a little bit of a breaky, but it's going to be worth it to make sure that we're seeing some good results from everyone.
Yeah, Demo in the chat is mentioning V's form, which is extremely minimal.
Yeah, and that's not something, that's one of, having very minimal form and playing at a high level is not something that comes right away when you start playing DDR.
Exactly. It must have been, studying the way top players move.
Yeah, and also it's been mentioned that V, in those 3 years, not only has been playing DDR, but also has been playing Step Maniacs as well. So it's had a lot of experience playing a lot of those charts as they come out. So, all right, so Oliver. We're going to adjust. Yo, Tizza, telling that truth. Tizza spitting. Yo, some of us remember when, if you couldn't make it to an arcade, you went to DDR Freak, you either used a library printer or you used a school printer to print out step charts. And you were just practicing your seat. I have fond memories of going to a speech and debate tournament and studying Frozen Ray just to make sure I knew how to do the turns right on it. So, oh man, those are memories. Shout outs to DDR UK also for being the other source of step charts during that time. Man, it's been an absolute trip being in this community from seeing how far we've come in this time. And I absolutely love it. And I love that a lot of us are still here and we get to share some of these experiences with you all. Like, man, good job. DDR UK, that was a deep pull.
Yo, Oliver?
I talked to him already. All right. He said we're going to just kind of adjust and then do some manual adjusting on it.
It is quite late.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brooksy in the chat says it's a treat to have people, to be able to study songs because people upload them on the same day they're released.
You know what, as someone whose job that is, it's a thankless job, but at the same time, I love the fact that immediately after uploading, you see all of a sudden people just start ripping crazy scores because they got a chance to kind of study it a little bit.
There was the Supernova 2 location test where Steve did that. I think it was for NGO.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I remember that.
Or one of those
We needed
songs.
that.
One of those songs.
It was either NGO or it was Pluto.
Yeah,
it might have been
one
Pluto.
One of those. All right, so we're starting the real pool playlist here.
Both of them with
Gaia.
the PFC.
Gaia, they both got great scores on Gaia.
Dave's
5. Got a pretty high level 5-piece.
But V has 22, which is incredibly impressive.
Yeah. She could probably do better, I assume, based on that 3-piece on Air Heroes.
All right, here we go. All right, so V only has one perfect so far. Dave sitting on that PFC. V picked up another perfect, but still very impressive, sitting on 2 perfects so far in Gaia. All right, and Dave did pick up his first perfect, so sitting on 1 perfect right now as we go into the first slowdown. Both of them beautiful, handling it gorgeous. And Dave picked up a great right there. V traded with a good. Both players still with a very high MA, however, despite that. So Dave at just 6 points behind V right now. So we're going to go ahead and pick it up. And we're going to continue this for most of the song. Both players handle the drills right there beautifully. Here we go, Chad. We're going to go ahead and cook. And V did pick up a miss right there. But still, only 1 point. Within 1 point of Evil Dave right now. Impressive for V to come out of those misses right there and still get a PFC. right, here we go into gorgeous. Well done.
Final drills.
Both players handling it beautifully. 1973, Dave to 1985. If we want to go ahead and adjust it and say that it may have been a pad issue, you could say that V, I would give credit for that one good, so we could say it's 1976, actually. Very impressive scores. Absolutely crazy. V with 28.
Isn't it traditional to count it as perfect?
Yes.
Right.
So V with 28, Dave with 21 and 2 grades. 1985, it's a good year. Mrs. Adrican is a 1985er.
Oh, really?
Yes.
That was also Back to the Future, 1985.
Oh, it was. You're right.
And I believe the release of the NES.
Dang, that was a good year. That Famicom coming out. That was kind of busting back then. But speaking of which, we are going to go right into another song that's going to focus way more on
999, 999-750 on V's side and 600 on Dave's side. Probably been a long time since Dave has played the 15. He probably just played it once to get it out of the way, or at least PFC'd it once to get it out of the way, and then never touched it again.
That seems to be a trend. You know, I'd say we're all guilty of that. Once we get that score, we go, all right, I'm not touching that boy.
Well, at his level, I would assume he would mostly be playing the 17.
Yes, exactly. And he's going to get his chance to do that later on. We're going to go ahead into the second song. Just like with Gaia, expect to see some high MA coming out of both of these players. And we're seeing that Dave only with one perfect, just kind of getting earlier on, and right there, B a little bit off right there, so picked up a good. B picking up a pad miss right there. Dave still sitting on the perfect full combo so far as we go into the stops. B, despite all the setbacks, still within 10 points of Dave. Doing an amazing job. All right, so here we go. We're about to go into the slowdown. Dave's still sitting on the PFC. All right, so we're about to go ahead and pick the speed back up. Dave still sitting on the PFC. B only about 10 points right behind Dave. As both players MFC the entire section up until that freeze. Dave picks up his first grade at that slowdown, kind of rushed it a little bit. Picking up a couple of fast grades right there.
Nice fun turns here.
And both of them taking it. V choosing to double step it. And we are going to finish. 4-point difference between the two. Evil Dave, 1597. V with 1593.
Yeah, P1 pad kind of corning out.
So if we adjust it, if we give credit and we adjust it, we could give a consistent one. That just means that V was within 1 point of Dave. Super close. That's still super close. Even without that adjustment, that's still crazy close. Absolutely incredible set so far. So next up, we are going into Dave's pick with Deggers. I hear some of y'all like Deggers out there.
Dave said that he got his username, Evil Dave, specifically because he chose Deggers today.
He is earning, as I call it, he is temporarily stepping into his villain arc with this pick.
Yeah, I mean, he's today he became Evil Dave. Previously, he was not Evil Dave.
You know, Evil Dave before it was just like a gentle formality. Like, you know, hey, I'm a sir. I'm that. But Yeah, no, he's doing it today. He's definitely helped make this pool quite spicy. But that being said, it's going to be the last time you hear the song today.
Today.
Can't
You
say-
know you're going to hear it tomorrow.
I'm not, I can't predict the future.
I
We
can't
may
either,
or
but
may not
I'm going
hear
to
it
say
tomorrow.
I'm going to say it's probably going to happen.
But there's a high chance you're going to hear it again. Both players slapping on the sudden. V a little bit late, so kind of had to adjust on it. Opting out of the sudden instead.
I would say this song, it really kind of is the ultimate tournament song. Because anyone who's remotely good at it knows that they can use it to wreck people.
Oh, for sure. And I'm sure that's what Dave was going for when he decided to make this his
And
pick.
there's so much drama in this song. All of these slowdowns and stops and speed ups and ridiculous steps.
All right, here we go. We're going to the rough part. So you have those 16 bars that go into that dub, and V just says like, nah.
She's given up, and it could be because of the pad.
Yeah. That is a little bit rough. I'm sure. I wasn't sure if V actually wanted that 7+ up, but she couldn't get it like lined up perfectly, lined up right. You kind of saw her rushing the sudden up and then just deciding just to slap it off, because at that point it would have been a hindrance.
It happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Can we talk about how Dave decided to full combo Degris in front of all of us?
So, Dave just full comboed Dead End Groove Radar Special. Like, I don't even know what to say about that.
So what? I do believe he's the second person all day to full combo it.
That is insane.
Picked up the good early on, but then got the slap. That slap was kind of nice. I'm not going to hold you. Not going to hold you, Chad.
How? And like I said, one of the crazy things about Dave is that he doesn't really play very much.
Not as much as he should.
What are you gonna?
This is just like latent talent.
What are you
just
gonna
like
do?
Cooped up in his
You're just
in his
gonna like
spirit energy.
You're just not gonna play DDR and then fly to Denver and full combo Deggers. Okay, all right.
Woke up this morning, felt kind of cute. Might full combo Deggers later. I don't know.
I
IDK.
need to get into whatever headspace that is.
IDK might full combo it. But y'all, thank you so much for hanging in with us this entire time. I've had a blast so far. I hope you too have been having a good time. We are coming towards the end of pools of our day one so far. Shout out to all of you stream monsters out there. Still staying strong at 418 people. That's 400 people plus.
That's a lot of people.
Either whether you are watching the stream avidly, you have it going on just as background fodder, occupying you while you're doing stuff, or you are getting your strongest lurk on. We like you. We love you. Thank you so much. Make sure you tune in tomorrow, same time, 1 p.m. Mountain Time. We're going to start with the rest of the pool play that we're going to go out to. We're going to have pools D, E, and F, and they're going to be just as equally as spicy, so you can expect some good-ass DDR to kind of come out of it. I'm just saying. It's going to be real nice, so you might not want to miss that. I'm just telling you. And I'm looking forward to kind of like recollecting all of this afterwards with all the players that happen to be here, sharing some of our favorite moments.
So the next track is Electronic Retreat, and both players looks like they're going to play it. I think I got to give props to V for keeping composure despite pretty obvious indications that there's pad issues.
Yeah, that's definitely something that can be doing just a strong amount of mental damage, if you will. That like the pad just kind of handing you some of these misses or whatever. But shout out to V that like despite it, still putting out some pretty crazy scores, and in some case, only like a point behind Evil Dave.
Right.
So like that's something. Regardless of, with Degris, having to fail on Degris, that kind of cements where you're going to be on that. having those scores that high on the rest of the song still means that you have a pretty good shot of maybe making out the pools or getting in top 4 to get to that last chance pool. So it's going to be very spicy. And V picking up her first great right there. Still very impressive. Day still sitting on a perfect full combo. Breaking 700. DX score as we see right here. And you gotta hand it to V. It's like not only the minimal form, her form is so clean, just staying super focused and calm. Just laser focused. Ooh, look at that. V's MA is looking mighty crisp, only picking up 4 perfects so far. But we're gonna talk about Dave hitting this last run, going crazy. Still maintaining that PFC. Well done for both. Still sitting on full combo for both. Dave breaking into 1500 EX. V doing the same. There we go. Dave 1559. V 1522.
I want to see the results of this one. Oh, 22 piece?
22 piece. A double deuce.
Respect.
55 and 2 for V. V nodding her head, going like, you know what, that one was good. No pad issues that time. She was like, you know what, I'm all right with that one. And actually, with that being said, V, her personal best was 45 perfect, so just 10 off. Yeah. That's within a margin of error, especially when you go into that song number 4. You know, actually, if you do the full warm-up, that's song number 7.
What do we got here?
Dave with the wild PFC of it with 44 perfects. V with a very high score of 98.6.
That's pretty impressive. I remember Dave, I think he got this really soon after it came out.
So that's very impressive considering that when you remember, V's only been playing for 3 years. To have a 98.6 on first time CSP is kind of brazy.
Yeah, it's
34 perfects out of Dave. V with the 98.6. Yo, chat, let's see how they pop off. Let's go.
that first 24th burst.
Yeah, that's been catching a lot of people. But V, MFCing out of it, picking up her first perfects only on that drill right there. All right, V a little bit late on the freeze right there. But still putting up pretty crazy scores, only 30 right behind Dave, who's still going with the PFC right now.
Oh, man.
Oh, my God. Chat, Dave is going crazy.
Dave's hype right now. Still holding it down with just 1 great.
But V only 20 points right behind Dave. Both of them absolutely impressive scores right here. Shout out to both of them. V choosing to bracket that end section. I don't blame her. Dave with 1576. V only about 81 points right behind. 1495. Impressive. Well done for both.
First time.
First time. It be like that. First time to bless you and first time to say, hey.
You can get to the end of that.
You made it, right?
You get to the end of that clean, and then it might all come apart right at that last burst.
Yeah, at the same time, I don't blame V for like just choosing to bracket that entire section. That section is very wild. But speaking of which, this is V's pick with Saberwing right here.
Akira Ishihara headshot mix.
So as we get ready to wrap up the polls, just as a reminder for a lot of you who just joined us, these polls, so there are 8 people in each polls. It is going to be the cumulative EX. So how it kind of works is that we rank everyone's results on each song. You know, different point values based from 1 to 8. You know, this is all kind of figurative, so to speak. And then you tally it up at the end, and the top 2 make it out of the polls to semis. The 3rd and 4th get a chance at the second chance poll, and we just go from there. This poll has been incredibly competitive so far. I think we're going to have another close one. All right, both players sitting on the full combo. V sitting on the PFC right now. All right, here we go. The freeze crosses. And V showing that this is her pick. Still sitting on the PFC.
She's owning it.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and into the runs. Oh my God, chat, eyes open. Both of them pick up a miss at the same time. Here we go, here we go. 4-point difference. V 1498, Evil Dave 1494. V with 66, 1 great and 1 miss. Dave with 54 perfects, 9 greats, and 1 miss. V showing her pick in full stride. Absolutely great showing coming out from both of them. Love to see it, love to see it. All right, chat. We are about to be in the last 2 songs of the set. It's been a long day, but that's not a bad thing. That just means that it's been a long day chilling with all of you beautiful human beings out there. I like you, I love you. I hope you're having a good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever it is, in whatever time it is in your part of the world. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out. I'm so glad that I'm here. We get to see some of this good-ass DDR with V and Evil Dave, both people that I love very dearly, closing out this day 1 of this tournament. Showing that, yes, they need to be here.
I'm very impressed with the people who are still around on the chat and with the people who are still around here who didn't even play today, but they're still here to support the tournament.
Absolutely. So, I'm still being very surprised that, like, all the faces where I'm like, yo, where did you come from? Oh! It's a good time. I'm having a good time. Just collectively celebrating some good rhythm games with a lot of people from all over the world. Regardless as to what, culture you come from, what language you speak, rhythm games, they have a nice property of bringing people from all different walks of life together.
The best part about DDR, which in my opinion is the best game, is that at least most of the time you have to go someplace to play it. And that means you meet people. All right, moving on to New Era Expert.
And both players doing a great job within probably about a few points, 5 points of each other. Dave started off really well with the crisp MA, actually matching his PB right now. V does have a really good score. V is really adept at New Era, but Dave does have the up score on this. So this is going to be another close one. I'm very excited to see what happens. V did kind of pick up a miss coming out of that roll. Nails it the second time.
Down right is the pattern when it says DDR.
It is. All right, even out the miss, V still picking up that PFC. Into the slowdown, both of them handling it really well. Handle the crossover. Oh, beautiful from both of them, making it look like cake. right, to the slowdown right here. Both players doing beautifully. All right, Dave's still sitting on the full combo. Even with the, oh, sorry, that was on me. That was, all right, yep, I manifested that chat. I apologize. I take full responsibility. But Dave's still sitting on the full combo. Be absolutely crushing those drills right there. And well done. Evil Dave's going to go ahead and get the full combo, 20-42.
That's hype.
Where V is going to go
just 30
with
perfects.
20-22.
And honestly, yeah, V's 44 perfects on that's very impressive. Just think, you know, she's been playing for 3 years.
That's so crazy to think about. But we're going to go ahead and chat. We're going to go ahead and have our last song for the evening. We're going to have Triple Counter. It's been a fun day one so far.
This is our final song of the night.
Yes.
Last song.
Yes, and then after that, we're going to go ahead and let the TLs tabulate up the scores, and we're going to find out who moves on to the pool semis, and then who else gets to get a shot at that second chance pool.
About to tabulate, calculate, update.
All right, check. Here we go. Last song of the night. Eyes open. Let's get it.
This one's just raw movement. No tempo changes, no gimmicks.
All right, and both players picking up a grade at about the same point. So far, V with the up score, +2 DX. Kind of got caught up a little bit right there, but now bouncing back and forth. Picking up a stray grade or two. In terms of score, they're within about 6 points of each other. All right, so after freeze, Dave with 824, V with 827. So again, still 6 points within each other. There's the breather. All right, and we're just gonna keep on going for the rest of the song. We're gonna hit this gallop pattern. All right, so here we go. V picking up a good right there. But picking up a miss on the rolls. Dave did pick up a great right there as well. And it's definitely something to be said. This is the last song of 3 songs of a warm-up and 8-song set. So absolutely, show some love. Show some love. I'm sure these two.
That's like hella work that they're doing.
On top of it being in this Denver altitude.
It's also 11:30 p.m.
It's so absolutely impressive showing. No matter what score that they get, you gotta be impressed with the work that they've been putting out. All right, beautiful. So Evil Dave is going to go ahead and sit on the full combo. 2150. V is going to get 2035 as they hug it out. You love to see it. Dave with 60 and 5. One good. As V goes ahead and hits the selfie. So absolutely good showing from the two of them. So chat, we are coming to a close of this day one.
We sure are.
I hope you all had a good time. But first of all, give it up. Shout out to all the players. Let's make some noise in chat. Show some love to all the players from all 3 pools.
Everybody's been grinding
throughout
all
this
day.
entire day. No, I mean, some people have been here since we got here. Since we got here around 9 o'clock. Some people show up around 10. Some people finish their pools really early and decide to get some support. And then some people have just toughed it out and have been here the
hanging
entire
all day,
time.
watching matches.
But I'm glad that we got to share this experience with you.
Definitely.
Looking forward to doing it again. Lots more tomorrow where that came from. Some more good DDR. So go ahead and let it digest. You know, get some good sleep. Stay safe, stay healthy. We're going to go ahead and find out the results of the score of the scores and who moves on. But first, once again, we want to give a shout out to all the people who helped make this possible. Starting, of course, with round 1 here in Littleton, Colorado, suburb of Denver. Thank you so much to all the staff, to all the management for hosting us. We really, really wouldn't be here without them and them stepping up and helping to make this event a success. So thank you so much.
Round 1 in
all of
general
that.
is pretty much responsible for bringing back this entire game. So
Easily.
I would say thanks to Round 1 and Konami for making that happen. And we also got to shout out Red Note, one of our major sponsors here, who provided resources for merch, for hotel rooms, and all that good stuff that the players are enjoying. We're really just trying to spread the word on this new company. Go to rednotegaming.com to find out more.
Also follow them on Twitter. They're very vocal, very supportive of the rhythm
For
game
sure.
scene on Twitter. If you happen to be in the Vegas area, stop by. Show them some love. Tell them that that you saw Upbeat and decided to make a trip out there.
They host events somewhat regularly, and the location may not be open until those events, but check it out on the website and on their Twitter account.
Absolutely. And I want to also thank the people who helped make this possible with production. The power team of SF Evolved and Ohio DDR coming together, whether
Yeah.
that's, you, Roger, helping me on the 1s and 2s on the mic as usual.
We got Dalton doing a lot of the graphics, pretty much all the stream graphics.
Shout out to Cygnus for doing videography and hitting you with that lovely introduction video, in which if you missed it today, make sure you're here tomorrow at 1. We're going to roll that back for you. It gave me chills. It was so awesome,
just
so
crazy.
inspirational. And then, shout out to Artia's Fusion, Teleprompt, and Renatalis, all for coming together and making it happen. And lastly, thank you, all of you stream
thank you.
monsters out there.
And of course, Jamario. Jamario's been talking all day, and he's actually doing an analysis of the gameplay, which I'm not so good at. Like, I feel
Whatever.
like I'm here for color commentary. That's kind of my thing. And just really happy to have support from Jamario, just kind of bringing the energy all day. There's many moments of the day where I've been kind of like, just slowing down, and he's just over here still going. I'm like, okay, I gotta wake up. So let's see what's up. So thanks again for doing all that.
You know what? I'm glad to be here. I'm getting all the energy from all the competitors, all of the stream monsters out there in chat, giving the love, showing the love, and just the fact that every time I think about it, I just go like, I can't believe this is happening. This is so surreal to see people from all over the planet, people that I've seen in videos and pictures, and now I get to see them face to face and chat with them.
We got 4 dozen of the best players in the world. They're just flying into Denver. A place a lot of these people have never even been before.
I've never been to Denver.
And,
this is my first
it's
time. It's
really
wild.
elevated. We've talked about it a lot on the chat, but the people who live here, essentially, they have an advantage because they are able to process. They're able to do this exercise with less oxygen. So
They're used to it.
maybe that's what Mark is doing. Is like he's just depriving himself of oxygen so he can, convert it into MA more effectively.
The hyperbolic time chamber buff. The Denver buff is absolutely real out here. But I also, like I said, I also want to give a shout out to Poyox for coming on the stream and handing us with some of that lovely Spanish commentary.
Yeah,
it was
for
such
sure.
a treat.
Yeah.
I appreciate him just coming up there. It was an awesome time.
I was
And
I don't speak Spanish. We need to find someone who speaks Spanish to cover Fidel's match, and so it worked out.
yeah, it was awesome. And it was awesome to see all of the fans of Fidel and Pollo to come off and pop
And
off.
Chile
and chat.
has a pretty high elevation too. Did you guys
Yes.
talk about that?
Yeah,
I
it's
think
pretty up there.
On average, higher than here. But of course, it's also
it's
in
the Andes Mountains. Those
So,
are. We talk about the Rockies. Rockies being a mountain. Rockies, those are a little mountain, but the Andes, that's a mountain.
Oh yeah,
That's a.
ancient civilizations.
That is a schlep for some of y'all out there. But shout out to all the love that all of the crew down there in South America have been giving all the players out there. Not only just the South American, not only Fidel, but also just the rest of the players.
We had some showing today from Blastoise as well from
Australia. Yeah, a lot of the Aussie crew decided to pop in and go crazy for the boy. Also, and shout out to Blastoise making it out to the second chance pool.
And Grady from Canada.
Yeah, taking third place into that pool. So it's not going to be the last time you get to see some of that Aussie in chat. We also get to see some of the Aussie players tomorrow during the pools. We get to see Poyo in the pools. And if you do want to check out what's going to look like tomorrow, make sure you check out the website at upbeatdenver.com.
We'll be updating it as soon as we can. We're going to tabulate this stuff. We might actually just stay on stream until.
Yeah, I definitely am going to announce the results.
Until the results are here.
You know, I don't want to leave y'all hanging off of that. I have learned from that from before. You know.
Yeah,
to
more
not
pools
do
tomorrow. We got A, B, and C today, and we got
CD. We got D, E, and F.
D, E, and F.
So after that, the top two people from those are going to go into the pool semis, and we're also going to have the second chance run from the third and fourth place from all of those pools. So it's gonna get mad competitive on Saturday. It's going to be game day. Game day.
Man.
We're going to be a little bit earlier on Saturday. We have a lot more to cram in, but please look forward to it. So we are getting handed the results.
All right. So Renatalis has just given us the Thursday night updates, and it looks like from this pool, Mark is the first place winner, which that makes sense given his MA execution. And we got Dr. D second and Evil Dave in third. So
okay.
According to the rules, they will be going to the last
So yes,
chance.
refresh us on the. Okay. Sorry. Apologies if I've.
And Mark goes straight.
Apologies
to
if
top
I've misinformed you. Yeah. So second and third from each pool go to the second chance round. So.
All right. I think that's probably it for us tonight. What do you think?
I think we can go ahead and call it a night on this. Chat, thank you so much out there. Looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. Stay safe out there. Make sure you stay hydrated. Drink some water.
Stay hydrated, oxygenated.
Oh yes. Take some good breaths. Moisturize. All of that.
Exactly.
And I always like to close out my streams with my usual rant. Make sure out there you stay safe. Wash your darn hands out there. Stay safe out there. Be nice to each other, but ultimately be very nice to yourself. It's really easy to get down on yourself. We actually love you. We support you. We're out here for you. Don't forget, Black Lives Matter. Trans rights are human rights. And lastly, we like you, love you. Stay getting W's out there, chat.
For sure. Thank you for playing. Good night.
See you again tomorrow. Peace.